Good morning. It is Tuesday, October 14th. There are 78 days remaining in 2025. This is the work session of the Board of County Commissioners, Pitkin County, Colorado. It is 10 a.m. We are called to order. We believe that Kelly McNicholas Curry is in the workplace online, and she's about to be promoted.
No, she said she would follow up the meeting later.
So wonderful. We have locally Patty Clapper, Francie Jacober, and eating swine, Greg Poshman.
You don't know what I'm eating?
We're starting off the morning with a right-of-way conversation with Alex Bruschetta and Ry Neely regarding yellow buses on Highway 82.
That's true. Do you want to go?
I'll start, and then Alex can
Fill in the gaps.
fill in some of the gaps or take over from me as necessary. The purpose of the conversation, and I'd leave it to Alex to help define some of the challenges and problems that we're dealing with, but the conversation is what to do, if anything, about parking in county right-of-ways and state right-of-ways, namely Highway 82. The limitation we're dealing with right now is found in the county code, which makes the first offense and then all subsequent offenses for parking in the county right-of-way a $15 fine. That is in contrast to many other violations of Title IX of the county code, which is where all this information is found and where generally our rules relating to roads and public places are found. And there's all sorts of rules that can be violated in Title IX, and most of those are subject to a fine schedule that starts at $150 and generally ends at $1,000. Parking in the county right-of-way is an exception. So a $15 fine associated with that, whether you're parking for an hour in the county right-of-way or 100 hours in the county right-of-way. Really, you're subject to a $15 fine per day. I said I wasn't going to talk about issues that have come up, but I'll just briefly mention issues that have come up are people essentially camping or living in county right-of-ways in Pitkin County. Some things to keep in mind going forward and issues that I don't think we're trying to resolve, and Alex can talk about this a little bit more, is we are a community that enjoys great access to our backcountry and public lands, and this isn't a conversation I don't think necessarily needs to be targeted at what to do about folks that use county right-of-ways to access public lands for recreational purposes. Although a component of that and how we deal with that is potentially part of the conversation, but I think Alex can tell you about how his deputies handle vehicles that they are relatively sure are folks that are out in the public spaces that we all enjoy.
Yeah,
so.
Thanks, Ry. I appreciate it. Alex Bruschetta, Undersheriff of Pitkin County Sheriff's Office. This is probably a long overdue conversation. Actually, for years we've been dealing with parking issues. I'll just classify them as parking issues throughout the county, and they've gotten worse throughout the years. Specifically, Brush Creek Intercept Lot is one that comes to mind of individuals that are parking there for weeks, months, sometimes. And there is, as Ry said, there is a $15 penalty right now that exists in the county code for violating the parking restrictions out there. But the issue extends well beyond the Brush Creek Intercept Lot, the park and ride there. On any roadway during the year, if you drive the roads as much as the deputies do, you'll see cars parked on pullouts. Oftentimes, people do their best to try to get off the paved roadway, but if they're parking on a paved roadway, that vehicle then becomes a hazard. Of course, during inclement weather, snow most likely, those vehicles that are parked off the roadway or slightly on the roadway become an impediment to snow removal operations for our county road and bridge fleet. But specifically what we're talking about, I think, is, and what really brought this to the forefront was the yellow school bus that's east of town. And just it got us looking at what our tools are and what we can use to to hold people accountable and enforce the laws of both the state and also of the county when it comes to parking, where you can park and regulate that. And we discovered that the fine at the county ordinance level is less than the fine at the state level, but both are pretty low. They are $15. And as we've heard from other individuals, that oftentimes the $15 or multiple $15 violations is cheaper than renting an apartment in the valley. So that's the situation that we kind of find ourselves in right now, and we bring it to the board for discussion as to how can we collaboratively, address this parking issue, potentially making a change to the county code to increase that fine, to bring it in alignment with other portions of the county code that, as Rye said, starts the fine structure at $150 and is then graduated up to close to $1,000 for multiple offenses. But then also give the deputies some teeth in the discussion and in their operations when it comes to trying to keep our roadways free and clear of abandoned vehicles that are parked. As Rye also alluded to, we are sensitive to why people come to Pitkin County, why we all at some point in our lives came to Pitkin County to recreate, to go in the backcountry, to enjoy nature, to hunt during certain times of the year. So we want to also be thoughtful in how we craft this and have this discussion about carving out maybe an exception or exemption for individuals that are parking on designated or non-designated areas of our county roadways for the purpose of recreation. We don't want to keep people from coming to Pitkin County for all the wonderful things that Pitkin County can offer people. So
Can I add one more
please
thing
do, yeah.
Before I stop, let's talk about a couple things as like ground rules, I guess I'll call them. It's unlawful to park in county right-of-ways under the county code right now, unless you're in a designated parking area. So that is something that is sort of the basis of the conversation we're talking about, not whether it should be lawful or unlawful to park in county right-of-ways. It's currently unlawful. Intercept lot, Brush Creek Intercept lot, Brush Creek Park and Ride, Buttermilk, those are spaces that the county owns and manages differently than right-of-ways. To the extent that, and I guess I would suggest that trying to solve what to do with spaces like Buttermilk or Brush Creek Park and Ride are probably a larger conversation that multiple different jurisdictions and multiple different departments of the county likely, I think the board would find it helpful to get information and weigh in from those folks. See, Alex wants to jump in on
No, I brought up the intercept lot merely as an example of the struggles that the deputies for years have had in terms of management. But I do agree with Rye. The Buttermilk, the intercept lot, the conversation that we're really talking about is specific to the right-of-way. Those are, county-owned and managed properties that are probably due for a larger discussion.
So there's that. I don't think the solution today, or what we're looking for a solution, or even saying there is a problem in those locations, although Alex has said his deputies oftentimes are dealing with situations in those locations. But really, I think it's important, or it may be most beneficial, to try and focus the conversation today on parking in right-of-ways, whether they be county right-of-ways or state right-of-ways.
Correct.
And then, of course, that'll have some spillover effect, if you want to call it, if people aren't able to park in those locations. So we can talk about that a little bit too, but that's sort of the focus. And really what this conversation requires, if the board wants, is an amendment to the county code. And I think the direction that Alex and I would be looking for would be to come back with an ordinance on your regular meeting agenda to amend Title IX of the county code, to either align our parking in the county, in the right-of-way fine structure with sort of the larger fine structure for violations of the county code, I think it would be worthwhile having a conversation with Alex as well today about whether, in addition to that, having the tool of being able to tow a vehicle that is occupying the right of way for some period of time is a helpful tool in getting people to voluntarily move their vehicles. So I'll stop, and if the board wants to ask any questions, or if
Sure.
so.
Patty and then Greg.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for finally getting this in front of us in a public venue. But I do think we need to increase and align our parking ticket fines with what the state, $15, as you said. I mean, I like to come in and pay my rent in parking tickets. So I think we need to do that with something in there with an allowable time before towing would be enacted, because right now we can't. And then we'd have to have some clarification of what that meant. So I definitely think we need to go there. I think as far as language in an ordinance, I would want it to be clear that it would be covering roadways in Pitkin County. So we don't, because that would apply to the county roadways.
Right.
I think that would be the terminology I would be comfortable with. As far as recreational use, yes. I think we need to find a provision that allows for that. And I think it's a huge public safety issue, because if we were to have like an online, just record where you're parking, what your activity, I'm gonna do the 4 mountain hike, or I'm going hunting, here's the date I expect to be back, and if we find that car up there and they're 3 days late, we'll know to go search and rescue.
Correct.
So it's a huge public safety benefit.
Yep.
If we have a way where we could have designated parking areas for recreational use that had a sign that said with a QR code or something, so people could very easily, except to some places you can't get reception, but something so people could document, I'm gonna be gone just for the day, or I'm gonna be gone for 3 days camping, and this is where the area I'm probably gonna be in. So if something happens, we know where to look for people, hunters, all the time.
Definitely.
So that's where I would like to go, and I'm hoping that we can have something come back to us sooner than later, because it's difficult for, like you said, for snow plowing, and we're getting snow already, so we need to make sure that we have people who are parking are safe, but our snowplow removal, our snowplow guys, our road and bridge guys are also safe.
Right.
So I think that those are kind of the direction I think we would like to go.
And just to respond to that really quickly, Patty, thank you. So we actually talked about not creating a permit system, but either reinforcing the messaging about leaving a note in your windshield as to kind of when you're going to be back, times and dates, et cetera, or even going so far as to, you can download a nice like Pitkin County kind of PDF thing you could print out at home, and but working with Allison's team upstairs in community
we can
affairs
figure something
to
out
just
with
figure something out.
something
But I
with
think we're on the
IT.
same page there.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Greg.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was just gonna suggest that, Patty, your register online idea makes sense, and I was about to say, can they post some sort of official note so we know how long they're gonna be there? It seems like we ought to make sure, and you guys have already done this, I'm sure, thought all the different scenarios. If somebody's camping or parked in order to go do a hike in the high country for a few days is one thing. If they're parked to live there, it's another. How do we make the distinction? And I wonder how much can be up to the discretion of whoever is investigating it. Is it clear they're living here, or did they go? And it maybe there's a grace period of some sort, as we talk about. If somebody's can't leave their car there for the winter or for the month or even for a couple weeks, but maybe a few days is, what's the pain tolerance?
Sure.
But if they're obviously living there, do we have the discretion to say 24 hours to be out of here?
The deputies always have the discretion to whether, there's always, it's not black and white. There's always that gray area, right? So, and we use that, and we encourage them to use, they're very intelligent, and we encourage them to use their discretion in many situations when it comes to their role in the community. So yes, the answer to your question is there could be a grace period. I'm not sure it needs to be codified in any way, but allowing the officers and the deputies to use their discretion to determine.
If you find, Dale Will up there,
Yep.
he's got a blown engine in his Triumph, you want to give him a day or so to get it out.
For
of
sure.
Oh, you gotta tow it.
Just tow it.
there, too.
You gotta tow it to my house.
Yeah. But I appreciate that.
Without the high end of, I shouldn't say the high end, without a meaningful enforcement tool, it's hard for deputies to have that more community-oriented conversation. Meaning, I don't want to tow you. I don't want to write you a ticket for $1,000 and you're going to land in county court over here and maybe not be able to pay it. Please move.
Right.
Please find
But
somewhere
they
else
need
to
that,
go.
they need that.
They need the
volume.
backing of the ordinance to give that
Right.
conversation
I
and
support
that
putting
engagement
that
some
together.
teeth. Yeah.
Can I just add to that real quick?
Please, and then Francie.
Yeah, real quick, as far as permitting, quote unquote, that's just the terminology I'm using.
Yeah.
You could always have them enter their license plate, and that's a good tracking
You'd always have a what?
mechanism. License plate. They could
Sure.
enter their
If
license
they're
plate
online.
into a system with the county. They wouldn't have to print something out. They could, here's my license plate, these are the times I'm gonna be gone, this is where I'm going. So the officer could just pull up the license plate in a system. I think we could create something like that without too much headache. So it would be easier for the police officer, for the sheriff's deputy, and for the recreational user to be able to access the backcountry.
If I can
Sorry,
add on
and
to
then
that.
let me
Oh, go ahead.
go to Francie and
I
then
just
I'll
want
come
to
back to
tag
you.
on to what she said.
I'm wondering, you know how in campgrounds, you can stay in a campground for 2 weeks and then you can go to another campground and stay there for 2 weeks, go to another campground, stay there for 2 weeks. So you tell somebody, okay, you've already been here for 2 or 3 days, it's time for you to leave, so they go park somewhere else, and wondering what is the expectation that that kind of situation might occur.
It's a situation that we run into, and we've always run into it, and I think unfortunately that's the nature of the job. The deputies in certain situations just kind of chase somebody around the county as they're moving about. I know, I'm fairly certain, and you may know more about this, but I think the 14-day restriction in the White River National Forest is forest-wide. So you can't go from a campground in the forest to another campground in the forest. You have to have a period of time in between, moving within the boundaries of the White River National Forest. So although I understand the concept, there are some additional restrictions within our local forest itself in terms of that management plan. But I don't know that I have a good answer for you in terms of how, because we would likely just end up kind of bouncing around if that person decides to just bounce around the county and park in different areas.
Greg.
Well, so to tag on to that one first, can we say county-wide when we talk about this rule?
We could bring it back. when we-
And
to the
secondly, I
board.
think it'd be good if people posted some sort of physical note in their vehicle or on their windshield, because often, what if Mountain Rescue shows up, or what if some neighbors come and they're wondering why that car's there? If it's an angry neighbor, a note that just says, "Hey, we're here. We'll be gone soon."
For sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, generally the first step in any investigation for a missing person is go find the car, right? Go find the last known location for the vehicle and see if that car is still there. If it's not there, then they're likely out of the backcountry and just not in cell service. But if it's still there and they're 3 days overdue, that raises the hairs on the back of the neck and the investigation moves forward. But I like the idea of the physical note.
just so anybody passing by, maybe there's even a due date published, so they can say,
Sure.
"Wait a minute, this guy says he's going to be gone 3 days ago. What's up?"
Sure.
It would all be helpful, I guess.
Definitely.
One time I went biking in Moab and I was parked out, I don't know where, somewhere. And I put the sunscreen in my windshield. I put the help sign out by mistake and caused all kinds of havoc. And didn't even know about it till I came out. It was awful.
A SWAT team there surrounding your car.
But
Was there a SWAT
no,
team?
but there were notes and it was bad.
I'm conscious of the fact that we've deviated somewhat from the right-of-way conversation and gone to U.S. Forest Service and BLM, but I think one of the missing parts of the conversation is sort of the analog component, or we're touching on it. Given many parts are remote, the U.S. Forest Service has a decent, tag system with paper copy that you take on your backpack and you leave one in the box on the way in. Is there some sort of blended model? How do we improve the health safety? I know, again, we're getting away from right of way towards backcountry. Is there a Corsair card that could come with this? Like
Possibly.
some other way of sort of improving health, safety, and search and rescue at the same time. And I know we're getting away from the yellow school bus.
What do you mean about analog? What does that mean in this case?
Paper. So I'm sorry about the QR codes, but the joy of when you pull up
Okay,
at
I
the
get it.
Snowmass parking,
Yeah.
or the Snowmass trailhead, is there's a paper and a carbon copy, and you take the paper with you, and you put the carbon copy in the box at the trailhead. And so
Oftentimes the easiest solution is the right solution, right?
Yeah,
So I think
pen and paper.
pen and paper seems to work, and management of systems and databases
yeah,
doesn't exist.
yeah, Patty.
I just don't want to create something that makes it so difficult for somebody who's coming over the pass late at night and they want to pull over because they're tired and, you know, they're pulling over by North Star to sleep.
Yeah.
And because they have something to do the next day here, or they go up and they're going to take a hike for a day and camp out one night. So they go, I have to jump through other hoops. I have to do this. I have to do this. You know, I want to make it so we're still user friendly, but that we're mindful of the people that are abusing the parking, or people who might need to be rescued. So I think having a way for people to register their license plates also gives the deputies the opportunity to say, this is the 5th time your license plates come up, you're bouncing around, and we might have to have some kind of provision in there that says, because it'll be a tracking mechanism.
Sure. Yeah.
So if people register their license plates.
And we do that level of internal tracking already, just within the,
Right.
you know, we're not big enough to where we, you know, they all see each other, all the deputies, and they're always talking. We're sharing information in our internal platforms about this car again, this car was seen over here now it's over here. We're having that conversation
And you
already
do it with
about-
the PD too, and
We do.
Snowmass, which
Yep.
I think is a real benefit to have that communication.
Correct. Yeah.
Rye's thinking,
So
I can hear it.
Rye and then
No,
Francie.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I wasn't envisioning that it be a mandatory requirement to have some kind of paperwork in your vehicle, meaning we engage in a well thought out PR campaign to say, hey, and maybe strategically place paper and pen in locations where people can fill something out in areas where we know there's a high visitor use. But I wouldn't envision a fine necessarily being implemented simply because you don't have a piece of paper on your dashboard.
Correct.
I think that is a good conversation to have out of this, and likely addresses concerns of a vehicle being left for multiple days in a location. To some extent, Patty's hypothetical of somebody driving over the pass, that's partially your deputy discretion type of thing. You know, if a deputy comes up on a vehicle along Highway 82 at 8 o'clock in the morning and somebody says, I just woke up from driving over the pass and I had to rest because I was going to fall asleep, I can't imagine one of the deputies is going to write a ticket to that individual. But if the deputy comes back 2 days later and the person's still living there in the vehicle,
Right.
then the conversation's a little bit different, I'd
Exactly.
imagine.
And it's not the people that are recreating in the backcountry or hunting for 4 or 5 days that are really the issue. I mean, I love the conversation that we're trying to create the provision and the exception for, so that we're not, we're not dissuading people to come and recreate in our backcountry. But that's not the intent. That's not how this conversation really started, right?
So do you have a recommendation regarding the fine amount or the teeth that you need to put in this, first of all? And then second of all, I would love to have a conversation about, if a skier is on an American road trip in a camper van and wants to park at the Buttermilk lot to experience skiing in Aspen for a day or two, to me, that's forgivable. Within reason, if they want to park at Brush Creek for a night or two and have that sort of category, it'd be nice to be able to accommodate them because people do that.
This isn't going to apply to the parking lots.
Right, I know. I want to have that conversation another time. But just thinking, yet again, it's another one of these things. If they're living there versus passing through a couple nights in the van, there ought to be a way to accommodate because that's kind of a traditional thing. And I don't know if it's worth going there, but I wanted to bring it up.
Alex and then Francie. Francie's next.
I'm good.
I'm a little concerned that we seem to be verging on discrimination in favor of people who hunt and hike as compared to other people. And I'm a little concerned about that. Okay, well, you can park on the roadway as long as you leave a note that says you're going hunting, rather than you're
live
doing
here.
a part-time job for the ski area at such and such. So
Sure.
I'm a little concerned about that. And I'm also wondering what happens, like, if you're not parking on the right-of-way, but you're parking in a trailhead parking lot and you're living there. So what enables you to give tickets there? Like, for instance, the Crown, what's it called? The Crown parking lot over where I live.
Bullpen or whatever. Yeah.
It just looks like such a perfect place to camp because you got a toilet there and, you can access trails all the time and it's not up in Aspen, so it's not patrolled as regularly. And so anyway, I'm just wondering what is that? And then the third thing I wanted to say is our conversation sounds a little bit exclusive and punitive at the same time, and I don't want Pitkin County to be either of those things. So that's where I'm at.
I'll jump in.
Sure, yeah.
I'll go with some of that. First, the distinction between some of the locations where we designate parking, like the Prince Creek parking. I call it the bullpen.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's the bullpen.
the bullpen. That's a county-owned property, similar to Brush Creek or Buttermilk. And in those circumstances, we act more like you and I with our house. And if somebody's parked in our driveway, you can call the sheriff or a tow truck and say, hey, I want this person out of here. What we typically do in those locations is we make rules that are either unique to the particular parking lot in question or sort of county-wide how we treat those types of areas, meaning we'll designate them for parking but no overnight parking or something like that. And if somebody violates the no overnight parking in a location like the bullpen, I don't know what the regulations are for that, but I would say that if there were a sign that said no overnight parking, or that's how we manage that area, then it would be within the scope of our authority to tow the vehicle from that location if it was parked overnight. So you wouldn't have a situation like the right-of-way where, and part of it's the absurdity of the conversation we're having, and it drives towards your treating everyone fairly type of thing, because you could be parked in the bullpen and not being able to stay overnight and be subject to being towed, but you could literally be in the next pull-off down Prince Creek Road and living in your vehicle day after day after day after day after day for $15 a day, and neither the sheriff nor anyone else in the county really has any ability to do anything about that other than go stick a $15 parking violation on your windshield every day.
And how do you pay that? You mail it in, or
You
what
can
if you
pay-
don't pay it?
Citations can be paid now online through our website.
Okay.
So that's part of that conversation, and I guess that drives towards the discriminatory aspect of this. I think there's good and rational basis for treating somebody occupying the right-of-way for lengthy periods of time different than somebody who's leaving their vehicle in the right-of-way for either a less lengthy period of time or a similarly lengthy period of time. Meaning somebody that's living in the right-of-way for 2 weeks, there are impacts attendant with that, which we can talk about, that are different than the person that leaves their vehicle in the right-of-way for 2 weeks, leaves their vehicle and goes and spends 2 weeks in the backcountry doing the 4-pass loop or something like that. And simply that has, in my mind at least, and Alex can probably expound upon this a little bit, the difference is the lack of a person living there.
Right.
You don't have somebody
In the
bathing
vehicle.
and showering and eating and there 24 hours a day in that location. That is a different level of impact, whether it be on the roadway itself, the county property, or the surrounding community, than having somebody going out to the public lands for 2 weeks.
Yeah, the use
It
of
takes you 2 weeks to do the
That wasn't.
the loop trail.
Well, maybe
you've
they're
got a
taking their
problem.
maybe they went
time.
maybe
you
they
know?
went the long way around.
Take me 2 weeks.
They did it 6 times.
But the use of a vehicle as a residence or a primary residence is as Rye said, I think is the distinction, right? Because when you have someone that parks their car for recreation and goes, they're not there. When they're living there, you've alluded to it, but there's human waste. There's there's food waste, there's trash, there's resource damage, there's all sorts of things that come along with the use of that vehicle in the immediate area as a residence. That is part of what we're trying to address here. Parking and using that area as your house essentially.
And how common is that?
I'd say it's fairly common.
What does that mean? Like 2 a year or 200 a year? I mean,
Well, we have one that's been here for months. One individual that's been here for almost a year, I think.
At least a year.
year.
Probably.
And there are others that have been that we've had come and go. They come and they'll park for 6 months, and I can get you actual. I don't know how I dig it up, but I can get you actual. It might be
it's
anecdotal,
not
but it's not.
necessary, but
It's not
I mean-
data, but it does happen. It is. We have people that park along the state highway and up in the Crystal. Some of those pull-offs that are quite large, they'll be there for weeks, if not months. And the one that we're talking about specifically right now, he's been here for almost a year, or at least a year, and there have been others for sure.
Patty?
I want to be very careful with you were saying, Francie, about discriminating with hunters and recreational users versus somebody who has a job. I do not want to encourage people to drive through town to park on county roadways so they can use it as a work parking lot.
Right.
Because then if we make that part of it, you can park there to go to work, we're going to have cars lining our county right-of-ways with people who, especially with the city shrinking their downtown parking or increasing their parking costs or whatever, they're going to look at it as a free way to park and jump on their bike or have somebody, hitchhike into town or whatever. And I don't want it to be utilized, the right-of-ways to be utilized for worker parking.
Francie, with a follow-up.
Yeah, I have another question. So if people are going to go hunting or hiking or whatever, cross-country skiing, whatever it is they're doing, in the backcountry, and they just park along a roadway instead of in a parking lot at a trailhead, what about the access to the backcountry that they're using that is like off-trail? I mean, how are they getting where they're going if they're not at a trailhead?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah.
There's a lot of unsigned trails and
Well, that's true.
little
There's access
ways
and
to get
easements.
into all sorts of places. But technically, if they're not in a signed location where that's been designated for parking, they have violated the county code.
Right.
Now, this is where I hear the concerns about being overly punitive. My inclination, and maybe I'm wrong about this, is that hopefully it's something that we put into effect that isn't used very often. Just like our current regulations with respect to parking, I think most locations where people park to access the backcountry for recreation, even some of the locations closer into town for various activities, are not necessarily creating problems that are addressed through a fine or a conversation even with a deputy. It's when it either the volume becomes so high in one location that it creates a safety hazard, or when somebody is occupying one of these spaces for such a lengthy period of time that it's becoming, as Alex said, an impact on the resource, an impact on the surrounding homeowners. That's where the code falls short, in my opinion, which drives a little bit towards Greg's question about what's staff's recommendation to do about this. And I'm happy to go into that, but
Well, I guess part of my concern about this conversation is the ambiguity between, if we write all these exceptions, well, if you leave a note in your car, then it's okay if you stay there. And if you do this, I'm confused about the ambiguity of this
I think there was
situation.
my intent was not necessarily to have the exceptions codified in the ordinance, but more programmatic in the sense of how we address the issues. That there could be, along with the change to the code, there could be a public outreach and community affairs kind of programmatic, element to this that says, hey, we want you to come here, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to set these, whether it's a database or it's a piece of paper with a pen or whatever whatever form it takes. I don't know that it needs to be necessarily written into the ordinance. per se, but it was more of a demonstration of we're not just thinking of this from a punitive standpoint. We're trying to think of this more comprehensively and kind of holistically, and saying that there are justified or potentially justified uses for when you can park or able to park your vehicle in a designated area, and there were these other things that came along with it.
And a lot of jurisdictions that have tackled this issue or similar issues have have created a distinction between parking and then occupying or
Living,
camping or living
Right.
in the right of way, so that there is some distinction between those things.
I think that would be that when we do bring this back in front of you for consideration to the change to the code, that distinction would be written into it, that there is a very clear delineation between parking and residing or living, whatever that verbiage that RIDE decides to put in there.
Is the Dinkle Lake Road a county road?
It is.
Sorry?
Is the Dinkle Lake Road a county road?
Pretty certain it is, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Further questions for Alex or Ryan?
No, I just appreciate this coming forward. I think the people up in my district in the east of Aspen are going to be very happy to see us actually taking action on what they perceive as a problem in their neighborhood.
So,
Where are we?
Ryan, yeah, so Ryan, going back to
Well,
the question,
foreshadowing.
the question in front of us was an amendment to county code and bringing back an ordinance with an update to Title IX, and you had some staff recommendations you want to outline.
Well, really the direction that I would like to hear today is whether the board is interested in bringing this back in the form of a potential amendment to the county code, which would be a legislative act of the BoCC that would be done through an ordinance. We would have this conversation again, probably more in depth at that time. But there would be some language in front of you that would help provide some parameters to the discussion. For example, we'd have a definition of, parking, which may not need to be defined, but we'd have a distinction between parking and camping or occupying the right-of-way, so that we have those things in front of the board. And then there it is, a jumping off point to discuss whether we want to align the fine schedule with what is in the code now for other violations of the road maintenance and management plan, or whether we want to do that and add a towing element to that, whether we want to create a different fine schedule, or that's the conversation, and we can be more prepared to have that discussion when there's actual language, county code language in front of you. If that is something the board is interested in doing, then we'd bring back the conversation in the form you're used to. A regular meeting, AIS that Alex and I can both work on, some additional data, a proposed ordinance with language, amending the county code to address this issue. And then we can have the conversation again with that language in front of you all, so that some of the hypotheticals we talked about today, which are helpful because it will craft what a draft of this legislation would look like, are in front of you at the time. So that would be my preference, would be to get some direction to bring this back, and then we can suss out some of these issues at that time.
Thumbs up from here.
I think we're comfortable with that. I think one of the delineations I heard today that I would love clarity in the AIS is, to Francie's point of sort of the rural recreational resort economy, and then protecting health, safety, welfare. So if there's a legislative act, we'd say, we're worried about trash on the side of the road, and this is the legislative action. And I think we keep intermixing them in this conversation. And the other one, just sort of dotting the I, would be, if this Public Works became the dumping area for school buses. So where would you actually, do we even have a tow truck in this county?
We do.
And where would they go? Yeah.
Sean's towing.
Sean's
Brush
talking,
Creek.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Bullpen.
So we would love for you to dot the i's, and I think a clearer, what would help in terms of the public conversation would be clarify that health, safety, welfare versus recreational opportunities and that sort of happenstance that we like.
Sure.
That we could just park on the side of the road and go fish, and there's an easement, but the sheriff doesn't know there's a fishing easement there, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, those anecdotes. So I realize some of this falls into discretion, but it feels like we need to solidify a few of those examples.
Sounds good.
Discretion fails when there aren't solid bookends around that discretion.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It's true.
Patty?
I think we're moving in the right direction. I think we've given staff, Rye,
And Alex.
and Alex and the rest of the department enough information that we'd like to see come back in a ordinance at first reading for us to really fine tune. And I look forward to that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks for the discussion.
I just don't feel like we really have anything specific to react to until you bring us something.
For sure. Right.
I know, Rye, you understand my concern about writing more code
Yep.
and having more fines and more requirements and all of that, but let me see it.
Sure.
Let me see what you
I'm
do.
happy to bring it back.
And the back end on a lot of this is that writing the fine is this first step in a due process that involves most likely the county court next door. So there is always the opportunity that for an individual to come in and say this fine should not be applied for reason X, Y, or Z in this circumstance. So it's not, the ticket is not the end of the conversation in the event that there is a legitimate.
And what if you can't afford the fine?
Well, that's part of the conversation as well. I do think it provides some ability to have, and this is true of fines for low-level offenses, not just in Pickens County, but statewide and around the country. There's a possibility that things like fines can result in somebody ending up in the county jail because they're not able to pay the fine.
Exactly.
And nobody wants to see that situation. Nobody wants to see somebody in jail because they can't pay a fine,
Especially a parking fine.
especially a parking fine.
And
I
so
think
what is
part of that conversation and providing a tool in that tool chest of the ability to have a conversation with somebody that says, I don't want to write you a fine, but if you're here in a day, then your vehicle could be subject to being towed, I think would often result in individuals exercising their own decision-making to maybe find another place to move their vehicle so that you don't have a fine.
I also want to be clear that this conversation is not an example or indicative of a shift in the philosophy of the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. The philosophy, as it has remained for decades, is well and intact. And I think this is simply a change and an update to an outdated ordinance that would give the deputies, when necessary, an opportunity to impose a citation. But by and large, we use our ability to engage with the public and communicate and use our abilities of discretion to come up with creative solutions more than we cite people. And I want to make sure that this is not a shift in the philosophy that we're just going to go out and, as we say, hang paper on people. We're going to still go out and engage with our citizens, and we're going to engage with our visitors and have these conversations, and oftentimes use discretion, but also use the tool as a mechanism in that discretion.
Thank you for that.
Well said.
I think we can end on that. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate your
Thanks,
time.
guys.
Thank you, Rye.
Thank you.
We're 14 minutes early. Would you like to talk budget?
Yes, can I have just a couple minutes? I should have been paying more attention just to get online here.
So grassroots, we're going to take 5 as John is going to learn PowerPoint.
Is this our packet information?
Good morning. It is still Tuesday, October 14th, just before 11. We're a little ahead of schedule, and we are switching to budget priorities with John Peacock and Connie Baker on assist.
All right, thanks, Jeffrey. And this is a little bit out of order different from what we've done with past budgets, but we thought before we presented the 2026 budget and 5-year plan, we wanted to spend a little bit of time doing more context setting because we are in unusual times right now, and it is affecting how we're planning for the budget and what is going to be in front of you today. And it's going to require this board throughout this process. There may be some conversation about it today, but I think it's going to emerge throughout this budget process to really hone in on what your priorities are, because while every budget is attended with more asks than our budget can carry, our revenues can carry, I think this year is going to be, in the next 5+ years, are going to be exceptional in terms of that challenge. And so what we wanted to talk about a little bit is that context, what's happening at the state and federal level, where we're seeing risks, how those risks are likely to manifest. And this will not be comprehensive in terms of the number of asks you're likely to get and where they're going to come from, but we've tried to focus in areas that align with county priorities. But want to talk about that, but within the context of I've gotten questions from board members like, what are our mandates, versus what's discretionary? I want to talk about that, but it's going to be at the 50,000 foot level. Talk about some of the state and federal budget cuts and where we see programmatically for the county, where we have risk and when some of those risks are likely to be realized, where some of our nonprofit partners and federal partners like our land management agencies fit within that. So you can start to think about within this budget, how does this body want to prioritize the limited resources that we're able to set aside? So that's the goal. If I can get this to change, there we go. So, and that really is going to be, I think, one of the major themes of this year's budget. We talked about it before. This is taking a little bit deeper dive, but how are you going to balance the needs and desires of this community with what's happening with federal land management and nonprofit funding and human services funding with the state and federal cuts that we're seeing. The House Bill 1 on the federal side is going to have significant impacts over the next several years. We'll talk about that in more detail as we get into this. And we're already seeing immediate impacts, right, from state budget issues, not all of which are driven by the federal budget. In some cases, it's driven by Tabor restrictions and those sorts of things. But we've already seen $140 million go. So key issues that we're going to be touching on, and you already know all of these, right? We've been talking about them. But you have federal land management. We rely on appropriations. Over 80% of our land is in national forest, right? And so we rely heavily on our federal land management partner, particularly the Forest Service, not only to manage those resources as we deal with recreational impacts and such, but for wildfire suppression, wildfire prevention. We have the payment in lieu of taxes, which is an offset for lost property taxes. Right now, we are anticipating that being fully funded. Is that going to survive future budget cuts? These are all.
talk a little bit more about that?
Payment in
Payment,
lieu
yeah.
of taxes. PILT is a payment that's been made by the federal government to local governments that have federal lands within their jurisdiction. It's mostly west of the Mississippi, as we know. And it is to offset, because the federal government does not pay property tax, doesn't pay tax on the value of federal lands within a jurisdiction, but it can drive costs for a local jurisdiction in terms of infrastructure and services and attracting. It's a lot of what drives our local economy, but it's also a lot of what drives a population that requires additional services, whether it be the roads that we drive on, or human services, or law enforcement and public safety services. So in recognition of that, the federal government has appropriated funds into this payment in lieu of taxes
Thank you.
program that replaces, usually not 100%. We've gotten, but we've been doing better on it more recently than we have in the past, but it relies on federal tax
And
dollars.
where do those revenues go?
They go into our general fund.
Okay,
And
thank
so
you.
you'll see those. Connie will probably highlight those now
Yeah,
when,
thank you.
when she does the presentation.
And there is a move at the state level to also have, one of CCI's priorities was to compensate communities that have large state land on a similar axis
Similar.
as built. Yeah,
Of which we don't have very much.
yeah, we have.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we can anticipate nonprofit service disruptions. Oops, do I need a lifeline already? Oh, okay.
On the side.
Like, I haven't even gotten into the details.
Scared
yet.
of her.
I just know she knows more than I do. So, nonprofit service disruptions, nationally, roughly 9 to 10% of nonprofit revenues come from federal sources. Depending on the service that's being provided, it can be much higher. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail coming up. But we are going to have nonprofits that are significantly impacted by cuts at the state and federal level. And as we'll see, they don't have a lot of places to go. Philanthropy and local government. We anticipate seeing increased local match burdens coming up for federal either pass-throughs or grants. We don't know exactly where those are going to be hitting. We can anticipate some of those in the human services space. Timing and cash flow challenges, we're seeing this in some of our big projects, right? That's going to be a big conversation for us, particularly as we're relying on federal funds for major capital, and every agency is getting more and more stretched, that there's fewer dollars from other sources to go around. And then critical programs like Medicaid, SNAP, disaster assistance through FEMA, infrastructure grants, these are all going to be vulnerable going forward and will have impacts on us. So before going in and talking about specific services and some of the nonprofit impacts, how we might be viewing those, just want to talk at a really high level about mandates. You all have heard this before. We're one of very few, 2 home rule counties really in the state, not including the cities and counties of Denver and Broomfield. But that doesn't confer any additional authority on us to determine what we are required to do or not required to do. It's a little bit different than municipal home rule. It just gives us some ability around how we organize to provide mandated services, and you'll see how that expresses itself here in a second. Under the Colorado Constitution, counties must provide for core officers or positions: the sheriff, clerk, assessor, treasurer, coroner, and surveyor. And statutory counties, those are elected positions. That's not necessarily the case in home rule counties like ours. And we've got to provide for a set of core services. So, core officers and records, you have your clerk and recorder conducting all elections, public records, deeds, vital documents, and acts as DMV agent for titling and registration. That's mandated. Treasurer, public trustee, custodian of county revenues, it's who we write our check to, responsible for tax collection, disbursement, and foreclosure functions, not just for us as a county government, but for other political subdivisions that fall within our boundaries. So all the special districts, school districts, municipalities, those sorts of things, with the exception of sales tax collections and whatnot. Most counties, that's also an elected position. In our case, it's a appointed position, and our finance director acts as that and gets a really long title as a result. Assessors, mandated function, lists and values all taxable property to establish the tax base. Sheriff maintains a jail. We're required to provide for that service. Overseeing custody of, should be inmates. They're not technically prisoners, sorry, in a county jail, and provides law enforcement functions. Coroner obviously investigates deaths. That's an appointed, not an elected position in Pickens County also. And then a surveyor is another constitutional officer here that's appointed as needed by the board.
You mean not on staff?
Yeah. Mandated services. You have justice and public safety. We've got to provide and maintain a jail. There are limited exceptions for very small populations. We do not fall within that. And then we're required to share funding. The district attorney's office within our judicial district, you'll be seeing that come up in the budget. Public health and human services. Every county has to maintain or participate in a local public health agency. That can be multi-jurisdictional or not. And there are core public health services that were last updated, I want to say 2000, it's either 8 or 18. I need to go look at that now. But they changed to a population health model from more of a clinical model at that point. And then we have to administer a human services department to deliver state and federally funded programs, including TANF, Colorado Works, SNAP, eligibility, child welfare, and adult protective services. Those are mandates.
Question.
Yes.
Make sure I'm turned on. There's always talk about unfunded mandates. In situations like this, we're required to deliver these and to have these departments, especially public health and human services. Yet I get the impression that there are more unfunded mandates or underfunded mandates. Are we expected to fill in the gap, or can we decide to decrease the amount of money spent and reduce the size of the organization? Are those choices we have, or do we not have a choice?
So you're beating me to a punchline, because while we can talk about mandates, what is not necessarily specified, there are exceptions to this, but generally service levels are not mandated, right? And so you'll see differences in how counties. Now, we do have standards we have to meet, right, in human services for accuracy and timeliness that kind of fall into mandates there, and that does become a staffing issue. And as administrative staffing dries up, Greg, that's going to be exactly one of the dilemmas this board is going to have to face, and is anticipated with a pending position in human services around eligibility, trying to understand what those impacts are. And that's going to be a policy decision by this board as to what service level you want to maintain. So it's not black and white, it's not cut and dry. But do you have to provide the service? Yes. Are there standards set for some of these services? Absolutely. There's jail standards that have been set. there's human services standards that have been set. The wildfire code that's coming to us has requirements that have been set for communities to meet. There isn't necessarily commensurate funding attached with that, right? It becomes a local responsibility, and you all decide how well are you going to do it. Is that?
Yeah, that helps. Thanks.
Yeah. Emergency management, that is a mandate that we either establish or participate. We're not required to ever own emergency manager, but we have to be participating within an emergency management agency, whether that's multi-jurisdictional. In this case, in most cases, counties are taking on that role. Road and bridge, we're responsible for maintaining a county highway system and maintaining and funding a road and bridge fund. And then land use and planning, we're required to adopt a master plan and have authority over zoning. Obviously, there's a lot of detail under all of this, but these are the broad strokes of what's mandated. And the key issue is the one that you anticipated, Greg, which is, so what are the service levels, right? That's the challenge.
Right.
Discretionary or allowed services. And I think this is really important because we kind of flip the triangle in my mind here. If you think about mandated services being at the base, where do we really spend most of our time and resources? I think it's mostly at these discretionary or allowed services, and examples of those, affordable housing and workforce housing initiatives are not mandates. We've made them such by getting voter-approved tax, right? Transit contributions to RAFTA and mobility programs are not mandated, but we do have a voter-approved tax again through sales tax to pay for those. Open space acquisition and maintenance, not mandated, except that we've gone to voters to do that. Climate and sustainability programs, everything that we're doing around electrification, solar, greenhouse gas reduction, whether it be through the efforts we're making in community planning and codes to our own infrastructure projects. None of that is mandated. That was you may consider that, Greg, a service level discussion that was made when the board declared a climate emergency.
Hopefully it won't be forbidden soon.
Hopefully it won't be forbidden soon. Behavioral health and community health clinics, a lot of the work that we've done around mental health, a lot of the work that we've done around healthcare costs and accessibility, none of that is required. That's mandated. Airport, we're not required to have an airport, and this body doesn't have to be the governing body for the airport, but that's a discretionary piece that we've taken on. And then we do an exceptional amount of nonprofit funding through the Healthy Community Fund and General Fund. All of that is discretionary, even though it may not feel like it in terms of community need.
So under climate sustainability programs, you have no funding mechanism. I'm assuming it should just be general fund.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. I should probably amend that a little bit, but what we've tried to do is incorporate that as a priority into each of the funds. And so, for example, the airport fund, we are focusing on net zero terminal and electrification and such as part of our infrastructure improvements, but you're right, where we're drawing things right now is where we're challenged is the general fund. And then we have some REMP funding that is a constant conversation, which is operates a lot like an impact fee, even though I don't think we're considering it as one. But we are drawing on all funds in different areas to do this. But what that means is doing a net zero terminal and electrifying and developing alternative fuels for the airport means that project costs more than it does in a community that
Right,
doesn't.
but it comes out of the enterprise fund.
That comes out of the enterprise
Whereas just the
fund.
general electrification, et cetera, doesn't have a voter-approved tax or
That's
tax
correct.
fund, doesn't have healthy community fund qualifications, it
That's
comes
correct.
out, and we've relied on grants, which we know have gone away for
Correct.
the green stuff, so it will be general fund.
That's correct.
All except for the library, which would be the library fund, right? The electrification we do there.
We're covering a
We're
lot of that
split,
gap with
yeah,
general fund.
Right.
Yeah. Because of the expense. The library fund wasn't set up. It was set up to provide
capital.
library services and such. It wasn't set up for exceptional capital when we're doing research and development here for us and the rest of the state.
But some of the expenses that we incur for climate and sustainability programs are dispersed in departments that are also engaged in those activities.
Correct.
Like open space and trails, for
Correct.
instance, yeah.
Correct.
Right, but capital things,
Right.
the bigger things come out of general
Yeah.
fund.
Well, and I think if I were to reframe a little bit that discussion, it's the general fund has a really broad set of responsibilities. And so when we exercise this discretion, we're putting that in competition with some of these other needs that we're going to talk about, whether it's covering food security or how the general fund transfers more property tax revenues into the human services fund. I think that's maybe, is that kind of what you're
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
get at? Yep. And that's true. And that's what makes these choices hard. I'm going to send you this. I don't want to necessarily, but I want to give you some examples. And I have like 10 slides like this that I really want to read to you, but
You send it to the press also, so he's,
he has to ask for it
All
now.
please.
But John, can I go back to that last slide for just a sec with
This one.
nonprofit funding? What nonprofits do we fund out of general fund other than the BoCC discretionary fund, where BoCC will support a nonprofit with a specific request?
And I'm calling my first lifeline.
Connie, did you hear
last
my
week.
question to John?
We actually support a number of entities through the general fund, and I'm trying to think of some. What comes to my mind first is not necessarily nonprofits, but the board is committed for school resource officer and mental health funding for other school districts. That is now an ongoing general fund expense of around $100,000 a year. Contribution to Aspen Fire Department for their wildfire camera system, which is now, and that's in the $34,000
Yeah, but those aren't
range.
nonprofits.
Redstone Historical, was that funding from the general fund? Or
No,
it was from
Parks.
Parks, wasn't it? Okay.
No.
I can't think of any nonprofits.
So we've tried to centralize most of that nonprofit funding either in special revenue funds. So you have like the Independence Pass Foundation, right, which gets help through
Healthy
open
community.
space and
And
Healthy Community Fund. We've focused a lot of it on Healthy Community Fund on the operations side. I think what this board started to experience this last year, and is going to accelerate, is capital funding, which is not eligible for Healthy Community Fund. And so you've seen more folks either coming in for capital or fundraising, so whether it be
Or matching funds for grants that they get, that kind
or
of stuff.
matching funds for grants, and some of those you funded, for example, Response, Lift Up. There was a larger ask. You funded a smaller portion of that. BoCC's,
Epic.
thank you. I was going to say they go under a different
But
name
it's not
now.
a regular, it's a one-time request by
Discretionary.
different
Yeah,
entities.
and it's something that's been fairly recent for this board to go outside of that Healthy Community Fund. I could be wrong, and this is part of what the discussion needs to be with this body, is the
A little bit.
Francie, you're going the wrong way.
the
Okay, there you go.
the pressures, I think, for funding outside of the Healthy Community Fund grant cycle and outside of the Healthy Community Fund capacity is going to increase as nonprofits experience either decreased revenues because of the cuts that are happening at the state and federal level, or increased service demands because of folks falling off of programs like SNAP or what
Which
have you.
could mean that if X nonprofit requested $10 million from the Healthy Community Fund, we could only give them $100. We could come back in and backfill out of the general fund.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just giving an example, wildly example.
yeah, and just to preview the conversation and why the detail maybe isn't as important now as knowing the scope of risk that's out there, is that we very much believe that the asks that are going to come this board's way are greatly going to outstrip the resources.
Just reading the article today about what Denver's having to do.
Mm-hmm.
Their $200 million deficit they're anticipating in 26.
City or the county?
City and county. I don't know if it's
City and
one
county,
and the
yeah.
same. They're doing furloughs and layoffs and big hits now for 26 budget. And they're not looking at, they're looking at covering huge, anticipating the need to cover huge deficits created by the lack of funding that we have received in the past from other entities.
We believe with that we're in better shape than a lot of our front range partners just by our economic base here, but we're still going to be pressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So when I send this out, and again, I don't think we need to go into a whole lot, but these are divided into two different tables. One is kind of human services and health kind of programs. We think those are going to be most directly impacted right away. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the key nonprofits so you can kind of see how that, again, I think these types of matrices are going to do nothing but expand as we experience the impacts of the federal and state budget cuts. But there's a lot of focus here really on Medicaid and SNAP. And what's, I think, really important here is to talk a little bit about what the likelihood of realizing impacts are, kind of what the impacts are of that funding based on what we know right now, and how difficult it's going to be to replace from other sources or expect to be replaced. So it's just kind of a high level, how risky is this, and if it's likely to be realized, is there a replacement? And so basically Medicaid administration, and you're going to see this throughout eligibility, and you're going to see it in the budget presentation. Why do we have pending positions in human services? It's because of this. We're trying to anticipate what are going to be the impacts on funding, and not just that, the workload on the other side, because one of the ways that the federal government is anticipating realizing all of these savings is that fewer people will qualify to be eligible, right? You're going to have people falling off the rolls. There's going to be a lot of pressure on all counties to have more accurate and be processing more volume of information for eligibility on programs.
Jeffrey, and
Please,
can
Patty.
those requests, I've read through most, but not all, it was a lot of 500 and something pages to try and read in 2 days or 3 days.
See, I did 15, Connie did 500.
I know, Connie, thank you so much but I would like to have a hard copy of this to put in the binder, but that would be great.
Yeah.
Can we plan or talk about, I'm gonna just, mark this for discussion, these requests for positions to deal with this that's in front of us on your slide as a one-year basis, because we don't know what might happen in 26, let alone 27 or 28 with the, change in who's elected and who's not.
And you'll see in some cases, we're actually not proposing them yet. We're putting them on the radar screen.
I saw
so that
one
we
so
can,
far
yeah,
for economic assistance, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. But it was had no term limit to it, I don't believe.
No, it was not proposed with a term limit, but I think that could be up
That
for
could be part of the
discussion.
discussion. I
Yes.
would like to have that.
That's going to be a board conversation
Maybe
around
the
these
world will
things.
change, and I'm going to have my optimism here,
I know, you're always more optimistic than me, Patty.
trying to balance that.
So at any rate, SNAP is going to have significant implications. That you'll see that come up when we talk about nonprofit. Similarly, things to be paying attention to: indigent care and jail medical services, homeless services and emergency assistance. In terms of the indigent care, because of the relationship to Medicaid, we're seeing that there's a high likely that as the uninsured population goes up, the uncompensated care that we're responsible for generally goes up with it. So we're going to likely start seeing some impacts depending on what happens with that sort of thing. You get into some, more medium or moderate fiscal impact with homeless services, child welfare and adult protection, some of the nutritional programs and educational programs. So they're not all high, so that's good. In terms of nonprofits, some things to think about. These are all kind of in the public health side right now, or health, community health services. We're seeing a lot of theirs because of the funding source being at high risk with high replacement difficulty. So I think we're going to continue to see requests coming in to either backfill or for the community to experience service level
Can I
changes.
ask you to define, Jeffrey, what do you mean by replacement difficulty?
Yeah, thanks for asking that, Patty. It's other sources that they might be able to turn to. So do they have a high likelihood of
Getting philanthropic
filling with
dollars or
state
something.
funds or philanthropic dollars?
I meant if we let it go this year, would it be hard to replace it next year? But you mean the funds themselves would be difficult to replace?
For the nonprofit themselves, yeah. So when you see high risk level, high replacement difficulty, the way I read that is we're very likely to get an ask along those lines.
Okay,
Does that
yeah,
make sense?
yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So a lot of what Community Health Services is doing, and they are a key partner in us providing some of our core public health services. We're anticipating there's going to be needs and needs that probably go beyond just meeting those core public health services that y'all will have to wrestle with. Planned Parenthood, that's Glenwood, Pitkin, for lots of reasons. They're on high. And I think we can anticipate seeing asks to backfill there. Same with Mountain Family Health Centers. We're in a little bit different relationship with them through an interagency agreement with Aspen Valley Hospital and Eagle County and ourselves. But as Medicaid, as uninsured rates go up, whether it be from Medicaid or if we lose the tax credits in the health insurance exchange, you're going to see more uncompensated care going to places like Mountain Family Health, and they're going to need more subsidy to deal with it. And so we're seeing all of these as high replacement difficulty. They don't have a lot of other places to go, and high risk level right now. In terms of substance and mental health, it's just not looking real good again. You know, we're seeing the SAMHSA funding, which is coming through state and federal block grants, being at risk. And I apologize. I've totally lost what the VOCA and VAWA acronyms are for. I'll have to look those up. Thank you. See, Connie? All of these right now, you know, there's medium to high dependence on these sources and medium to high risk level associated with them going away. But again, we know that mental health is probably underfunded even when these things are funded at 100%. And so that's going to be, I think, a pressure point that this board is going to feel. And sorry I'm going through these maybe too quickly here, but
Perfect.
in terms of youth programs and such, again, River Bridge, Youth Zone, family visitor programs, we see all of these having some funding risk associated with them from federal and state cuts.
What's River Bridge? Is that a new name for an old organization?
It's the
I'm
It's,
just not familiar with
think
it.
it's
Kind
not
of for a while.
response. Yeah, can you?
It's a
Let
new
us get
name for
back
an old
here.
organization?
We've been conflating so much information right now, Patty.
Is that
It's,
one I'm just not familiar with?
yeah, it's Riverbridge Center, and it's I think it's advocacy,
get back
abuse
to me.
advocacy. Yeah. Food, right? Lift Up, Harvest for Hunger, Senior Service. You've already seen these requests coming in. The
Victims of child abuse and sexual
Victims of Child Abuse and Sexual Assault is Riverbridge.
Where
Thank
are they,
you.
for River Bridge? Where are they out of?
Glenwood, yeah. But they provide services throughout the valley. We do see that replacement under normal conditions, that these agencies usually have more success with philanthropic kind of fundraising efforts and such. I think Lift Up right now is a special case because of the capital kind of obligations that they took on. Have put them in a really difficult position that may make that philanthropic fundraising a little bit more difficult. But there tends to be more opportunity for other funding sources in the food security space. But again, if you have SNAP benefits going away and increased demand on all these services, we think some of that's going to flow back to you all. So again, not an exhaustive list. We could keep doing these for the 70 nonprofits. I think what you would find, though, is, and this is going to be something that we will bring back to you with the Healthy Community Fund and looking at changes to it potentially, is do we want to focus those resources more on critical human service and health needs, or do we want to keep it as broad as it's been funding? Because I think as you go down the list, you'll see we get into more and more discretionary kind of services, right?
How much money's in the Healthy Community Fund every year?
It's about $4 million, I believe.
Thank you.
So, in terms of what, this was more of a tee up. It's not a happy tee up, I know, but it's more of a tee up for the budget conversations that we're going to be getting into this afternoon. If you've read the proposed budget, you see that county staff is proposing a budget strategy around this, which is to set aside a chunk of fund balance, about 1.5 million, that we would anticipate would be dispersed at the discretion of this board over the next 3 years to at least try and provide a glide path. It is not an ongoing revenue source for these things.
It's a one-time 1.4 million?
It's one time right now as the budget is constructed right now. It's not a lot. If we want more in the operating budget, though, we're going to have to go back and look at those discretionary services and mandated service levels And we're gonna need some direction about what this board would wanna cut back on in order to fund these other things. That's the tough discussion at the end of the day. So, you know, we're calling, what did we name it? I gave you like 50 names. I forget which one you chose.
We should send that email to the board. John came up with a lot of interesting names, but I think we're calling it the BoCC Stabilization Fund.
Okay.
that's a good
Well, that
one.
was a safe one. Yeah.
good
But I came up with some that would play more profoundly in the press, probably.
Yeah,
but-
that's an I like it, but I'm just not sure who we're trying to stabilize in the BOCC.
Well, that,
Desperation.
and that's the question to you guys.
I mean, are
right?
you talking about stabilizing us?
Oh.
Or, yeah, I'm
Well,
just being
and that
facetious.
is the question, right? Because one of the things you're going to see is we're suggesting a really significant drawdown of projected fund balance, still healthy over the 5 years, right? But we're projecting a large drawdown of fund balance. That drawdown is less significant if you don't do something like this.
The blue part of the bar.
Correct, the blue part of the bar. And so we are recommending, you know, putting this together to backfill priority services that are defunded, but we're going to need some direction from this body about what those priority services are and how those dollars should be spent. In terms of the budget approval, if you want to grow that pot or you want to make it ongoing, it's a different conversation. If it's that 1.5 million is what this board can support, then we're going to recommend spending more time on figuring out how you want to disperse that pot. We would recommend not doing it until the second quarter because we want to make sure our revenue projections, which are more optimistic than our front range partners and a lot of even other entities within our own valley. We think they're responsible, but we also think it'd be responsible to get through the first quarter and see how it's playing out.
But
And
not counting Healthy Community Fund.
not counting
We're
Healthy
still doing
Community
that.
Fund.
Okay.
We're also going to bring back Healthy Community Fund to talk about how we should be prioritizing those funds. This is the context for that discussion to a large degree, right? It's getting tough. We've been resource rich and been able to do a lot of things for a lot of organizations that haven't been as financially pressed as we're going to see over the next few years.
So 2 follow-up questions. I'll follow Patty.
You can go first.
So one, in terms of context, no mention of inflation, tariffs, cost of living adjustments. That's all going to come this afternoon.
Oh yeah,
And
we'll be
then
talking about that.
And then the follow-on question is really, this is Pitkin focused, but a lot of the services we provide are community-wide. So it seemed a little too Pitkin focused for me. The question is, have we received notice from other counties that they're also reducing services or service level, and how do we play in that mix? So Mountain Family is funded by others outside
Yeah.
of Pitkin.
So we haven't received, so Eagle County is our partner there. And right now, all the partners are, everyone's viewing this as a critical service. So I don't think anyone's looking to cut at this point. I think the question will be,
What?
like funding for Mountain Family
Oh,
Health
Mountain Family
Services.
Health, okay.
I think the question in the future is going to be is how much growth can and will be absorbed by the different partners if uninsured rates go up, which, you know, there's a big conversation happening that's going to impact that. We don't know yet. So we don't know that. What we do know, though, is Garfield County, because so much of their assessed value is based on oil and gas revenues and is highly elastic. They're in a cutting position right now. Our economic base is different, and so we're not seeing that we're in that kind of negative. We're in a very moderate growth kind of profile, but moderate growth doesn't match what we see as significant increases in demand for local funding for these
Can I
other
add to the
services.
Garfield?
Please,
thing?
please.
So at
Don't
the,
forget me.
And then, sorry,
Garfield
the
Clean
follow-on.
Energy. Okay. At the Garfield Clean Energy Board meeting, the last one, Tom Jankowski was explaining the cuts that they're having to do, and one of them was to clear. They usually give 200,000 to the Clean Energy Board. They've cut it, I believe, to 75,000. And Alice was there. She tried, but so Tom was. He was very concerned about the budget in Garfield County and where they have to do cuts.
They may see a boom with the way the federal government's going, so.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I wonder why Denver is seeing a $200 million.
I have not.
That's interesting to see. That's a big, they're not oil and gas, but.
Yeah, I have not dug into that. It's, I think a number of Front Range communities are seeing potential decreases. I think there's anticipation of downturn in consumer economy due to inflation, job market
Growth, they're looking at a
softening.
downturn in growth because they're cutting community development and permitting process. They're cutting that back in Denver.
But I'd have to dig into that more.
Yeah, it just came, I just caught it this morning, but, sorry, Jeffrey, I interrupted myself. If it's my turn, if Francie's done.
I'm done.
I had made some notes. John, I really appreciate this discussion. You know, I've been kind of hoping we would have it before we started the numbers. And I made a just, top thoughts. And it was, number one was the human health and public health. Those services, food insecurity. The next one was protection of public lands, which would be PILT, and also our efforts to keep our public lands from being sold off because of the impacts in lots of directions from that. My third was water. I think we need to have water as a part of our priority discussion. And then the nonprofits I added because they provide so many services that we, the county, may feel that we need to take over, but we don't have the staffing or the expertise or the history of providing so many of those services, that we're so lucky to have our nonprofits in our valley that assist us in taking care of our community in so many ways. So those are kind of my, and SNAP and Medicaid and TANF funds, but all kind of being that broad number one priority, which you have right there, what staff recommends. When you say wait till second quarter, does that mean wait till second quarter's done or wait till we're out of the first quarter?
Well, I think it would depend, but our first quarter is a big quarter of revenues for us because of our economic cycle. We'll be coming off of a few big months, and so I think that will be a good indicator. We'll also have to look at other factors, though, what is happening, with interest rates, what's happening with employment, what's happening with some of those things, to see how far into the second quarter we may want to wait. But I think our anticipation was, let's get through the first quarter and get that first quarter data, which is going to bring us into the second
Sometime
quarter.
during the second. I don't want to wait till halfway through the year to have the discussion.
Well, yeah, what are we waiting to do? What is it we're waiting to do in the second?
Starting to disperse
commit
those
funding.
funds. Commit those
Okay.
funds.
Out
So
of
we'll make our
this-
priorities and stuff now, but we won't disperse funds until the second quarter. Thank you.
So this would be out of this board, what did we call it?
Stabilization
Fund.
pool.
I think that's a great idea, rather than just giving us a discretionary fund, giving us a fund opportunity to fund things based on our priority discussion. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and I think it'd be good before this board engages in detailed discussion, we need to bring back the conversation about the Healthy Community Fund, which we have scheduled on the 6th. And, if the board approves the basic financial strategy, you've got a little bit of time, to do some of this work in the, fourth quarter, beginning, of the first quarter when schedules tend to lighten up. But it's really going to be about, one, understanding that if you do put a fund together, there's going to have to be a lot of discipline around it, and there's going to have to be a lot of hard conversations to set boundaries. And the other thing is, you may not agree with staff strategy on either side. You may not agree that it's enough, and we need to relook at the service levels in our mandated areas, or what we're doing on a discretionary basis. You may think it's too much and that we need to keep more of our powder dry and fund balance. That's always been kind of one of staff's things. Do I think at the end of 5 years our fund balance is going to look better than what we're projecting today? I do, because I know we tend to be conservative on both sides of the equation in terms of revenues and expenditures, so that this board doesn't find itself having to make precipitous decisions about layoffs and all those sorts of things.
I've done this before, just sitting at this table when we had the recession, and we had the same things as how much do we add to what we're mandated to do. And Picking County, as we all know, tends to do as much as possible, over and above, to take care of the needs of our community, both the environment and the people who come here, live here, visit here. And that was a tough discussion to say, we have to do this, and we have money, we have to have the money to do that, but we don't necessarily have the money or have to spend the money to do this. It was a really difficult discussion, and we came in late, I think, into that discussion. I think now, having this in our minds going into budget will provide us some discussion points when we get to those tough decisions. And I appreciate that, John and Connie and staff, for opening that door sooner than later.
Are you looking for our priorities this afternoon
No,
as we
I
talk?
think-
Or
I don't think you're ready
Yeah,
to do that.
that's good to hear.
I
I've been
think
thinking about it for
yeah.
6 months. Ask John.
I just think it's important, though, that you have this context as you're making decisions, and it's a conversation that we haven't really had to have in the past in this way. And so this was about context setting. We are going to be asking you for priorities, but I think you're going to work through some of those as we go through these various budget workshops. And then once we have a financial strategy planned, then we'll talk about how we're prioritizing those resources.
Okay, and then I have a question about our discussion this afternoon. So I have a whole list, it's not terribly long, about questions and stuff. So are we gonna do those today, or like, let's say it has to do with the sheriff's department, are we gonna wait for the sheriff's department to come to us before we make those comments? Or, I know we've changed the schedule a little bit, so I'm just
Yeah,
kind of
so
wondering.
so you're certainly welcome to bring up the items where you do have questions or will have questions, so we can be making note of them. In 2 weeks' time, on October 28th, we'll have a lot of staff here, both for a couple hours in the morning and in the afternoon, and they will be presenting very quickly all of their new position requests or changes to FTEs and all of their capital requests. So for each and every fund that has a new position request or a capital request, we'll do a brief review of their 5-year plan. So that will give you time directly with that staff, the staff involved, to ask them questions, to have some follow-up. So that may be a good opportunity for your questions, but if you want to preview them to us today, we can make sure staff's ready to talk about them.
Perfect, thank you.
I don't necessarily see the 28th as being a moment when the board has to make decisions or give direction. If there are items that are clear to the board and you want to give direction, that would be great. But we also will have some time in November for follow-up and final direction.
Okay, so we won't be approving anything, we'll just be giving direction on the 28th? Okay,
We don't approve anything until the final
till
budget.
the end, yeah.
But I have real quick, may I just
Greg,
real quick,
Greg was
Greg,
next.
you
Oh.
mind? About the 28th, it'll just take a second. There's an ACRA meeting scheduled on the 28th. I gave Sam my schedule for ACRA meetings, and we start that day at 10 for budget. Yeah.
We wanted to do FTEs when you weren't here.
I know, that's what I'm afraid of. You're going, but anyway, I would bring that up in agendas, but since it's gonna be, yeah, I don't know why I give the ACRA schedule, because it never seems to matter, but I'll figure it out. It's an important ACRA meeting, but, thank you, Greg.
One, just, it's amazing with the federal talk about being efficient and creating efficiency, reducing budget. We're actually forced to increase our staff to work with less money. And that just pisses me off, I've got to say.
I think I can join you on that.
Yeah, but the reality of the situation for the next several years are that, we're facing cuts. Clearly, that's what's coming. We may have problems, because if I hear of FTEs coming in, I'm wondering, are we tempering our expectations about what we're going to be able to accomplish? I don't think we have to go along with the idea that we have to backfill everything, because we simply can't. We can't backfill everything. So I'm concerned that the expectations from the various departments who say, well, just give us a few more FTEs and we'll be able to handle this with that's making me nervous. But I also want to point out that it's possible that we're going to have to rely even more on partnerships with volunteer organizations, things like that, which hasn't felt very comfortable, because it's an uncertainty, right? There's all this uncertainty, and I understand it's all right now. We're trying to nail down a policy based on uncertainty, because we really don't know what's going to happen in the next few years. So we're trying to maintain a safe posture, the cat-like stance, so we'll be ready for whatever comes. But I have to say, in order to respond appropriately, we do have to be nimble, and we do have to have some discretion to take advantage of opportunities as they come along. Whether it's an opportunity in the housing, somebody comes to us with an opportunity to partner on something that would be really good, or something regarding mobility, with a mobility solution with this mess of a highway situation we have, or something open space has, highway safety, fire safety and mitigation. An opportunity comes along to actually do something, maybe with the airport terminal, something comes along that unforeseen. These things are unforeseen. In the next few years, I can imagine a lot of unforeseen events coming, in which we'll say, gosh, I wish we'd set something aside to be able to participate or help or boost. So I hear us saying, well, we're trying to nail this down and eliminate discretionary funding for everything but this core group of services. And I'm having a little trouble with that, because I think I'd like to be more nimble and be able to have county staff and board pivot and take advantage of opportunities as they come up. And we have to do it within reason. We have to curb our enthusiasm and our expectations about what we can accomplish. But I don't want to say, well, we're going to tighten our belt except for all these services that have expectations that we're going to backfill for them. I'll stop there. There's a lot in that. But
Do you mind if I?
Please,
jump in?
no. Please.
Yeah, Greg, I think you're doing a really good job of highlighting what I think is going to be the tough discussion about this budget.
Right.
That this is the theme, right? And you're going to have a lot of conversations about how do you balance being responsive versus being responsible, right, to the community and to the budget. How do you balance what we're mandated to do versus what other gaps we're seeing in the community that we're not mandated to do, but who else is going to step in?
Right.
And that balance between being nimble and having discipline, so we don't dig ourselves into a hole where we are in a position where now we're really talking about having to make cuts. These are all the balance points. As staff, we're proposing a budget that strikes those balances in specific ways. We may not have gotten it right. These are tough, and there's a lot of policy and values calls in here that this board needs to make. And so we're going to be looking for that feedback throughout this process. And we just, this feels harder to me than past budgets in this regard.
It's
And so
actually
that's-
something I think we try to do, and we do every year. This is part of every year's discussion, just now there's less to work with, and we can't help but notice the growth in the number of services and nonprofits that have come up within government and extra governmental, you know, in a valley with 540 nonprofits now, you know, between here and, I don't know where, Battlement Mesa. It's a lot of stuff has appeared in recent years because we had the ability to do it. We may not clearly have the ability to take care of everybody the way we've tried to. That's understood. So it's an interesting thing, but I think every year we should responsibly be having this conversation, right?
And I think we do. I think it's just,
Yeah.
we recognize it's harder this year, and some of
Yeah.
these issues are going to be brought into sharper relief.
More
And our
unknowns.
federal lands have never been under attack like they are now.
Right. We've got more unknowns now and more threats. Yeah. Thank you.
So, not asking for specific guidance, I hope that, you know, this context setting is helpful as we go into our budget discussion. Obviously, what we're going to be doing this afternoon is much broader, right? Much broader base than this conversation, but I do think this conversation is going to color a lot of our choices going forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's a good tee
Thanks,
up.
Connie.
Any staff in the room, any final comments before we break for lunch?
Always
Thank you.
do.
Grassroots, we will be on break. We will reconvene for the 2026 proposed budget at 1 p.m. This room is on break until 1 p.m.
Great, thanks.
All right, I mean.
Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. We just finished our art history lesson at the Board of County Commissioners. It is Tuesday, October 14th. We are going back to the 2027 proposed budget. 2026 proposed budget. We do not have soothsayers in the room, so we will do next year's first. So Connie Baker.
Good afternoon, and I will pull up the presentation to share with you. Okay. Well, we've had a number of preview meetings, but now this afternoon we're officially kicking off the 2026 proposed budget. And just a few organizational items before we get started. There was a lot of material in your board packet. Normally, in other budget years, we've given that to you little by little as we went through different staff departmental budget presentations. This year, we gave it to you up front, so you have all of the information, but recognizing that it'll take some time for the board to get through everything. Today's presentation will focus mainly on the budget message, the revenue overview, and then, of course, the last item that you have there in your binders is the presentation itself. The other items are all included as backup for the moment. In 2 weeks, on October 28th, we'll go through the new position requests, the capital requests, and a number of the 5-year budget plans. So those will be coming up in 2 weeks. We'll have a number of follow-up budget presentations in November, and then December will be first and second readings of the budget and mill levy certification. Also included in your budget binders or the material on the website are budget profiles, and it's quite a large section. And I put this as a self-study opportunity because in normal years, staff would be here to present a lot of that material directly to you. This year it's all there, but it's up to the board to take some time and go through and take a look at the budget profiles. The departments spend a lot of time on the profiles. They give a narrative discussion of the coming budget year, what they're anticipating, issues or opportunities, factors that impact their 2026 budget request, and then they also do a longer-term outlook of the 5-year horizon, what could be coming up for their area of the county. We include performance measures for many of the departments and then also a 3-year expenditure comparison at the end of each one. So just so that staff knows that those are there. If you have questions on any of the budget profiles, please let us know as we're going along, so that if there's something that we need to bring back to the board, or you feel should be a discussion item of the board, that we can make sure that we do bring that back to you. There are 2 ballot measures this year coming up in November that will affect the county's 2026 budget. The first is the Twining Flats Road General Improvement District mill levy increase. They're requesting an increase from 2.769 mills to 5.769. So that's a 3 mil increase, but the total dollar amount would be about $29,000 more. We have included it in our proposed 2026 budget, but should the measure fail, we'll adjust the budget.
If it's a special district, and we are the board of that special district, is that why it's in here? Because we have so many special districts, and I've never known them to be part of our budget decision if their mill levy passed, or their ballot question passed or failed.
So there are different forms of special district. In this case, this is one way to describe it is a dependent versus independent special district. And so kind of like the ambulance district is a district that you sit ex officio as the board, these improvement districts are in a similar format where you adopt them as a sorry, I was just going to turn to Connie, I think, as a component unit of government.
Yeah,
Is
but
that correct?
if their ballot question doesn't go through, do we have to fund it out of our general fund?
No.
No.
Okay, so that's why I was wondering why it was included in this.
The Twining Flats Road General Improvement District is a fund, one of our special
Right,
revenue
but it's not a
funds.
fund we fund, they fund.
Yes, out of their property
Right.
tax.
But it's your fund. You're the board of the fund.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
Versus the one up in Redstone, that special district. We're
It's
not
the
board of
same
that,
as
they have their own
Redstone,
board.
right.
Okay.
And just to tag
Just want to
on-
make sure we're not funding their issues if their ballot question doesn't go through.
Yeah. It's up to you if you do.
Right. Thank you. And only that district neighbors will be voting on this. It won't
That's
appear
correct.
on anyone else's ballot.
Right, so it's a fairly small number of people who will be voting on this and impacted by it.
You look at the mill levy on that, and you could imagine that getting people's blood pressure up until they realize it's only affecting 7 people or something.
And it's only $29,000, which compared to other county funds is a fairly small amount. But I did want to call it out because it is
Okay, that was just
an
something
increase.
different.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then the second ballot measure is bonding for the airport for the new terminal project.
Just gloss over that one. Sorry.
We have included this in our 2026 budget proposal, and the 2026 budget includes year 1 of the airport project, both preparing for runway and terminal. But should that measure fail, again, we'll come back to the board with a revised airport budget and 5-year plan. And so as we brought to the board a couple weeks ago, there are a number of organizational priorities. First and foremost being the enterprise fund capital projects, the airport and the solid waste center. The airport in particular is far larger than anything the county has taken on in the past. With our average annual budget under $300,000, and the airport
300
project
million,
over the
300
course
million.
of 5-6 years is about $575 million. It's quite a significant increase.
Yeah, and do you want me to jump in here? Yeah, so in addition to, the enterprise fund capital projects, which really are legacy projects for this board in both cases, we have a number of other capital projects that we'll be undertaking that are in different funds, probably similar to number 6 there. We have Phillips infrastructure, which we've talked about, the
A few times.
horizontal infrastructure there, which we'll be looking to bring forward. We have a 911 dispatch center that will be going under construction this next year. We have capital improvements to the jail to expand capacity in our existing facility, and the board will be having conversations about future needs for a jail facility that is not included in this budget. In addition to that, we have
Facility meaning Justice Center is called
What's
out
that?
in the,
Justice Center.
it was called out as a Justice Center, which seems separate from the existing improvements, the existing.
fair enough.
Okay.
Yes, yeah,
Just
yeah,
using their vernacular.
yes.
What was the second one you said after Phillips, before jail?
The
Well,
dispatch center?
the
911.
dispatch center, that would
Oh, thank
require
you,
me to
thank
have
you.
this scripted,
That's
Francie.
the only
That's
word I needed, thank you.
And then we've got the, road capital and bridge replacements that are going on. So in addition to having some of the largest individual capital projects in the county's history, we still have a full slate of capital projects that we're trying to accomplish to both maintain and improve infrastructure.
And staff retention and recruitment is usually a priority that we bring up during the budget. It's just always difficult in our valley to be able to retain and recruit employees when the cost of living and the cost of housing is high, particularly here in Picken County. So we always try to emphasize that and do as much as we can in the budget for our employees. Not only pay and not only benefits, but also training opportunities and development opportunities, so staff feel engaged with their role in the county and serving the community. And John mentioned capital maintenance, completion of current capital projects. We're in the middle of a number of projects that have already begun and will be continued and carried on into the 2026 budget. Our internal capacity within the general fund, the positions that we're proposing for the budget are mainly focused on core county services. Then within other funds, the positions relate to growing volume and complexity of the work that's happening in the other funds. And then, as we talked about this morning, backfill of federal cuts and support for our partners in Picken County. New capital projects, there are a couple smaller items included in the budget, but to take on more capital when we already have a pretty heavy capital program right at the moment, there are certain projects that are waiting in the wings for potential grants or funding until we can bring them forward. So for all county funds, the proposed budget is a 9.7% increase on the operations side compared to last year, and a 95% increase on the capital side. So you start to see the numbers and how the airport is influencing the proposed 2026 budget. Overall, operations and capital together, it's a 34% increase. The airport itself has a 200% increase in their expenditure budget.
Holy mackerel.
Despite these increases, the fund balance for all funds is expected to be 91% of operational expenditures at the end of 2026 as a result of the budget. So still a very healthy fund balance. Part of that is because funds are building up fund balance for capital projects that they will be doing.
Can I ask a quick question there, Connie? I think I might be mistaken on this, but I thought you said in previous years we try to maintain a 16%
Yes.
fund balance.
Yes, 16.7 would, for most funds, be a minimum that we would like to have. And that odd number just is equal to 2 months' worth of operational expenditures. So that's why we look at that percentage. It's enough to have a little bit of a rainy day fund or enough to cover cash flow. But it depends on the fund. And as we look at the fund balance summary coming up here on the following slides, I'll point out a few areas where we're well outside of that norm.
Okay, thank you.
Just add, we've been consistently higher than 16%. Every year I've
Quite a
been
bit,
here,
yeah.
it's been maybe double that.
And for the general fund, really, that 16.7
Right.
we would consider a minimum, and we would not want to go anywhere below that. In fact, we like to have reserves on top of that that are unassigned at the board's discretion, but it gives the board leeway if all of a sudden we have an economic downturn that we weren't projecting in our revenue forecast. Some other unforeseen event comes up, like a pandemic or something else, or
Do you want 6 months operating or 4 months? Is there another rule of thumb, or it's just 16 is kind of the standard, the practice, but we're always higher than that?
So the 16.7 is what's recommended by GFOA for cash management purposes and to have some reserves on hand in the event that things go poorly. One of the reasons that we generally keep it higher is one, being a resort-based economy, we feel that we may be more subject to elasticity in our revenue, less consistency. Depends on the weather, depends on different economic trends. Now, we've also seen that because of where we sit in that resort-based economy, it has some advantages also. But because of that elasticity, Greg, we like to keep a little bit more fund balance so that the board has some ability to be agile as circumstances change. The only time that we would look to go into that 16.7% is in the event that we're floating for emergency purposes or unforeseen economic circumstances that we think may be temporary to give us an opportunity. We like to stay above that because particularly in the general fund, because it serves both as the cash balancing fund and as the emergency fund sometimes for others, like we saw during COVID with the Human Services Fund. You will see there are some funds that we let float below that 16.7%, and that's because either on the expenditure side and or the revenue side, we see a lot more stability and less risk by letting that happen. I don't know if that answers your question, but I
No, it
used
does.
a lot
And
of words.
And the bottom line answers it as well. I always like to bring it up every year because I'm always grateful that we have a fund balance that's above that.
And in my mind and in past budget years, having 3 or 4 million in that unassigned part of the fund balance feels like a nice cushion to have. It really does allow the board flexibility in unforeseen things that could come up during the following year.
Thank you.
So in the general fund, we do have an 11.6% increase in expenditures over prior year and a 9.6% increase in revenues. No new taxes. The only new tax is Twining Flats General Improvement District, and that only affects the folks in that community.
Basalt doesn't go through us? Basalt Library?
No. The next 3 slides show the fund balance summary for all county funds. And I like to call this the budget in a nutshell because it really gives you the entire budget right there. For presentation purposes, I've broken it up into 3 slides so we can see all those numbers. It lists the funds on the left-hand side and then the projected beginning fund balance. So that first column is an estimate. It's where we think we'll be at December 31st, 2025. Then the budgeted revenues, the proposed revenue budget, the operational expenditures in the proposed budget, capital expenditures, and then total expenditures. We then have a column for transfers between funds, then the net change in fund balance. So if you see a number in parentheses, that's a negative number. It means we're spending down fund balance. A positive number would mean that we're adding to fund balance in that fund. The ending fund balance at the end of 2026, and then the fund balance as a percentage of the total operating expenditures.
Can I ask? So you're saying our beginning fund balance for the unassigned balance funds is 16,741,000, and we're going to be down to 7,730,000. So we're going to spend around
About 9 million.
9.3.
That's correct.
And you're going to tell us where that's going, right?
Yes, we will get into a lot
I'm
of
like,
the details
okay,
in the
what,
general
do I
fund.
just get to like go shopping?
A large percentage of that is for capital, but
Okay.
we'll go into the details further on in the presentation.
And enterprise funds are not in unassigned; they'd be under restricted, right?
They'll come in the slides shown below.
Okay, I just can't wait to see what capital we're
Yes.
gonna.
So you'll notice in the general fund, budgeted revenues are at about 62.2 million, and operational expenditures 61.8. So that part looks all right, but then we've got the transfers, and that's what's really bringing down fund balance. Some of those transfers are operational in nature because we're subsidizing other funds on an ongoing basis, human services and public health in particular. But then also a large part of that spend down is capital. You see the capital fund below that, and the line that's highlighted in yellow, the 387,000, is some restricted fund balances that are within the general fund, and there's a list of what some of those are.
Greg had a question before
Oh,
you go.
I was just waiting for you to get down to other. Tipsy taxis still there, you know, whatever you want to tell us about.
Right, and these are reserved are revenues that come in that we account for within the general fund and can only be used for specific purposes. The non-spendable is some prepaid items and some deposits.
If somebody, just regarding the $10 motor vehicle fee and the Tipsy Taxi has a balance now of $1,200, so there's not a lot to do with it, but apparently they still serve a purpose. And I'm just wondering, anything else you want to add to that? So there's an $11,000 balance for the animal shelter, but
With the animal shelter, we set aside out of the general fund $10,000 every year, and that's per our IGA with the city of Aspen. And we accumulate that $10,000 every year in this restricted fund so that when the time comes for capital improvements on the animal shelter, we have the funding. We're at the tail end of a large project out at the animal shelter, so that's why you see this down so
building back
low,
up.
is because we've just spent what was accumulated over the course of the last 17 some years.
so these balances are shifting. They're not just locked in there or something.
That's right, they're
Thank you.
shifting.
And why is there a non-spendable $200,000? What is that?
Non-spendable is just some accounting terminology that we account for customer deposits that we may have on hand, items that we have prepaid for that we need to record that way.
Okay. I believe you.
On the next page, or the next slide, you see all of the special revenue funds listed. And many of these funds will be either accumulating or spending down fund balance according to the capital projects that they have going on in any particular year. We used to say the Road and Bridge Fund was a save and pave fund. And so that's the idea in a number of the funds. Save up fund balance, you spend it down when you have a project. So you can see the net change in fund balance where there's capital spending that's being proposed. And then the percentage of fund balance, if you are looking down through there, Healthy Community Fund might stand out at 8%. And there are funds where the purpose of the fund is not to accumulate a fund balance, but to grant out the property tax that was received for the purpose of making grants to the health and human services and community nonprofits. So that's one where it's perfectly acceptable to have a lower fund balance. We are accomplishing the purpose of what the taxpayers set for that property tax. Others you see a very large percentage as funds are accumulated and could be used for future projects. With the human services and public health funds, as John mentioned, we do use the general fund as a backup for them. So we don't mind if their fund balance goes down between the 10 and 15% range, because the general fund serves as a backup. That's another reason why we do like to keep a certain amount of unassigned fund balance in the general fund. Next slide, we have enterprise fund.
Wait,
And
before we go on, could you, is the transit sales and use tax fund, is that like mostly pass-through stuff? Why is that so?
Not anymore. We did have our 1% and 0.5% pass-through sales tax in that fund. We recently, in 2024, changed our accounting of that so that it is no longer, it's just going through balance sheet accounts. It's no longer showing as a revenue or expenditure in that fund. What you see in here now is what's at the disposition of the EOTC.
Say that again about the EOTC?
What is available here in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund is what's available for the EOTC to use for transit projects.
So that would be the 2,077,000?
Well, that's what's planned in the proposed budget for expenditures, but fund balance at the end of 2026 would be about $20 million.
And that would all be available to the EOTC?
Yes. $6 million of that is a set aside that was designated in the past for Snowmass Village, but the rest, I believe, is available for other EOTC projects.
The strategy, which has not been talked about for some time now, was to build up fund balance in order to be able to provide a local match for a future federal grant around the entrance to Aspen. And so there's always a desire to keep a fund balance in there. We used to call them lock boxes back in the day. Patty, you probably remember that. We did get rid of the lockbox concept, but that's why you see a larger fund balance carried there is in anticipation of that bigger capital project.
So this is the entire EOTC funds. We manage it for everybody.
Yes. The revenue is a county revenue. The agreement at the time that the ballot question went on was that we would share this governance structure, because I believe Aspen, and I can't remember where Snowmass was, if they had a tax too, they were foregoing their tax to go in on the county-wide tax. But it is a county revenue that you all appropriate, but there is an intergovernmental agreement that defines the process with the EOTC.
Thank you.
Other questions on special revenue funds? And of course, we're not getting into details here.
We're good for part 3.
Then next, the enterprise fund, airport fund. Of course, you see some very large numbers there, and an ending fund balance of almost 67 million. But this is working into their whole airport modernization project, and we'll see the 5-year plan for the airport presented in 2 weeks. The risk fund has a lower fund balance. That's because it's an internal service fund where the full costs are allocated out each year, and only the amount of actuarial claims are held as a fund balance. So for all county funds, we have a proposed revenue budget of almost 300 million, 297 million. Operational expenditures of 183 million, 128 million in capital expenditures. So that makes our total proposed 2026 budget $311 million. That would be spending down fund balance by 14 million for an ending fund balance of 167 million. Okay, we're going to now go into both revenues and expenditures. We always start with the revenue side because that gives us the availability of what we're able to spend. This revenue chart for all county funds looks very lopsided this year. Last year, the airport's percentage was only 16%, and this year it's up to 39%. So that's quite a
Wait
shift.
till next year. 27, yeah.
That's because the airport is anticipating, if the ballot measure passes, being able to go out and issue bonds for the terminal redevelopment project and also receiving federal grants for the runway redevelopment.
And those bonds go on the books as revenues?
Yes, the
I see.
bond proceeds do.
Okay,
Yep, and then the repayment will be part of the expenditure budget.
okay.
General fund is the second largest, and open space and trails is the third. And the other little pie slices have gotten smaller and smaller in comparison. The next pie chart shows the same revenues, but instead broken out by the type of revenue. So you can see what area the whole county is more dependent on. Property taxes are the largest segment here, with fees and service charges close behind. Fees and service charges are mainly due to our enterprise funds. Our enterprise funds do not receive any tax dollars, so they have to raise their revenue through their fees and service charges. So that really kind of tips this chart in favor of the enterprise funds, as they're much larger. Other areas are intergovernmental revenues, which normally is not that large of a segment, but the anticipated federal grants for the runway project have increased that segment for 2026 proposed budget. You'll also see debt proceeds there, and again, that's the airport. Here we have the same type of breakout, but
I'm sorry, could we back up
Sure.
just a second? I'm so sorry. What is the debt proceeds again?
for the airport terminal project.
So the reason why, Francis, I'm just anticipating your question, why is it only 33 million and not what we're going out to ballot for? And this is going to evolve as a finance strategy over time. What we are planning on in the budget right now is issuing the bonds in tranches to cover the expenditures. That allows us to avoid things like arbitrage and whatnot. However, as we get into the project and as we start encumbering funds through contracting and such, we may change this disbursement. We're just not far enough along in the design and working with our construction manager to know how that cash flow is likely to work. So for the purposes of this budget, we're basically matching the debt financing to the expenditures. We'll likely not have that many different issuances.
So does that mean we're not paying interest on the rest of it until we
Correct.
actually need it?
Correct. That's and so we'll always be balancing how quickly the cash is going to be needed and go out, and how much we issue in a tranche and how much interest we save versus issuance costs and those sorts of things. So we're going to be doing a lot of math and bringing that back to you. For the purposes of the budget, we decided to just match up the expenditures and the bond financing for now.
The anticipated expenditures?
Correct.
And so, but we're guaranteed the whole amount, and it's just held, they hold it, and we don't take it until we need it, but it's no question about further withdrawals, they'll be there.
So we are getting permission from the voters with the
right.
vote.
I mean, assuming
And
that
then we would go out to market to sell the bonds as needed. And so it's not a guarantee. There's a market component, and that's another reason You look at timing these in different tranches based on what you think is going to happen with interest rates, what your burn rate is. We're going to get into a lot of detail on all of this with you as we get farther along. But right now, for the purposes of budgeting, what we are anticipating is we will have debt revenues to cover the expenditures in the year that we're realizing the expenditures.
Right,
That's
I
how
understand.
we built the budget.
So it's not like going out and getting a HELOC or something where you have $200,000, but you only spend it as you need it. It's not
Yeah,
like that.
It's not like that.
Okay.
We will have the money after we've marketed the bonds and they've been purchased.
Okay.
And we'll be deciding what tranches, basically, that goes out in.
And is it likely to be the same bonding company that you're working with throughout all the different withdrawals?
It is
or
likely
releases?
to be the same underwriter. It will likely be different investors who are buying the bonds.
Wow.
And we don't know
Okay.
yet. We still have to make decisions on whether we're going out to an RFP for these bonds, whether we're doing a negotiated sale with institutional buyers. There's so much that is going to go into this, and we'll be bringing that back to you. And we're working on all those finance strategies right
Great,
now.
we're going to have your help with all of this.
Other questions? Okay. This second pie chart also shows revenues broken out by type of revenue, but it's only looking at the core services of the county. In the revenue summary in your budget book, we really focus on those core services. That would be the general fund, capital fund, road and bridge, human services, and public health. Those are, as we talked about this morning, some of those essential mandated services of the county. And these funds are all very much interrelated as far as their revenues go. General fund, road and bridge, and human services share the property tax mill levy. And our 2% sales tax is allocated between the general fund, the capital fund, and the road and bridge fund. Human services and public health are heavily subsidized by the general fund. So there's very much an interrelation of all of those revenues. That's why we look at them as a whole. In this area, our number one revenue, but percentage-wise, is sales tax. And sales tax is one of the more volatile revenue sources that obviously is sensitive to economic fluctuations. The second area in this year's budget is other revenues. Normally, that's not such a large segment, but this year that does include $8.5 million anticipated in issuance of certificates of participation for the new dispatch center. So that's made this segment of that revenue budget larger than it normally would be. This area of other revenues also includes about $3 million from an E911 contribution to dispatch. That's particularly large this year as dispatch has larger than normal capital costs. They're looking at replacing their CAD system, the computer-aided dispatch, and a number of other softwares and equipment that will be needed as they're setting up the new dispatch centers. So I would say that's abnormally large this year compared to other years. The third segment is licenses, permits, and fines, and this is mainly community development with building permits. The fourth segment is intergovernmental revenues. And then property taxes is the fifth largest. So just a little bit different outlook when we're looking at those core county services as compared to the county as a whole, where there are so many other funds that give a different perspective on our revenues.
So when I was at the River District Budget Workshop last week, they were talking about Picton's tax base went down, and everybody was like, wait a minute, how could Picton have gone down? We've never known of Picton to go down. And so they called, I don't know, Deb or somebody, or maybe, I don't know who they called, I don't think it was you. And they were told that it was because of the abatements that we had granted, and so they must have been more significant in total than they seemed when they were coming to us one at a time, to have made the whole thing go down.
Well, you have to keep in mind, though, that 2 years ago, when there was a revaluation, property values went up something like 54%.
Right.
So there was a very large increase 2 years ago. Yes, there were abatements. This year, I think the assessed valuation is down 2 point something. I don't remember the exact percentage. So it is down. And
But
It's-
not primarily because of abatements.
Connie, is that because of the change in assessment rate
it's
also?
the change in. Yeah, we also have to factor in the residential assessment rate and commercial assessment rates that the state legislature keeps changing.
So in your experience, this is the first year it's gone down?
No, there have been times in the past when there
Like
was a
2008 or
decrease.
something?
I would say that the 2% is a relatively small decrease, especially after 2 years ago when it was so large. If anything, that's just moderating that extra large increase.
So it's
a
really
little
in
bit.
comparison to that, not to historical record.
I would put it in comparison to the revaluation 2 years ago.
Okay.
And we're talking assessed value, not market value. And it's really, really important, you know, because our market value has not decreased by 2%.
I'm not sure of that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that, but we'll double check it. But the assessed value is impacted, the market value is impacted and assessed value by abatements. But the assessment rate is probably the bigger impact when the residential, particularly for us, assessment rate that the state sets ticks down. That's going to have a more significant impact on our assessed value.
Okay.
And the state made those legislative changes in order to reduce property
Property
tax
taxes,
for
yeah.
people. And so that's, you see the effect.
But other counties didn't go down. It was just picking. One other went down a tiny little bit, according to what, you know, the taxes that we move on to the district. It was interesting. I mean, everybody was surprised.
Well, is it possible in those other counties, their growth went up, so they had more properties to be assessed, and so they,
Maybe. I
yeah,
don't know. I mean,
because we are,
because why didn't it affect everybody since the state had
Yeah,
enacted?
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
there's a lot of factors that may come into play.
But I think some of them are what Connie says, that because we had such a huge bump 2 years ago, it's sort of in comparison to that, not like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
This slide shows some of our revenue projections for 2026 and the 5-year plan. We met with our financial advisory board in August and had some interesting discussions with them, many different opinions on where they thought things would go. Our conversations focused mainly around the sales tax. Some of the others are a little more formulaic. For the general fund property tax, it's pretty clear cut. We are normally governed by the Tabor restriction, which is the most restrictive of the various restrictions that we have to follow. Tabor has the prior year inflation rate based off of the Denver, Aurora, Lakewood CPI, and then the growth of our overall property tax base. That growth is usually around 1%, so that's what we use for forecasting. And you can see the inflation ranging between 2.3, 3.15%. So in that range for average annual property tax increases about 3.5% to 4%. So moderate property tax increases for the general fund because of Tabor. So for the general fund, in some ways, it doesn't matter what the property valuations do because we still have to take mill levy credits to keep our property tax down to only increase by the 3.3%.
Question about the, did I hear at some point that they're thinking of changing the Denver Aurora CPI as the inflation base? Was there a discussion about that?
I don't know.
Okay, I thought I heard that somewhere. Is that the most accurate place to do it? It's such a different world.
I'll talk about the sales tax projection on the following slide, but we see here also our investment income rate. The investment income is roughly $1 million a year, just under that for the general fund. And it is managed by our financial advisors who come and report to you about once every quarter. You can see the rates of return are around the 3% mark for most of the 5-year plan.
That's gone up quite a bit since I first came on board. It was like 1 point something.
We were down close to 0 for a while, yes. And as interest rates have gone up, our investment advisors were able to reinvest many of those funds into higher earning securities, and local government investment pools have had increased interest income also. And then community development, I'll talk about that more when we come to the graph for community development. So looking at our sales tax, the blue line shows our budget and the green line shows the actual. The pink dot shows what we're projecting for 2025. You can see a few parts of that green line that have had a steeper increase. The first was in 2019 with the introduction of sales tax on internet sales and also deliveries of construction and other items delivered into the county but purchased outside. And then, of course, the COVID years saw very large increases. We've leveled out a bit since then. 2025 has been a really great year so far for sales tax. January through August, we're up 6.4% compared to last year, so doing very well. Our projection is, given where we're at the moment, our projection is modest. It's 4% by year end. That means that it would taper off a bit towards the end of the year. If we were actually to be at 4%, we may end up higher than that, given the way things have been going. Our projection for 2026 is 3.5%. So 25, 26, kind of where our financial advisory board settled is just modest increases, nothing too out of the ordinary in these years. 2027 is where we had the most discussion because that's when we will have a runway closure for a good part of the year. And it's difficult to project what effect that will have on the economy. We hear from many voices saying people will come anyway. It doesn't make any difference. They'll just use a different means of transportation to get here. Others think there will be a bigger impact. We've heard that a number of hotels will be closed during part of the year for remodels, taking advantage of the time when the airport is closed. Very difficult to project. Right now we have it at minus 10%.
Were those differences of opinion on the FAB or just in the larger circle?
In the FAB also, there were many different opinions, and within the community, just about everyone thinks there'll be a decrease. The extent of that decrease is hard to quantify.
And if the ballot measure doesn't pass, although I expect it to, we will still proceed with the runway for 2027.
I believe that's the plan.
We will definitely be far more dependent on the timing of grant funding at that point and how that's going to come through.
So we
But I
don't
mean, if the
know.
hotels are basing their decisions upon this year of runway construction and everything, it better happen.
Yeah, it's definitely something, we don't have confirmation from the FAA yet. The bonding gives us the cash to cash flow.
We don't even have an FAA right now.
right now it's a little difficult, but they have found some funding to keep some of their staff on talking to us.
You can see that after 2027, we expect that the sales tax will bounce back up similar to the previous level, and then just moderate increases after that. Questions so far on sales tax, or please let us know if something just seems not right to you that we should make adjustments.
Well, it's interesting that the increase between 29 and 30, you call moderate, but it's like a $2 million increase. It's still pretty significant projected increase.
It's 4% in the out
It's
years.
4%.
For community development fees, this is always a difficult one to budget for. You can see that green line has some steep increases and steep declines. It's not unusual to see double-digit increases or decreases year to year in community development. 2024 was a very strong peak at $15.1 million. We do think that's a peak. We're projecting $12.7 million for 2025 and then $12.1 million for 2026. So coming down to about that $12 million mark, with some moderate increases after that, 2.5%. There could be economic factors that would bring greater decreases in community development, but there's also the fact that as the Community Growth Advisory Committee is, if there are changes to the to permitting, that people may try to get their permits in before changes take effect, and that could keep that growth going even under economic circumstances where maybe we would see a decrease. So that's why we have just a moderate increase. It's really difficult, again, to project what this will do. And I would imagine that in actuality, we will still continue to see those increases and decreases fluctuating back and forth. Treasurer's fees are a very stable revenue source for the general fund. These are set by state statute. We collect 5% off of most districts to collect their fees. This offsets the cost of the assessors and the treasurer's departments. We charge 2% for municipalities and 0.25% for schools, again set by state statute. We saw a very large increase in 2024, and it was a 30% increase in treasurer's fees. That's because of the large increase in assessed valuation. And many of the other districts within Pitkin County do not have exempted themselves from Tabor through a vote, and so they were able to, many of the districts, take advantage of that increase in assessed valuations. So our treasurer's fees go up along with that. We are anticipating 9% increase in 2025, and then lesser increases thereafter. Generally, we put 5% for a revaluation year and 1% for a non-revaluation year. Clerk's fees are a smaller part of general fund revenue. Here you do see a larger swing during the COVID years when the real estate market went crazy, and their recording and doc fees make up about half of their total fees, and that's affected by both the value and the number of real estate transactions. Those doc fees and recording fees have come down since COVID, but at the same time, we've seen increases in their sales tax collected on vehicle sales, which has partially offset it. We're anticipating $1.3 million in 2025, and we have a very conservative budget for 2026. So just an overview of some of the main revenue sources in the general fund. As we transition to look at the proposed expenditures, we always start with the strategic plan. This gives direction as far as what areas we should focus on that help to make Picken County a place where residents have high quality of life, looking at providing a safe and vibrant community and a healthy community. So we look at these core focus areas and the success factors under them as we talk about some of our main projects coming up in the budget. We'll group them by these different areas.
John, when did we create the strategic plan or update it, or how old is it?
It's 2012, I believe we adopted.
So maybe we should think about doing that maybe in 2027 or 26.
Yeah, it is time. We've talked at the leadership level about updates that we want to propose to the board and our values statements and such. We just haven't gotten those over the finish line.
Can we do a retreat to do that, please, John?
I would love to do a retreat, yeah.
First year.
Yeah, it is everyone. Put that one together is fun.
Thank you.
So we'll start with flourishing natural and built environment and the success factor ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems. In our Road and Bridge Fund, we have $5 million for the Road and Bridge, or the Redstone Bridge replacement. Planning has already been underway for this project for a year or two now.
There's
And-
where I have one of my questions. Can I ask it now?
Sure.
So is this the time to be doing that? Is it collapsing? Is it in danger of collapsing? Do we have to do it now?
I believe it was the bridge that had the lowest rating within the bridges of the county.
Or the state of Colorado.
More than Castle Creek Bridge? I guess that doesn't count, though. That's a state bridge.
I can't quite hear you, Greg.
Oh, I was just wondering, nothing. I was just comparing it to Castle Creek Bridge, which concerns me more. But
Yeah.
if it had a low rating, so they rank them, right?
We don't have to worry about
So-
Well,
replacing.
Castle
Right.
Creek's in the
Right,
city
state.
though, so,
City and state. Sorry.
And it is a question that we can ask for sure, and we can definitely flag it for more discussion with Andrew. I do know that we have been trying to create a plan to address bridge replacements, as our bridges in many cases are beyond their design life, or at least approaching their design life. And then we have the assessment and rating. And what we have been trying to do is have a steady progression of replacement, starting with the ones that are rated the lowest and moving
yeah,
up.
I've seen that.
And if we delay and reappropriate these funds for that purpose, we're going to fall. The concern from staff is falling behind in that bridge replacement program and having an incident like they had in Gunnison.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll take it off my list.
A couple of budget cycles ago, Andrew came to the board. He originally had developed a very aggressive bridge replacement plan where a bridge was replaced about once every 3 years, but we don't have the funding for that type of plan. So we've worked on gradually fitting in these bridge replacements. Road and Bridge and our engineering staff has done a great job with maintaining county roads. And that's easier to do with the funding that we have available. But bridge replacements are such a larger dollar amount that it's harder to fit them in the Road and Bridge Fund with the funding that we have. We've been working towards building up their fund balance for this project for a number of years now. And we do have a shift in sales tax revenue for 2026 so that we have enough in the Road and Bridge Fund for this project.
Okay.
The next bridge replacement, looking down the line, we're hoping that they will be able to do in 2031 or 2032, which would be the bridge at the bottom of Smith Hill.
So, there is, the National Association of Counties just did a priority survey for different funds and priorities of infrastructure within counties. And there is a bridge fund, a federal bridge fund. So I will look into that to see more, because I haven't really paid attention to it. I've been paying attention to the airport funding, but I will pay more attention to that when they do their priority.
And Andrew will be here in 2 weeks to talk to the board about these projects that you see listed here. So Red Mountain Road, Castle Creek Road, we'll have some improvements done, and then the Castle Creek Road is anticipation of a chip seal project in 2027, but doing those drainage and spot repairs first. We have the Soapers Creek Culvert, which has been in the budget for a number of years now, but is taking a little longer to line up some right-of-way issues. A new project that just came up is the Slaughterhouse Bridge rehabilitation and cemetery lave paving in just a small section there, and that's $1 million. We are planning on almost $24 million in road maintenance and capital in the 5-year plan. For the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, that's the EOTC dollars, there is money in the proposed budget for Brush Creek Park and Ride restroom planning, not the restrooms themselves, and then also completion of the Buttermilk pedestrian crossing improvements.
Can I ask on that one for the Buttermilk pedestrian crossing? Does that also include the bike path that's running from the Inn at Aspen to the underpass at Maroon Creek?
I don't know, but I will
Craig and I have
ask.
been asking about for years.
Yeah, what happened to that? Because I know that Aspen had been interested in helping with that.
They
the
were
ski
going to
area.
put money in and everything. I think they've surveyed, and
Yeah.
I can't imagine it's not going to be in there for that.
I thought the ski co was going to do that path.
What's that? What was your question? Whether or not the bike path from Buttermilk to the underpass at Maroon Creek Club, running in front of the Inn at Aspen. I think it's pretty easy. I mean, easy. There's no real topographic issues there. And it's been in the planning for years.
Well, Ward and I had both spoken to Dave Tanner about it, and Ward was following through with it, so I don't know where it went without
Yeah,
Ward
and
there.
I'd like an update on that. And $350,000 just a plan for a bathroom? I know there's issues at Brush Creek Park and Ride, but seems a wee bit steep. But I think there's a discussion that we're going to have as to what kind of restrooms we're looking at.
So you're going to approach the dais, I guess. Thank you. And part of the answer is we will see Linda in a couple hours as well.
That is part of the answer, actually. Right. You'll hear from her. I just wanted to flag that a recent bathroom project that I did down in Basalt, we went through and designed it, and the price tag was somewhat staggering, and it was the one that was associated with the new River Park project down there. And we paid well over $1 million just for that bathroom. I think it was closer to 1.5 million.
To build,
Including
this
the
is
planning?
just for planning.
And this is for
350
planning, but I think that here you have the challenge of infrastructure or lack thereof that's going to require sort of just
That's
a
why we
heightened
put it
level.
off before.
Yeah. So I think that's what it is. But we can make sure we get all
Okay,
those
great,
details
thank you.
lined out.
So-
Did
lot
that
of
price
money.
tag include the planning, the design and stuff?
No, that was construction. And
This was
we had to value engineer it back down. It was like 2.5 million. It was like jaw dropping for a bathroom, right? But of course, with the bathrooms, you know,
Who's responding to these RFPs? Who are these
all
people?
the usual suspects, and they really weren't terribly far off from each other either. I think it's just cost of labor, cost of materials. You know, you're working sort of adjacent to the roadway, so there's traffic control associated with it. You know, there's just a number of
Especially the one in Basalt.
yeah.
And it's, when you have the concerts, it's never enough bathroom space
I know.
there.
That's not my problem anymore, though.
It's mine, because I keep meeting my kid down there.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan.
Next, we have the success factor, conserve natural resources and environment. There are a number of projects shown here. There's the ongoing electrification of health and human services and library buildings. Dollar amounts to be decided by the board as you look at the scope of those projects in the coming weeks. I do have a placeholder added into the budget. So we've created some room, but we'll need to refine that once the board makes a decision on exactly which option is the best moving forward. There's $950,000 for electric vehicle charging stations, an upgrade at Public Works, and then a new basalt location, some energy audits of county buildings. And then each year, as vehicles come up for replacement in the fleet replacement schedule, there are more that are being moved to electric vehicles as possible. The microgrid project is complete, phase 1 of it, but we have $90,000 in the operations budget in order to have a maintenance contract to support the microgrid, but that will be entirely offset by the operating revenue that it generates.
Who's buying that?
I'm sorry?
Who's buying that? Where's that money coming from the operating revenues?
Yeah, I think it's Holy Cross.
Oh. Okay, thanks.
There's also some planning dollars for future phases.
I just $950,000 for EV charging stations? That is a really heavy price tag. What, like how many? Do you have any idea?
Not one.
I don't know. Staff will be here again in 2 weeks, and they can go into a little more detail for you.
Okay.
Looking,
It's just the planning.
And that'll include electrical upgrades, and there's a lot that goes into it.
Wow.
yeah, often it's not the actual
Approach.
station
Just, yeah.
itself.
Join us.
And it's shocking how often they don't work after costing that much.
The one thing I can say about the electric chargers is these are the fast chargers. So when you go to the fast chargers, it's definitely more expensive, and the upgrades for
It
the
certainly is.
electrical is
The infrastructure.
high. Yeah. And then I did get back a quick message from Andrew Knapp, and I know you'll hear from him in a few weeks. But so this bridge, it was from 1947, so it is the oldest.
Redstone?
Yes, it's the oldest in our system. Its rating is low, and there's a failed railing, and then apparently the pier in the middle, the one that's in the river, is not adequate for the hydraulic capacity of a 100-year storm. So
Okay.
you
thanks.
will get probably more detail than you'll want in a couple weeks, but that at least answers a quick question for you.
Well, I'd kind of heard that before, but then in light of our budget and everything, I was like, yeah. Thank
And the
you.
only other thing, I mean, I think it was touched on that we've been saving for it, so it's been an anticipated cost. And one bell I always ring is that to the extent that you have the money in today's dollars, when you put it off,
for it,
it just
yeah.
increases those costs over
Yeah.
time. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
One other item too is that some of the pedestrian part of the bridge, open space and trails is going to contribute to that part of it. So we are getting a $1.5 million contribution from open space to this project, and they added scope. That's why it's $5 million, so that you could have I believe it's pedestrian and bike on the bridge.
And what is their justification for using OST funds for this?
Because of the trail access, part of
Okay.
their trail system.
That's an interesting.
We have a lot of infrastructure expenditures for an open space thing. A lot.
Okay, and in fact, open space is next here on the next slide. And they do have a lot of projects coming up. 1.9 million McClure Pass Tunnel and Trailhead. They have the house renovations and the Wilden property and Glacier Farmstead, and then 1.7 million in other open space and trails projects.
What is the Wilden House?
Is that Philoa? I believe that's Philoa. There are two.
Oh, okay, so that's the employee housing there at
Yes.
Philoa.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And in the budget profile for open space and trails, Gary does go into extensive detail on a lot of what they're doing. There are a number of positions proposed for open space and trails. One is an ongoing full-time position that would be a natural resources supervisor, and they're also proposing 3 new seasonal positions. Healthy Rivers and Streams has $250,000 slated for restrooms and signage at the Whitewater Park.
If you want to take something back to open space and trails before they come before us, I am concerned about the amount of money on bricks and mortar here. And I realize we need some to support our open space, but it's a lot.
Jeffrey?
And I know they have it, so that helps. They have a lot of money.
They actually are required to spend a certain percentage of their money on stuff like that. It can't all be acquisitions. And
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, there's a requirement, and I don't know the exact
Maintenance for
balance.
acquisition
Is it
for-
35% or something?
There's a percent, we can bring that back.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's defined in the ballot.
That was set by voter language.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
But I think we should call them back, because I haven't heard much about the McClure Tunnel, and I
Yeah.
still wonder if we need a tunnel. I don't know how many people will walk through it or ride their bike through it, and it just seems,
It's for ungulates.
it's not. I don't think it is a.
I'm kidding, but maybe
No.
they will.
But I would
It's
like
for
to see
bikes.
a wildlife crossing in there, and I don't see it there. It's frustrating. Anyway, so we'll have to talk to Gary.
You know, the wildlife crossing, I spoke to a couple of people because the people who presented to us had said that there wasn't enough traffic in Crystal River to bump it up to the level of over here. And Bill Fales told me the other day that in a 10-day period, there was a dead deer on his property from the road every day.
It was the same one, I marked it.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. No, it's
I went
happening.
by there a lot, I never saw one on his property. They must have moved it before I
I
got
think he
there.
knows what he's talking about in this case.
Vision 2050.
Vision 2050, this is continuing the project, so just carrying over, rebudgeting some of the funds from 2025. And they are also asking for a term limit extension on a plans examiner inspector. This is one that the board has improved an extension in the past, but it is valuable for them to be able to keep staff if the staff is wanting to stay.
Can I ask a favor? Can we at some point have a breakdown of the $2.7 million we're spending on the 2050 project? That's a lot of money for a project. And it'd be interesting to see what we're paying for with 2.7 million. I mean, I think there's a lot of value to the project. I just need to see where that money's going.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. There's
Thank you.
definitely been a lot of studies that have gone into it, and then the code rewrites coming up.
Those are several years.
I know, but it's a lot of money.
Can I ask a question just regarding the term limit extension for the plan examiner? I assume that's to help deal with backlogs and schedules for, approving plans. And I assume that's part of their effort to reduce the time it takes to run a permit through. Would that be correct?
The
Yeah.
do you want to?
And the fact
Kara's
we
gonna
got
have a
the
little
airport
bit
that's
different
gonna
answer, so
require-
I didn't see you back there.
She was getting nervous when we started talking about 2050 there.
This is in particular an individual that is we aren't sure when their retirement is, and so they have a lot of institutional knowledge as well as they're continuing their work with the county.
Right.
So does that answer your
Well,
question?
the question was,
Sorry.
assuming this is to try to reduce the wait times as part of our effort to reduce wait times at the ComDev with permitting.
Yeah, in building we have pretty short wait times actually. It's pretty quick
Okay.
turnover, and so this position is helping with that.
Turnaround.
Thank you, not
Turnaround.
turnover. We have pretty quick turnaround time, so this position is helping with that.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that.
And are we anticipating a greater workload in ComDev based on airport permitting and inspections? So it'd be wise to staff
Yeah,
have?
we're going to be doing a work session with the board just on all of the public projects, the location extents reviews that seem to be all concentrated in the first quarter of this next year. So we're going to
Just a
need to.
work session, not a retreat? John?
Well, I am always happy to do a retreat with the board, but yeah, we're going to need both board awareness and probably some direction on
great, thank
priorities.
Okay, airport fund, responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets. There will be a 1-month closure in 2026, and that's 6.8 million planned for runway pavement maintenance, and then 75.1 million for airport modernization, year 1. This does include part for the terminal, part for the runway, the soft costs associated with those.
Can I point out today in the Aspen Times article about the airport, about the ballot question? I'm just going to point out that it stated that it was reconstruction of the terminal. It's a new terminal we're building, and technically it's a new runway. A lot of people think we're maintaining the existing runway and just upgrading the existing terminal. I want to be clear that it wasn't quite clear in the Aspen Times article. It's a new terminal and a whole new runway.
If they said that, they should correct that.
In inclusion to the multimodal transportation center as part of this modernization project.
Can I just ask staff before we go to solid waste, are there expectations in 2026 that we'd actually be refunded or receive AIP money for the runway, given we have both the EA and the ALP? In the
You have
past,
to
we said,
apply
hey, we're out of favor, we don't have those two. Now that we have those two, can we start to think that they're actually receiving grant funding?
So that is the discussion that we are in now. The conversation with the FAA really is they're going to need multiple years to meet the funding obligation around the runway, most likely. And we're figuring out now, Jeffrey, how that may or may not come in. I think we may be looking more towards 2027 and 2028, and then
For AIP funding.
For the
Which is airport.
for the capital funding, yeah.
But I
I
want
was
to,
asking, I was asking specifically in terms of this budget item and reimbursement
The
on
6.8.
on the 6.8. So I was not going into airport.
Oh,
was
on the-
was
I
asking, given we
apologize.
have
I was
the-
going bigger.
sorry,
I was
given
going
we have
bigger.
The AFP and the EA, ALP and EA, do we anticipate
Oh, the
receiving money?
pavement
I have a less
maintenance.
positive answer there, and the
can I have
answer,
a point of
the answer is no.
clarification? Just because you have those things and all the boxes checked out, doesn't mean you get the money. You still have to do a grant application and go through the process of being awarded a grant. It's
For
not
the-
that if you've done all your homework, you get an A. You have to
I
have
think there's
it.
two questions then on the.
No, I'm just
before- Yeah,
clarifying.
I think there's two
So,
questions in front of staff.
for the runway pavement maintenance, we are still outside the window for the FAA because our repairs are only lasting 1 year, and they typically last 15 to 20 years. The FAA has said they will not pay until we do the rebuild, so it's unlikely that we will see the maintenance dollars coming back. The reconstruction dollars, which is where I went, I apologize, I didn't understand the question. The reconstruction dollars is where I was going, and I think, Patty, what you're talking about, that there's a discretionary grant program that we will be diving into. We anticipate, typically there's a 90% payout on that for the reconstruction, and that's what we're really focused on right now, and how those dollars might be able to flow. And those dollars, we are having productive conversations on now that we have our approved ALP and our approved environmental review. So we are in that process at
Which
the
means we
moment.
can now apply
Correct.
Because we have all the little boxes checked out.
So we're working with FAA staff now on the plans and the flow, and we're going to be in those conversations for a little bit. We're going to bring that back to this board once it's matured.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Okay, Solid Waste Center. There's a $4 million addition in the 2026 budget for the Scalehouse campus. That brings the total price tag for all of those buildings to $22.5 million. And it's necessary to move the building's location in order to then use the other area for that landfill expansion. They're asking for a new heavy equipment operator, FTE, and then a 1-year term limit extension for a Scalehouse technician. In general fund facilities, we have a few projects planned. $350,000 for a data center chiller replacement. That's the little data center that's back behind the jail. We're rebudgeting again the courthouse entryways. That's been recurring for a couple of years. And we have $125,000 asset inventory and condition assessment. And that'll help to shape our future repair and maintenance plans for our county facilities and hopefully get on top of some of the issues that we've seen coming up in supplemental requests. Information technology, this would be the second year in 2026 of some major IT network upgrades that are really necessary as some of those switches and computer parts come to the end of their life. That's $525,000. They're also looking at implementing some enterprise-wide software applications.
Do you know what that is?
They're looking at possible AI programs. We'll see.
That maybe deserves a longer discussion when we get there.
Yeah, and that may be a separate work session about where we're looking at that.
What might be?
The AI discussion and upgrading our systems, hiring another person in IT so we can go to AI. I don't know, I'm confused.
And that would include an update as far as what we got out of the first DOLA grant or something?
So I think if we take a step,
Conflating some issues?
yeah,
here?
we might be conflating some issues. One is overall technology coordination. We are not being as strategic as we could be with the level of investment that we have to coordinate those systems. IT is a new disruptive technology now that's being layered on top of
AI.
I'm sorry, did I
IT
say
is
IT?
disruptive, but AI is probably on
I
top of it.
apologize, AI.
Yeah.
So I need AI to be giving this little talk for me. But AI is now a disruptive technology that's layered on top of all of this infrastructure and applications that we've built that is going to be the next internet in terms of productivity opportunities and such that we're looking to have some strategy around too. So we're missing a little bit on our base layer, we think, and we're not prepared for this next phase. We've been doing some experimentation with closed AI systems as well as open AI systems, and we just feel like we're going to need some more expertise around that.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have livable and supportive community and a sense of personal and community safety. We've grouped the new dispatch center in this area. It's $6.5 million in the 2026 budget. That's on top of the $2 million in 2025 for a total of $8.5 million. We are expecting that will be covered by issuance of certificates of participation and then repaid by E911.
Can I ask? I thought we were kind of capped out on our COP opportunities. No? We still have more buildings we can put in the block.
In this case, we would use the dispatch center itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know that's how we kind of did this building and.
Yeah, so you're right, Patty, that the COP needs to match an available asset that can be put up as collateral. Sometimes the asset that's being developed can be put up as collateral. Sometimes it's another, and where and I can't remember which issue we were talking about at that point, but we didn't have an appropriate asset for collateral that matched the value. In this case, we do. Yep.
Also in general fund facilities, continued safety improvements for county buildings. And then the sheriff's office has a number of FTE requests. What we have built into the 2026 budget is 3 new ongoing positions: a deputy emergency manager, 1 patrol deputy, and a community response officer.
What was their actual request in their
They asked for
narrative?
5,
New
well,
deputies.
let's see. They asked for 7 ongoing FTEs plus 2 seasonal backcountry positions.
So, can I? Jeffrey?
Please, yes.
So now we're looking at the community response officer going from part-time, seasonal to full-time.
A full-time community response officer instead of funding the backcountry.
Right. But could be utilized in the backcountry. Because I think the program where we have the 1 seasonal has been well received by the community, well received by the department, well received by Mountain Rescue. And I think it showed a really positive end result. And I think supporting it would be terrific.
So that would be the community resource officer.
In 2 weeks, when the sheriff is here to present their request, the sheriff's office is also looking at coordination with Public Works and where we have given funding to the Forest Service and if they have other options available there. So I'll let them talk to
Okay.
that directly in 2
Great,
weeks'
thank
time.
you.
And for Connie or John, it would be nice to know where the county-funded staff versus federal-funded staff vis-a-vis open space and trails.
Yeah, I was interested that nothing came up on the OST thing about that.
Yeah. So there were 2, and I think 1 is left, and now we can't backfill the one that's left because it's our money,
Yes.
but it's a government employee.
So that is actually going to be coming back, I think, when the Sheriff's Department and Open Space present. It's not in the proposed budget, somewhat based on timing and conversations that they're having. But I think what you're going to see there is there are some positions that we're funding that actually they could not fill. And the recommendation is going to be to pull that funding back to the county and maybe look at using that to fund a backcountry officer again or something along those lines.
From OST?
There-
No,
it'd be
actually
from
Public Works.
Public Works.
Public Works.
Yeah, so this is, we built a lot
See
of
the surprising
partnerships that
face?
are unwinding here. This was a position that is created for ATV and such enforcement on county roads.
Oh,
It
interesting.
was funded through the Forest Service, so they could enforce both on Forest Service and county. They were not able to rehire that, so it's more of a general fund obligation in this case that is already built into the budget. The backcountry officer has a little bit of a differentiator. It's a little bit more expensive on our side. I want to say $12,000 or $15,000 or such. So we're going to bring that back. It's not in the proposed budget, and they're going to bring that as a proposal back for the board's consideration.
But nothing from OST in terms of public lands?
So if we're talking about opportunities to manage certain areas and such, that would come as a supplemental. It's based on, it's not developed out yet. And there would have to be a lot of conversations about revenue opportunities and goals that we haven't had an opportunity to have with y'all yet. But they are putting, we're going to be getting it on exec for you guys. I just don't know the timing of that.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you for the pause. Appreciate it.
I mean, it certainly looks like the OST budget is well padded.
Yeah, but there's only certain places you can use that money.
Exactly. And so I think what you're going to find is we'd be proposing a fee structure and their implications to that, that this board really needs to vet thoroughly.
Enterprise kind of thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So continuing on, self-sufficient individuals and families, through the Healthy Community Fund, we grant out $4.3 million for community nonprofits, health and human services agencies. Part of that does go to support public health functions and part to the senior services program. In other areas, we have the library fund. They're not asking for new positions, but they would like to convert 4 temporary staff to seasonal status. And this is just due to HR restrictions where a temporary staff can only be hired back once and then they can no longer be hired again. And so if you have a really good person who wants to work on a temporary basis and could come back year after year, you're not allowed to do that on a temp status. It needs to be a seasonal status. And seasonal does give the opportunity for health insurance stipends, so provides for those employees in a bit better way.
For John and Connie, security needs at the library get covered somewhere else?
There is an addition of about $90,000 in the library budget for 2026 for a security
So
guard.
it doesn't show up as
For what?
headcount, it shows up as
Security.
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 Yeah, it's
So
not,
it's gonna show up as a budget item,
it's a
not-
contract.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Can I open, I'm gonna backtrack a bit. On the general fund facilities, 225,000 for implementing safety. We're gonna get more detail on what that means. Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be some physical improvements, I believe,
Yeah, I think
bollards and that sort of
okay,
thing.
Just as
Yeah.
long as we have a
More
say.
barriers? Where?
Well, will come, they have a plan that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Or they're
So we'll be,
working on a
we
plan
took the
that they
razor
haven't
wire
seen
out
yet.
though, so.
What are we gonna do, duck?
Runway
Sorry.
windows and, do we have a security problem?
We do.
Great.
Legitimately, we really have seen changes at both the library, this facility, and human services in terms of the number of people who, for safety reasons for our employees, we
Like the
have
guy
to have
waving at me from here the
law-
other day wanted
yeah.
me to come
I can't,
out.
I'm
we have
sorry,
to have
what?
law enforcement engagement or have removed from the building.
Oh, really?
It's and those incidents have gone up. There's probably a larger discussion to have there, just around availability of facilities, both for mental health purposes as well as our jail.
I'd love Lindsay to weigh in on the HHS piece, meaning how do we balance the openness of the services and the accessibility given the constraints we're putting in place vis-a-vis parking and or security? Can we still provide services
Yep.
stigma-free as we're doing with food around the corner?
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, thank you.
And speaking of human services, they do have an FTE increase proposed in the budget. It's moving the senior services kitchen assistant from 4 to 5 days a week. And they would also like to increase their meal service from 4 to 5 days a week.
Nice.
This goes hand in hand with some of the food security issues that were discussed this morning. Diverse and livable housing options. There's a lot here in the county's new housing property tax fund. Ashley will bring back a number of these items throughout the year for the board, but what's planned in the budget is a $2 million contribution to the Snowmass Village Draw Site housing development, a $1 million contribution to the Basalt Rugby Field housing project, continuing with the Good Deeds program that has seen a lot of success, a proposed budget of $1 million contribution for that, $500,000 for homelessness vouchers, and then $550,000 total to support APSHA with some of their capital areas for the Essential Repairs Grant Program and a Capital Reserve Program.
Question. Just want to make sure it's clear to anybody watching this, the proposed, the first 2 bullet items, the The total cost is 7 million over 4 years. That's not an ask to us. That's just the cost of the project.
No, that's an
That's
ask
to
to
us.
us.
That is
It
to
is 7
us.
million to us. Okay, just thanks for, glad I asked. And the same, so 7 million from us over 4 years
It's
and 4
11
million
million to
from
Snowmass.
us over 3 years.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
one of my flags. $11 million for housing in Snowmass. When we haven't
You missed
even-
our discussion.
Yeah, anyway, it's one of my big flags. So.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Plus
Between
a
the two
million to
projects, it's 11
How,
million over
west
3 to 4
to
years.
West Mountain Regional, so that's like $12 million that we're putting somewhere else to housing that we're not doing ourselves. So I just want to hear more about that.
So I think, again, this calls to John and to Connie to bring back, as much as we love Microsoft Office, we really need an Excel spreadsheet that shows the revenue and the cost over the next 5 years. And I think that's what's missing in this conversation.
Yeah, and so we had direction for Ashley to bring that back, and, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you'll see that 5-year plan on the 28th also.
Yeah, it's again, as we go to the next slide, we've seen anywhere from 12 to 13 to 15 million for Phillips, for example. So it's
Yep.
be nice to sort of stamp it as received and try to square the circle on a few of these. So,
Yep. And you can also look ahead in the section of your budget binder with the 5-year plans and take a look at those.
thank you.
Who's doing Phillips now? Is he gone?
So Ashley Pearl is taking over. We have an owner's rep that we're working with. I apologize, I just lost his name. Joe Farstedt, who is putting together the project scheduling and estimates. We'll have more detail for y'all.
When?
We have it now. It's just time to present. So.
Okay.
So these projects for Phillips Mobile Home Park have a total price tag of $15 million. That's for wastewater treatment, water treatment, wells, and water storage. So a lot of that infrastructure. The proposal is to spend $5 million out of the Housing Impact Fee Fund, $5 million out of the Housing Property Tax Fund. Those would both be in 2026. And then in 2027, another $5 million out of the Housing Property Tax Fund.
Just for the horizontal work?
Yes.
Wow. Why didn't we sell it before we do all this?
Well, if you have a buyer, I'm willing to talk to them.
So we're going to stick with what's on the slides a little
Hell
bit.
yeah.
folks.
So my question is, what do you mean planned for in 27? Is it planned that it's going to complete in 27? Or we're going to plan to have the money in 27, but we're going to spend the money for the rugby field and the draw site?
No, I'm not.
I didn't say planned on those for 3 to 4 years out.
We have it in the 5-year plan in 2027.
Okay, so,
So we've got the cost in the $10 million total in 2026, and then the additional $5 million in 2027 in the housing property tax 5-year plan.
but the one for the 2 million, proposed 7 million over 4 years for the draw site, 1 million, proposed 4 million over 3 years, doesn't say planned in there, this is proposed.
I mean,
So
it's Snowmass. The Snowmass
we can
page.
clarify that when we have further discussion. We'd like the terminology to be the same, so we're not shorting out our own project
I see.
in light of giving monies to others.
In the capital fund, we have the employee deed restricted housing program, and so we have 2.1 million, both for acquisitions and buybacks. And then our support for APCHA is 1.1 million, and that's in the general fund.
I'm sorry. So does that bring APSHA to 1.6 million?
Yes, 1.65.
1.655.
Thank you.
Don't forget that other 50,000 in there.
Let's see, healthy.
Wait, before you move forward, is everyone clear? Is everyone okay to move forward from housing?
Well,
We
yes.
want to spend
for
another
now.
minute here. We might want to spend another minute here. Sorry, Connie and John.
Well, I think we have a deeper discussion that'll come when it comes back to us.
There
It's
will
coming
be a
back to
deeper
us.
discussion. On the 28th, Ashley will bring the capital request for Phillips to the board, and we will look at the housing 5-year plan. And I'm not, hopefully we'll have time on the 28th to get into that housing 5-year plan a little bit deeper. We have a fairly tight schedule with all of the requests. If we don't get all of the board's questions answered at that time, we can bring it back during another work session.
So we'd go into the draw and the rugby field at the same time? Is that part of that discussion? Because I think Francie has.
It's not what I was planning on for the 28th, so that's why I'm not sure how much time there will be for discussion on that. So maybe we need to schedule another.
I mean, we'd be showing them in terms of how it fits within the 5-year plan and how Phillips is funded and such. In terms of details about the specific projects, those would probably need to come separately.
Well, I'm not that concerned about that. I'm just
Yeah.
concerned about.
How it all fits
Putting it into
together
the
and
budget,
what.
the
Yeah.
dollars.
And so we'll be prepared.
I'm not gonna micromanage their project,
Yeah.
except when it slides into City Hall and I say, I told you so, but I heard from them.
But we will we'll have the spreadsheet to be able to show the timing of the projects and how we anticipate them
So we'll have
moving
an
forward, why
opportunity for
we
more
think
discussion.
that these are the right investments for you all to be making at this point.
Francie?
Did we vote to appropriate funds to these two?
No.
No.
I don't
we're-
remember hearing about the assault rugby field from anybody other than Jim Light.
You weren't at the meeting.
Yeah. So we
Was it last week?
it was actually, and so we had a brief discussion, and again, we're going to be bringing back more detail. We're just trying to get that built into a 5-year plan with the housing fund right now. So
Okay.
they're all different kinds of deals, with Phillips being ours and being more of an infrastructure, Snowmass, us being kind of a junior funding partner, if you will, on a much larger project, and then Basalt is more of a purchase profile.
So we're going to vote on that as part of the budget or separately?
It would be appropriating the funds, but the agreements and such, to really bring the deals to fruition would be voted on separately. So you're going to have multiple bites at the apple. Yeah.
Are we okay to move past housing for a minute?
Yeah.
Thank you.
For a minute.
We'll be back.
They'll be back.
On the success factor of affordable and quality healthcare options, as always, we continue our funding for Mountain Family Health Center. We give support in 2 different ways, in-kind rental support and then also an ongoing operating subsidy. That subsidy is based on the number of uninsured individuals served. And the health,
Excuse me, so is that anticipating loss of Medicaid for a lot of those people, or is that what we generally give?
That's what we're doing now.
This is what we're estimating right now in our discussions with Mountain Family Health. I want to just say this is an uncertain environment, though, and so they're not sure on the timing and insured mix that they're going to have, and so we're going to keep an eye on this. But right now, we are in constant conversation with them.
So
So
this,
it could be more.
It could
I
be
was
more.
gonna say, so this
Yeah,
is
I
not
put-
conservative was the other way of
It
saying
seems
it.
very low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put yes plus more money, question mark?
So I think you're hearing from the board.
Yeah, we locked in
This
a
is too
lot of our,
conservative.
also the way we structured the deal back in the day, we locked in a lot of our contribution in kind that
Yeah.
puts us at less risk of this kind of market change.
Is it
But still, in order for them to operate,
That's going to be the question. Yeah.
so maybe the shutdown will end and we'll have Medicaid back. Sure that's going to happen.
Social Security at 75.
Well, and just having insurance, the uninsured rate as well as Medicaid matters for them a lot. Those are 2
Yeah, right.
variables. Yeah.
Yeah, so the loss of other services will increase the,
Right.
yeah,
And I think you're hearing from the board it's too conservative at this point.
It might be.
Yeah.
It might be.
One of many that may be.
yeah.
Sorry, thanks for the interruptions.
through the Health Insurance Fund, we also support the Valley Health Alliance, which has done a lot of work as far as reducing healthcare costs in the valley. For high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees, we're planning a pool, a placeholder of 4.5%. For wage adjustments, this would be split between cost of living increases and other compensation programs. A few possibilities are listed there. We are not planning any increase to county or employee share of our health insurance for 2026.
That seems optimistic.
We did a pretty large increase on the county share in 2025. We have started to see some of our claims costs coming down a little bit.
Oh.
With a self-funded health insurance program, you get years where you have spikes and troughs. And with a smaller pool of bodies in that program, you feel those swings a little bit more. We're coming off of a few high years.
Well, fortunately, I have no more joints to replace, so that
I was gonna say, that's because everybody in the county's already had all their
And
joints replaced.
Francie,
We don't
there's
need to worry about it.
there's probably a sit down. The board has had the benefit of a briefing on negotiations that we've been having with providers, where we have been. I think we're starting to see the benefits of some of our direct contracting efforts. Where we're getting discounts greater than the Cigna network, but it's going to drive some plan design changes this year that we should probably talk about offline.
Okay.
And then last but not least, in the assessor's office, there is a new appraiser ongoing FTE built into the budget. So total proposed expenditures, everything all together, $311 million. Again, we see the very lopsided pie chart with the airport at 35% of the total. The airport alone is $110 million, so quite significant. General fund is next, and then open space and trails. So just a little summary.
Patty?
Can I ask, sorry, I'm gonna backtracking again. On the assessor's request for a new appraiser, can we maybe at some point see what the job description is for the chief appraiser, who apparently is working too many hours doing supervisory duties rather than appraising, so they need another appraiser? I'd just like to see what the job descriptions are.
Yeah, we can look at the job descriptions. I think we'll also be bringing you some data on what's changed with their workload too.
They also have 2 term-limited positions that will drop off at the end of 2026. If you remember last year, we approved a couple of term-limited positions.
Because of the increase in
Well, and with
appraisal year, was it?
with succession planning mainly, as long-term staff are planning retirements, and a couple of those are expected to be dropping off by the end of 2026. So there's been overlap with the term-limited positions. Those term-limited positions will end at the end of 2026.
Right. My question is, if we have a chief appraiser who's doing supervisory jobs, is there something we could have somebody who's not an appraiser do some of that? I just would like to see the whole picture before
Yeah, and we can ask Deb to speak to
concerned.
that too. Yeah.
Francie, before we move forward, sorry.
On the housing property tax fund expenditures of 11 million, does that include those snowmass things?
That includes everything that
On
we
that
have
previous page?
earmarked for 2026,
Okay.
yes. Including the $5
I'm
million
sorry, but
for
I di-
Phillips.
I'm sorry. I didn't notice on the revenues page what the revenues are expected to be for the,
297 million total versus 311 expenses.
no, I mean for the housing property tax.
Oh, for housing property tax? I'll just go back
Sorry,
to
I
that
just
one.
didn't, I mean, are we spending most of it?
rough, 8 million a year is kind of our rough guesstimate, I think.
Housing property tax, 8.6 million in revenues
Okay,
and 11 million in expenditures, so we are spending down fund balance by about 2.5 million.
okay, great, thank you very much.
Okay, in the time we have left, I'm shifting to the general fund. And we'll dive in a bit more detail for the general fund. The total proposed expenditures are $61.8 million. this just gives you a little visual of how that's broken up between some of the different departments in the general fund.
What are internal services?
Internal services are finance, treasurer, HR, and IT.
Oh, okay.
Our proposed general fund budget has a $2.6 million operating deficit in 2026. Since we are proposing a deficit, that merits some discussions, so we're going to take a look at that. Our five-year plan does show operating surpluses in 2027 through 2030, and they're shown here on this slide. But with that deficit in 2026, our average annual operating deficit is $302,000. Normally, we try to have an operating surplus if we average out all of the years. It's normal to have years where there is a deficit or a surplus, as there are swings in various departmental equipment and replacements and projects. So that type of swing is normal, but we aim to have, if you average it out over the 5 years, a surplus, to make sure that we're not unduly spending down general fund balance. But we have a number of different situations this year, and we'll talk about some of them, that we are proposing a little bit different scenario.
But we are spending down our fund balance over the
We are
next few
spending
years.
down some fund
Yeah.
balance, yes. The proposed budget includes about $1.1 million in one-time contracted services. About half of that is with ComDev Vision 2050. We mentioned the facilities asset and inventory condition assessment in a previous slide. There are some one-time Philips consultant and property management costs, microgrid and geothermal planning, energy audits, and so forth, and some smaller items. So part of that deficit is made up of one-time costs that are not continued on in the 5-year plan. There's also about a $406,000 one-time shift in sales tax revenue. We had been planning on this shift for a number of years as we were trying to provide the Road and Bridge Fund with enough funding to take on the Redstone South Bridge replacement project. In order to do that, we can't transfer money into the Road and Bridge Fund by state statute. So we need to increase the allocation of sales tax on a year-to-year basis. So normally, we've had 33% of sales tax going to the Road and Bridge Fund and 57% to the general fund. It's a 2% shift for 2026, 35% to Road and Bridge, and 55% to general fund, with the other 10% going to the capital fund. And the dollar value of that in 2026 is the $406,750. Mid-year 2025, the board approved 6 new positions for the airport project. 2 of those are paid directly from the airport fund, but 4 of them are in the general fund. A high percentage of the time of those positions will be reimbursed to the general fund through the cost allocation plan. However, the cost allocation plan functions 1 year in arrears. So we wait until we have the full cost of a year, then we prepare the cost allocation plan. So the funding reimbursement is always 1 year in arrears.
From the airport fund?
Yes. And it's from all county funds for all of the internal services. Open space and trails, or the landfill, or others pay that overhead cost to pay for the costs of IT and facilities and finance and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I remember that now, thanks.
Cool, yeah, I feel it, you can turn it up.
So the value of that time lag of reimbursement is about $350,000. So general fund is really fronting that cost, and we'll get reimbursed the following year for that cost. We have a heavier replacement schedule here. Two items that I pulled out, which are the highest dollar amount, are tasers for the sheriff and the jail, and also the sheriff's radio replacements. And
Do
then
they
on,
use the tasers? Have they used the tasers? I'd like to hear about that from them. I mean,
Ask the sheriff.
that seems extreme for us.
Taser use, they have a really strict taser protocol.
They have a what?
They have a really strict taser protocol. They've
I'm
got
sure
it-
they do. Yeah, I'd just like to
Got
hear
in
about
place
it.
for years.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we have conservative revenue forecasts, which don't help with the deficit.
That's putting it nicely.
You'd just like to surprise us later with how good it really was.
That's just an argument I lost.
You mean you're less conservative than Connie?
But there were others who were more conservative too.
That's true.
Were
That's
there?
true.
We have a
Yeah.
lot of discussion and we try to balance it out in the way that we feel is the most realistic and responsible.
I appreciate that.
On top of the normal costs, we also have operating transfers. So from the general fund, excuse me, we have some transfers that are for the purpose of capital that are one time, where you don't need continuing revenues to support them. There are other transfers that are just ongoing subsidies for operations. And these include $2.26 million for the Human Services Fund. It's an increase of $162,000. That's because we've put the property tax rebate program into human services on an ongoing basis. For public health, $1.1 million. It's a $100,000 increase from last year due to some funding reductions that public health has seen. Just to mention here of the range we try to keep the fund balances in for public health and human services, its general fund serves as their backup. For the Healthy Community Fund, we every year charge them for the cost allocation plan for the overhead costs, but then we turn around and transfer it back to them. That's just to keep their fund whole so that all of the property tax that they collect can really be used towards those grants out to the community, and the fund is not paying for their overhead costs. And then we have the annual $69,000 transfer to open space and trails.
But what is that?
What is a
Conservation Trust
conservation
Fund?
trust fund?
Conservation Trust Fund are lottery proceeds that we
Are what?
receive.
State-
Lottery
State
proceeds
funds.
Lottery proceeds. Okay.
that we receive and transfer into the general fund. I believe
From the
in
state.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. I believe it was in the original Open Space and Trails ballot language when Open Space and Trails was approved as a fund that the general fund would contribute $69,000 to Open Space and Trails on an ongoing basis for cost of upkeep of some general fund properties that were moved into Open Space and Trails.
It's a fixed amount, 69 each year. So in other words, that's probably not enough anymore.
On top of the operating transfers, we have capital transfers. We're planning on $5 million to the capital fund, $410,000 to the translator fund, and then $500,000 to the library. Now, this amount for the library could end up changing depending on the board's discussions. We would anticipate that whatever we do transfer to the library for electrification would eventually be reimbursed
By Reb.
From REMP.
by the REMP fund. The REMP fund does not have enough available to cover that in 2026, but it would in future years, but in 27 or 28.
So that figure is dependent on what kind of boilers we buy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Combination of boilers and heat pumps and
And if Remp ever has enough money to pay us back. Is that our ZG
Comes
guys
in
out there?
airport contingent. They're here.
ZGF?
So is everyone okay if we spend a couple minutes over and possibly start a few minutes late on the airport?
We'll take a
So if we
break.
can go to 5 or 10 minutes over and then take a 10 or 15-minute break, just so the airport guys, so the Portland guys know we'll be a few minutes late.
And then we have to be out of here on time because we have P&Z coming in.
And they have to get set up anyway.
Okay, we talked about the BoCC stabilization pool earlier this morning. It is derived from one-time budget savings. It's not an ongoing revenue source, so it really is one-time funds. The general fund 5-year plan I've broken out into 2 slides. The first shows you the revenue section, and then the second, the expenditures and transfers. On the revenues, you will see that the sales tax goes down from about 11.2 million in 2026 to 10.4 million in 2027. That's that 10% drop that we're planning. Other items of note in the other revenues line, that includes contributions from public safety entities that support dispatch, and also from E911 that subsidizes dispatch and also covers their capital costs. Since there's a high capital cost in 2026, there's a higher than average contribution. You see that in the 4.5 million in other revenue, and then you see a decrease in 2027. So we're going from an anticipated 61 million in 25 to 62 million in 26, down to 60.8 million in 2027.
And what are indirect revenues?
Indirect revenues are the cost allocation plan.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
In the expenditures, we have included 4 new ongoing positions, 3 in the sheriff's office and 1 in the assessor's office. They're included in these numbers. Other positions are not included. A total budget of 61.3 million. You see the operating transfers for a net deficit of 2.6 million. Then below that 2.6 million, you'll see the transfers for capital. And then finally, the BoCC stabilization pool, 500,000 per year for 3 years. You see the
That's too low.
ending available unassigned general fund balance, and then the total general fund balance as a result of this 2026 budget and 5-year plan. So we are spending down fund balance. There are major investments, both in capital and in community needs. If we look at the fund balance chart that we normally show you in the budget process, the 2 green sections of the chart together make up 16.7% of our operating expenditures. So that's really the reserve that we want to keep and not dip into. The little yellow section is our restricted fund balances. And then the blue section is the unassigned part of the fund balance that is really at the board's disposition. And the red on top is the capital fund. So you see, according to the plan, what our fund balance would look like. We do have to keep taking more out of the blue unassigned fund balance into the green section, because as our costs increase over the years, that percentage increases. Questions?
Now, I will say we have typically outperformed these projections. Our blue, but we are going to be spending down for sure. You know, whether we end up at that 1.6 million or something slightly higher, very much doubt it'll look like our 2026 starting. And so this is part of the conversation for this board with this budget, is we are dipping in quite a bit for aggressive capital, but also providing some resources around some of the cuts that we're anticipating.
I mean, the gut response would be 26, we're dipping in, and 27 is a year we're closing the airport. So it feels like we've got 2 years in a row of stress. financial stress.
But we were actually showing 5 years, 6 years, 5 years in a row.
Can I?
Yeah.
I just think it's important to note for the public that if you look at the revenues, well, the expenditures, the total amount of, what is it, 311 million plus, that 110,634,000 is just for the airport. And the other, another 15 million for the landfill, which are enterprise funds. So I think the public needs to know that if you look at our budget amount, of expenditures of $163,000, that's huge. But if you take out those numbers for the airport and the landfill, it lowers that. So please don't freak out when you see that number.
And I think if you add housing in there, it even starts to come down closer to our previous years.
Yeah, but I'm just going for the two big boys there, that are enterprise funds, technically, that are paid for differently.
So as
So I'm
John,
hoping the press points that out when they report tomorrow. We have expenditures of over $311 million for 2026. Makes you take a lot of deep breaths.
as John mentioned, we normally do better than our 5-year plan. Our revenue estimates are conservative, and we usually spin off some savings, which help to increase fund balance. So I would anticipate that this looks better in reality than what we're showing you here today. But that is a decision point of the board. If the board wants to move forward with everything we've incorporated into the general fund proposed budget and the BoCC stabilization pool and the use of capital.
Now, there's some optimism there.
So
What
we've
the country's
touched
doing.
on a number of the success factors in the 5-year plan, and we'll continue to bring some of these items back to you in 2 weeks' time. What I've written here on this slide, it has changed a little bit for the 28th. That was my original idea, to do position requests in the morning, but instead we're going to combine it and do fund by fund through their capital and new position requests and show you their 5-year plan at the same time. We won't have a lot of time for each fund, but hopefully enough that their staff can present a little bit, ask the board some questions. If there's further discussion, we'll need to probably schedule some follow-up time, and maybe we'll need that for housing. So I'm planning in the morning from 10 to 12 to do airport, solid waste center, road and bridge, fleet, open space and trails, and dispatch center. In the afternoon, we'll then look at some of the other funds, public health and human services and housing, and all of the others.
Patty, is there one you don't want to miss?
Yeah, well, the airport.
Other than
I
all
think.
of them? So can we make sure the airport goes last?
You know what, or I'll just find out if it's just as frustrating that I give the ACRA schedule ahead of time at the beginning of the year, and I don't know what happens to it as
So-
the year moves on, so I'll figure it out.
The airport had a scheduling conflict in the afternoon. That's why I've put them first. in
I'll
the
figure it
morning.
out. I'm not gonna miss the airport and all the work I've been doing out there, so.
What time's the ACRA meeting start?
8:30, usually gets over around 11, 10:30, 11.
So if we did the airport last in the morning,
If they can do that. If not, we have time to figure it out, but we have no budget next week. On the 21st work session. Because I know we'll have 2 commissioners out, so I think that's a good thing.
So Connie, thank you.
You guys are gonna, God, I was hoping you guys were hoping you got to miss.
Thank you. I think the only addition.
240
is-
minutes.
Done while I'm gone, all the stuff that irritates me,
Yes.
get that done.
After all
Honey,
of that,
thanks
we
so
need a
much.
cartoon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
your
you.
clarity is such a gift to us.
And for grassroots, we're going to take a break until 3:20, so we'll be about 5 minutes late for the start of the airport conversation, but I think the board needs 13 minutes.
house must have just been, we never found out who it was. He didn't wear a collar.
So good afternoon. It is 3:20. We apologize. We're a little late, Meg. We just had 2 hours of enjoyable 2026 budget. We're joined by CCA, PAE, ZGF.
Can you not acronym and tell us who we're joined by, please?
I'm GHW.
NCC.
I found budget exhilarating. It was more Excel. It was wonderful. So, but welcome, and I will turn it over to Ryan Mahoney.
Thank you. Well, I sent Tony a text while we were still in budget, and I said what you guys were doing, and I said they need some excitement this afternoon. So that's what he's going to deliver. But just to remind everyone, we've got a good cross section of the overall team here. So you all know Charles, of course, and then Rena and Chris. And Tony, and then of course Meg. So Meg's going to talk to us in a little bit about our first task force meeting, which went off well. And just as a quick reminder, this week, actually tomorrow evening at the fire station, we have our first open house. So the cadence will more or less be that as we have these task force meetings, we'll follow up with some of the public input opportunities. So that'll happen tomorrow night at the fire station.
And Diane, or if you want to join us at the table, you're welcome to. Rye will not be joining us, so if you want to upgrade your seats to, yeah. With Miles. With Miles, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have some folks in back. You all know Brad, and then this is Brian from the engineering team. All right,
And we
Tony,
do-
we're ready for you.
All right.
We can swing it around over here if anybody else wants to see it. You want to come join us? We can take Rye's name down so you don't have to pretend.
Share my
He
window
won't be
here.
offended.
See if that's working. There we go.
Mine got lost.
Into
Somebody
our
took
airport?
my name tag.
I
This is
did.
my old
Yes,
name.
we got in
My
last
name
night on time.
disappeared over
All
the weekend.
right.
It's always good when that happens.
Even in spite of the rain?
Yeah, it was great.
Well, this one has my formal name.
glad
with the
that
K
you made it out of
hyphenated.
Portland.
My
Yeah.
maiden name was K. So I don't know where my other one went. Peacock, I think, took it. My name tag disappeared.
All right, well, thanks for having us. Today we're just going to give you a project update, what we've done so far. And we can start here with a calendar that sort of describes where we've been and where we're going. For the last about month and a half or 2 months, we've been working with project leadership. And we're going to cover some of those materials we've been preparing to date, including the benchmarking tour that some of you were able to attend. As Ryan mentioned, we had a task force meeting 2 weeks ago, and we have an engagement with the public tomorrow night. Here we are today for doing a BoCC update, which will be followed on Thursday with an AAB meeting update of similar kind. And we have this sort of cadence of once a month that we'll be doing that. And so, as you can see below is sort of our progress on the design front. So actually this same week, we're going to be presenting some things to the project team, and then we will be following that up with sort of a summary to you all in the following month. So that's where we're at, and that's where we're heading. And so we'll show you basically what we've done over the last 6 weeks or so. First, though, we wanted to start by sharing half of those that are present today were able to join. Francie and Jeffrey were there, but Greg and Patty weren't able to join us, so we thought we'd show you what we were able to show the rest of the project team in Portland. And we'd love for Francie and Jeffrey also to engage in what you were able to see, as well as Ryan and Meg and Diane, who were all there as well. But we were able to showcase our project in Portland, which we thought was a really great opportunity to show a project that, you know, many of us spent over 10 years of our lives both designing and then helping make sure it was constructed to the vision that we had. And I've highlighted a few things here on the slides that I thought were applicable takeaways that we had conversations around while we were there that I thought we could just mention. So the first here in this image, you know, we talked a lot about the opportunity for the Aspen Airport to take advantage of the sky and the light that you have here. And there's both goods and bads. You have some of that in your current airport, but it provides glare, and so we know we need to be careful about where we put it. And we were able to tell a story about the flooring you see in this image. The Ferris family was able to take wood that would have been in the burn pile, would have been throwaway, and has turned it into a business that produces this wood material that now is a product that's available nationwide for purchase. And it's a good example of how working with the local economy, local business, and local family, we were able to generate a new product in Oregon and now nationwide.
I would like to put out something in this picture, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Tony.
absolutely.
So, you know, Greg and I have talked quite a bit about not wanting to have the heavy timber Western look at the airport. So I just want, you know, this small use, I mean, it's a lot of wood, but the size of it, sort of the, what would I call, almost a mesh look about it, I think is so much nicer than the heavy timber kind of thing. And plus that wood was all from Oregon.
It's all locally
Right, yeah,
sourced.
no, thank you. No, I really love it. It reminds me of the pictures I've seen from inside a cello.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know, those
You've
the
been
beautiful,
in, you took pictures from inside
you know,
a cello?
pictures taken, you know, inside a violin or an ancient violin or cello. It reminds me of that. You know, no, it's a really appealing. I love this photo in the space. I'm really intrigued by the floor, and I'm wondering, what's the life expectancy of that floor? It's a composite.
Because I wondered, but they're pieces so they can be taken up and replaced, and
Yeah.
I was told it was quite long.
Yeah, it's solid stock. It's 3/8 inch thick. It can be refinished several times, and because it's all small pieces, it's very easy to replace. It's glued down. They're only about 6 inches wide by 18 inches long, so it's a really easy material to replace. And the Port of Portland has found it's their favorite of all the flooring materials we're using. I think as the airport ages, when they have opportunity to switch things out, if it's not this floor and it's something else, they might opt to replace it with this floor because they're seeing so much success with it.
Really? Okay,
It's
so-
amazing to walk on a wooden floor in an airport.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, my,
and
it's so
distress is-
warm.
Yeah.
And the pieces are only 6 inches by 1 inch, and they're not glued to each other. They have a running piece of metal under them so that you can replace pieces without the whole thing.
Right.
You know, one of the common ground recommendations is warm and welcoming, and that wood floor, and then, of course, the wood over ceiling, which I thought the airport smelled like wood. It was just had a wonderful smell, but that immediately gives a warm feeling.
No, I like that. Thank you.
Jeffrey, my comment was gonna be blue stained wood, which is in the runner on our dais. That's blue stained wood. This is all blue stained wood from Colorado. And there used to be, and I'm not sure if it still exists, but I think it does, a sales tax exemption if you use certified blue stained wood from Colorado. And so that would be an opportunity for us to help preserve and clean up our forests, and at the same time bringing that into our terminal.
Patty, thank you. I mean, we're very committed to keeping as much local dollars, local economy-driven decisions as we can, and so, you know, we're going to work as hard as we can to make those decisions.
And it's worth, we lobbied for it many years ago at the state level to do the sales tax exempt for certified blue stained wood, so it could save us some dollars,
Yeah.
and who knows, but if we couldn't save the dollars, at least we'd save some of our forest.
Yep.
And I know the ski company, I just saw a logging truck leaving the ski company when they were up at this event we had a couple weeks ago at the top of Aspen Mountain, that they are sending the trees that they've taken down. They go to Rifle, I believe, and no further, and then they're reprocessed in
Oh, my
Rifle,
goodness, I'm so sorry.
which is very cool. So they're not traveling a distance to be milled or whatever they turn into when they leave here. Seemed weird seeing a logging truck, you know,
Like the old days.
in October driving down the highway, you know. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we also talked about how the airport can be a very stressful place. You
We're the
guys
number
got a
one in the country.
rating very recently we don't need to talk about, but One of the places in which you experience that stress is at the security checkpoint queue. And we spent a lot of time in the design of PDX thinking about how to reduce the stress across the entire experience, but especially at that checkpoint. And so we employed a number of biophilic design elements there at that de-stress point at the queue, and talked about how that's a measurable result that we can engage with the Aspen Airport and really focus those design decisions at areas where we know the impact will be the greatest. And then we also talked about, at least at PDX, and we're not sure we'll have the space at the Aspen Airport, but there was a real focus on finding an opportunity for a civic moment in the airport, square footage that we could give for opportunities for gathering for the community. You know, PDX is a different scale and has a different square footage allotment, but this center space here that you see in this image is really thought of as a place where the community of Portland can gather for events. And so we're not quite yet sure what that might mean for Aspen, but we did talk about what that could be for this community at Pitkin County. And might there be an opportunity within the airport site or within the building itself to provide some relief for something like that? Anybody that was on the tour want to comment on this image at all?
Could you explain that just a little better? You know, I see a big open space.
Yeah.
I was thinking an event like a concert.
Yeah,
or
yeah. We've programmed it a few different ways. We've thought about it as a place where a piano could be center stage. We've thought about it as a place where a public hall could be held. You know, a speech could be done. This stadium seat could house quite a number of people. We thought about it as a marketplace where you could have stalls set up in the middle and things could be sold and people could mill about. It's meant as kind of a blank canvas for the Port of Portland to be able to have a vision for what they could put there.
unrelated to air travel.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's pre-security, it's on the non-secure side, so they can really do whatever they see fit there.
Interesting. Yeah.
And we saw, you know, before the project started, the Timbers won the Timbers is our soccer team, and they won the banner, and the airport became the place. I don't know if you saw any of the images, but our roadways became flooded with fans as they came home, and so it became the place where that event happened. And so it started our thinking around what's the airport's role in a sort of like civic celebration. So that sort of played in here a bit.
Tony, are you going to bring up the restaurant too? I didn't want to.
Oh no, but
I think that's a really good point when you're talking about the civic area too.
Yeah.
They have a restaurant that's pre-security as well, so you have an opportunity for communities to come, and you had said that community members actually come to this airport to have lunch, to have a different setting, that aren't traveling but are still using the airport.
That's true, and it's just up on the right-hand side here on the mezzanine.
And the TSA area is really, as Tony says, it's a de-stressing area. I mean, you get through TSA, and instead of being shuttled really fast through this tiny little thing, it opens out, and there's seating and a comfortable place to sort of regather your things, and don't have to put your shoes on anymore, but that kind of thing. is
Eagle's
just-
like that.
What?
Eagle Airport. It's like that when you leave TSA, you have some space.
A recomposure space. I have an image of that coming.
We just
too.
don't have space.
Redressing
to be-
room.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And an undressing room.
Yeah, it's right here in this next image. That's something we talked about, in that, you know, your airport severely needs, currently as you exit your checkpoint, you're actually overlapping what is a hold room, and so when that space is being used to gate and to load aircraft, it's a exceptionally congested space, and so the design certainly needs to anticipate an area in which, as you exit security, that there's a buffer between the next activity. So we talked a lot about that. It's something that Diane certainly, her eyes got real big when she saw the space that PDX had. And then the checkpoint itself, you know, for PDX at least, it was a very important goal to give them a flexible space. For PDX, it's a 20 checkpoint total. There's two 10 position checkpoints on either side, but a column-free space, because we know that the requirements of TSA is ever changing, and so they really wanted to make sure that they weren't running into spacing requirements that limited what they could do in the checkpoint. And so we did a long span structure there to make sure that they had ultimate flexibility for the coming decades.
So you have a recomposed space, do you have a decomposed space?
They call it recomposure because you're putting back on the things you took off that you to go through security.
Yeah, but their engineers have a decomposed place where they decompose.
Oh yeah, we'll get
all
to
the
that in a
human
minute
waste.
too. Yeah, stealing my thunder, Prince.
I love all, and those are real trees, right?
Those are real trees. Everything at PDX is real. And then we had a conversation around technology. So there's two places here in which you see technology. One is the pole. This is something that we implemented at PDX where we took the idea of kind of a street lamp and we took, paging system, PA system, Wi-Fi, strobe lights, convenience outlets, all of the things that technology-wise make an airport run, and we took it off of the walls and the ceilings, and we put it into these street poles that have their own rhythm and cadence throughout the space so that they could be implemented throughout the airport for flexibility, and as new things come up, there's a rhythm in which they could be employed without having to clutter walls and ceilings, and it wouldn't impact what you might be doing with the rest of the tenant improvements throughout the decades. And then also on the art, this is that video screen that is right above security, and we had a conversation around how to balance both art and advertisement, especially once you go to digital media. There's a tendency for airports everywhere, not just here at Aspen, to move to advertisement once it's digital. And so really trying to be careful about where we put digital applications and a balance for you all on revenue generation for advertisement and art opportunities throughout the airport.
Well, with our limited space, I think we are going to have to be really careful there because of the need to pay for it.
That's right.
But it could be the same space, so it wouldn't be a screen that large, obviously, but part of the time that was like a running brook, and sometimes it was something else, so we could have, and we talked about this at one of the meetings, scenes of skiing, scenes of Roaring Fork agriculture, and then an ad, and then another beautiful scene. So it's not always ad.
Right, yeah, that's a good thought, as I also like to be able to use that space for public service announcements,
Yeah.
because that was very helpful during COVID.
I was just going to say, yeah, that's a big concern. We know about the airports you walk through, and it looks like you're in a shopping mall or a hard sell, X through the gift shop sort of situation.
Exactly.
And then other airports really, and PDX is an example, it looks like more of an art museum and more of a gallery, and it's an opportunity to display art and display who we are as a community.
That's right.
And to me, that takes precedence over
revenue
the
to
ability
pay
to
for it?
sell, jewelry or hospital ads for, that sort of thing.
Real
So we have
estate.
to be, we need revenue, but we also need, this is a once in 100-year opportunity, or 50 years, I guess. This last one lasted 50 years, so hopefully this will last longer. But I was thinking about legacy sort of places, and Wheeler Opera House has been here over 100 years now and going strong. It's been remodeled, but it's as an edifice, it's really important to our community, and I kind of expect the airport to be the same. I want it to be the same, and so how thoughtful and conscious can we be about placement of the revenue generating things versus public art and history displays?
Yeah.
Super
And the
important.
Wheeler's funded by real estate transfer tax, don't forget that.
That's right, it is.
And then finally on the PDX airport, we're talking about what you put into it when we're talking about retail and concessions and restaurants, scaling it to your community. For Portland, it was really about looking at our communities, our neighborhoods, our blocks, and scaling it to that familiar urban environment, and then making sure that the things we're putting into it are familiar to Oregonians and to people from Portland. And so we know that's going to be really important as a way for this airport to really feel like it only belongs here, to think about what retailers are present in the airport. And then we were able to take you all behind the scenes for phase 2. This project, you know, as those images are beautiful, and that's part of the phase 1 construction that is complete. It has 2 very major pieces of construction that are underway. This is a future Alaska Airlines lounge on the top with additional retail and what will be future exit lanes down to the new bag claim areas that also transition to the new transit connection. So we're able to let you all see that under construction area that will be open late spring or early summer of next year. As well as a brief tour through the PAE Living building. And although the building is beautiful in the finished spaces, we also spent quite a bit of time in the underbelly and showed the systems and what a living building really takes to function and to perform at that level, talking about the water systems and the heat recovery and all of the pieces that make that work. And I think a lot of the folks, I don't want to speak for them, that were on the tour that never really maybe spent time in a room like that were really surprised,
Amazed.
at what it takes to make a living building work.
But really the creative solutions that you used in there too, just by taking the servers down there to use the heat for else, was making the most of a small space.
Yeah. So that was the benchmarking tour. I'm going to let Rena talk a little bit about our office tour, which we were also able to host you in our office and show you a little bit about, we're here every other week and we're presenting materials as we progress, but there's a lot of stuff that we're not bringing, and there's a lot of the process that we're not able to share because we have limited time with your leadership. So it was a really unique opportunity to just have you in our office and let you kind of walk through it. So I think Rena's going to kind of walk you through that.
Yeah, these photos aren't as fun as being there in person together, of course, but this is what you might call the old-fashioned pinup, which we love to do. It's a great way to communicate just within our team, and then in these chance opportunities to share with others. But what you see here is mostly research that had started probably a year and a half ago, well before the interview. But a lot of it stems from using the vision and values set in the Common Ground as a roadmap of where to focus our research. So if we jump to the next slide. Oh, I thought it was on.
Red light is on.
Oh,
It's confusing, sorry.
Sorry. So here's just a snapshot of some of the culture and context research. I think, of course, the sustainability goals were really exciting for us on this project, but then all of the really clear goals around local community character and context and just how valued the land is in this place was really, really wonderful. And so there's nothing we enjoy more than doing a deep dive. And if we click to the next.
Is there more than that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just to be clear, it's all about Aspen. I mean, it's not like general ideas. It's very Aspen specific.
And I think, one of the common ground under vision and values, one of the goals is to be unique. And I think a lot of that comes from doing that deep dive into a place. So trying to understand a place the way someone would who's lived here at least 10 years or 20 years. I mean, it's hard. I mean, that's one of the hardest jobs we have as architects, is to really understand a place if we haven't physically lived there ourselves. So really just diving into the seasons, understanding how the quality of light is different. It's a very different light quality than what we have in Portland, which is different than what you have in Arizona. So it all goes towards developing that ethos of design.
I am so glad that you all brought this, because this was probably one of the most inspiring things for the whole trip to me, because when you just walk up and down that hall, and all the employees do, every time you all walk by for the year and a half or 2 years or whatever, it inspired you to, whatever you were seeing, to continue to think about what you want to do for Aspen, right? I just think it's an amazing motivational hall.
That's what we should rename it. Yeah. Instead of the restrooms are down there, so go down Motivational Hall and then take a right.
And the cool thing is the sheets pull back, and so you can walk by and pull it back and see what you need to be thinking about.
Now,
Really a clever idea.
We've got community forums coming up. I assume you're showing something that's going to include some of this and inviting more. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and I think we'll kind of touch on that later
Okay.
in a little
I'll
bit
wait.
here.
Don't let me jump the gun.
But feel free to jump in here.
Well, I just want to say, yeah, I was looking for architectural references, and Charles knows it well. You've got a great guide in having Charles part of this. Just thinking we've got the Victorian architecture, the old mining. We've got that era that had, we've got a West End full of homes that were originally, mail order houses from Sears Roebuck, brought in on the train for a lot of the little old houses. Then we had the Bauhaus influence with Herbert Bayer, mid-century modern people. There's a lot of interesting mid-century modern stuff happening, through the 60s. And there's one thing popped into my head, and I sent it to a few people of the original Buttermilk Base
I took
Lodge.
it to them.
Did you share it?
I haven't
Yeah.
seen it.
Okay. It's
Yeah,
a-
I took it to them, and Jean, who's one of their partners, flipped out.
Great.
What's the curve called, Tony?
Hyperbolic parabola.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
thank
it's
you.
that, Richard
I-
Walls
you-
did
I
that
need to see it.
spectacular
I'll send it to you.
building.
Thank you.
And that's ingrained into the DNA of my generation of kids who grew up here. It's like they all remember that place. And one of them sent me that and said, "Hey, tell them that they should make it look like a wing, like this thing." And so I just want to throw it into the hopper. But it appears that you're doing the deep dive and looking at all those things that resonate for us. So thank you.
No, that's great, and I think what's been wonderful about working with CCA and Design Workshop is that we have that kind of insider's knowledge as part of our team, and feel like that also ties back to the Roaring Fork Valley community. Thinking as we approach this and where we're drawing inspiration from, that we're drawing it from multiple areas within this valley. And I think it'll come up again a little bit later, but it would be nice to hear from you all, when you think about who this is for,
Right,
what comes
yeah.
to mind. And then also hear the Aspen idea and a lot of those modern references that you're just referring to, Greg, kind of come up in that. But this idea of interconnectedness, body, mind, and spirit, and how things that we're doing to connect to the culture and context are also, in our minds, very tethered to sustainability. So it's all part of this health of mind, health of body, weaving together. And then another piece of our kind of deep dive early on was looking into local resources, both for materials, natural materials, but then also fabricators. Whether it's a kind of mechanical system or brick or stone, looking to all those local opportunities, and then I'm guessing no one can figure out what that acronym is
on
up
the
there.
Where are you?
10
I don't think
points
it's
for
going to
anybody.
catch on. I don't think it'll catch on. But
MSAITW.
I'll give you a clue. The first word is most, and the last word is world.
Sustainable airport in the world.
Yeah.
There you go, John. Ding,
There's
ding,
a
ding.
different one in the world. I
Didn't
just
fit
like
on
the
the
Doesn't
banner.
really
I
roll
like
off
the
the
serpent
tongue.
in the bottom. Is that the one from the Meadows? In
Yes.
front of the.
Andy
Yes,
Goldsworthy's
yeah.
wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is so cool. My late husband actually got the environmental award for that building. He worked for Shaw Construction
Oh, wow,
when
yeah.
they did that.
And Chris will talk more about some of those sustainability goals. But this idea of craft, both in the materials, but then also how we craft sustainability for this project. It's not just taking an off-the-shelf credentials program, but really crafting it for the place that we're in and the community's goals.
Can I share something really
Yeah.
quickly about the wall, the stone? I saw it in the stone. I was part of I spent a year helping film the production of Andy Goldsworthy's wall, and they talked about sourcing the stone locally. And I took them down to Peach Blow, the quarry in the Frying Pan, and to collect some stone. But most of the stone actually had been shipped from far, far, far away, like China, the Mideast. Like, it was like insane where the stone actually came from.
Oh, really?
And they threw some of that local stone in, but it's probably a fraction of a percent, or maybe it's a 1-2%.
The rocks in the pond at the
Yeah.
end.
Oh.
But the idea was it would, we really wanted them to have some.
You must have seen Tommy a
local.
lot there.
I did, yeah, I did see him there, yeah. So it's like a word of caution. It's like, yeah, let's aspire to do it, and then let's make sure we do it.
Yeah.
I like the acronym. I'm going to giggle every time I see that.
And then here's a collection of some of the benchmarks that we've identified, really just as another source of learning. You'll learn from what's been done, both in what could be beneficial and what we may want to avoid as we explore different systems and organizations and the concepts. And so this is just a snapshot of some of the research that we've been doing, but wanted to
The
share.
Long Beach terminal's come a long way since I used to fly in there, that's for sure.
So that gets us to the end of our Portland trip, and then we thought we'd let Meg give you a quick update on how our task force kickoff went 2 weeks ago.
I was so excited when I came back from the Portland trip that I just couldn't stop talking about it all. But I'm equally as excited about our first task force meeting. It was just so good. We had the combined task forces, 21 people, and the agenda was we began with everybody going around the room, just very briefly introducing themselves and something about themselves. And by the time that was finished, probably the last person said, I'm just in awe of the expertise that we have here. And that carried over, excuse me, to our first task force meeting when they were in their breakouts talking about how pleased and honored they all feel to be working with one another, because they can learn so much from one another, because it is such an outstanding group of people. So Tony gave an overview at the meeting. We had our first meeting in the library, the Pitkin County Library here. And that wasn't the best place to be, because when we went into the breakouts, we had to all be in the same room, and so it was a little bit loud, but just robust conversations. Most of the people, it was from 4:30 to 7, I think, and they didn't want to leave. We had to drag them out. And so we really started off on September 30th, I think. Would you agree, Ryan, with a very, very, very good meeting, very exciting. I felt that I needed to call each of the 21 people after the meeting just to individually speak with them and thank them for what for doing this, and I had wonderful conversations with them, all of them still echoing how honored they felt to be there and really looking forward to get going. Our next task force meeting is the 28th of October. We're going to have that one in the airport operations center, which I hope will be a better venue than the library was, and we'll have our breakouts with more time, so they'll have time together. I did an interesting question when my individual calls, asking the task force members how they felt about, because Tony, the whole team was there, and when they had the breakouts, we kind of you all just kind of hung around with them and listened to them. And so I did ask whether they felt that it was good going forward to have the architectural team who can be here with us during the breakouts. And he said, absolutely, we can learn from them and they can learn from us. So I think that's a good way to continue to utilize all of you. We have a little bit, we're following up from my conversations. I wrote a summary report for the project team to think about how we can continue to do the meetings better. And one is that we had promised the task force members who could not come to a meeting that we would provide Zoom somehow. And so we're working on the technological ways of trying to include everybody so if they have to miss, so we'll sort something out. But we had people like Dan Blankenship who said he just felt so honored to be participating. So it just really, really feels good, and I hope I can continue to tell you that that's the whole spirit for it. So thank you all for having these task forces. I think they're going to be very contributive to the public outreach, because they are the public. And most of the members hopefully will be coming to the open house tomorrow night and just really ready to be engaged.
So can we make sure, had members of the public who did not get selected, who want to just stay in the loop, can they attend these meetings either in person or by Zoom and not just be in the room and hear the conversation? So we need to get that out there. Is it?
So we do notice them, Patty. So on our website, as well as I don't want to.
Is it
Civic clerk, I think
backslash,
too, Ryan.
I just pulled the website up and it's
Airport modernization.
the
one-
modernization.
And we have the cards. We're actually handing out the little business cards. That seems to be really helpful.
I think I have them in my
Yeah.
ballot question folder, actually.
People have been very responsive to that. We were trying to bring those to every gathering and
I have some.
presentation
If
that
I
we
run
have.
out, I'll get more from you. But I just want to make sure that people can at least, they may not be able to participate by Zoom, being to be a participant, but they can at least hear the conversation and submit their comments.
Highly
in another
encourage them
manner.
to do
Perfect.
Okay, that's it.
Thanks, May.
And I get very territorial about the Pitkin County Airport. And so, because, it's a community airport, services valley-wide and beyond, but it is the Pitkin County, I know it says Aspen Pitkin County Airport, but then I feel bad for Snowmass who got left off the title. So, yeah.
We
I'm
were
proud of
sure
that
to
airport.
reinforce that with them
Yeah.
when we were out there. So it's very much a message.
Thank you.
And I'm vying for Basalt to be on there.
Yeah.
And likewise, I also pointed out to them that they didn't have pictures of agriculture in Pitkin
Yeah.
County.
Yeah, it's definitely the Roaring Fork Valley Airport.
Right, the community stretches all the way down to the Colorado River Valley at this point. So good luck with that. What do we need? Can we have the details, just for any public listening, about the event on the 28th, the open house, or
The open house tomorrow night?
tomorrow night, sorry.
Yeah, tomorrow. Well, let me finish going through the show because I'm
Yeah,
about
okay.
to show you some of what we covered at the task force, which
Copy that.
there will be a version of that tomorrow night at the firehouse. It's basically, we had 2 hours with the task force. So the community engagement on tomorrow night will be a sort of smaller version of the same. And I'm going to show you, we had more time with the task force, so I'm going to show you even just a smaller version of what we went through with the task force. So it's, the amount of time we have with the different parties is smaller, so the show's a bit smaller, but you'll see a version of it right now, and then there'll be 11 different boards tomorrow representing 22 slides of content that we went over with the task forces. So it'll give you, I think, a general understanding on what that, again, it's representing what we're giving you today, which is an update of the first 6 weeks, essentially, of the project, which has really been about information collecting. And then the next one, which will be 2 weeks from now, will be initial concept ideas. So that will be the one on the 28th. We'll start to show some ideas on how we might organize the site and the different program elements.
I bet you guys have been making little sketches and drawings in your middle of the night and on an airplane ride. Come on.
So let's give you your project update.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So this is just a very simple diagram to describe how we've been thinking about the project. There's really 4 main elements to the project: the terminal, the ground transportation center, the rental car facility, whatever that might be, whether it's a separate building or it's inside of either of those two, and the parking facility, whether it's inside of the rental car facility or the ground transportation center. But those are the 4 big program elements that we're trying to find a home for on the site. And sustainability and passenger experience are interwoven into all 4 of those elements. They really cannot be separated from them. And in order to find good homes for all of those things, the first real element of project data collection we've been doing is really trying to understand everything you have on site today. What's working well? What are your pain points? What are things we definitely want to avoid repeating? And so we've been doing a lot of analysis of your existing site. We also spent some time looking at the accepted common ground recommendation planning. We do understand that this was in the common ground recommendation as a starting point. This wasn't necessarily a design, but this was a starting point of where the stuff might fit on the site. But then we also received, as part of the RFQ process, a phasing study that was also not a design, but was an attempt to locate different parts on the site to just prove that it was constructible over a window of time that proved that it could be built. And so we are in the process now, as we get ready for showing concepts in a few weeks, exploring every option in between. None of these things that you're seeing on the screen today are our design team's ideas. These were things that were given to us that we're using to analyze the site itself and where things could fit and what lessons we can learn about things that were proposed in the past or what you have currently. And all of that has to then get filtered through the common ground recommendations. And you're all sick of hearing about it, but we can't stop saying it because it's the basis in which it's the filter that we're putting everything through. These 10 things are going to show up in every presentation we give. It's going to show up at every public engagement meeting we're at, because it's the thing in which your vision statement is built on. And so we will always have them in front of us. They're large and in charge in our team space, and as we create any ideas, we are always putting it back against these ideas to make sure that they are supported in the common ground recommendation, and they are the thing in which the task force is being asked to weigh against any designs that we are put in front of them. So we're trying to be very careful to make sure that we are always putting those in front. And with Diane and Ryan and the rest of the broader design team, we've been asking some aspirational questions. These are questions that are asked partly in the common ground recommendation, but here we are 5 years later, and we're wanting to validate the questions, update the answers, and make sure that we're all on the right track. And so these are questions we asked of the task force. These are questions that we are going to ask tomorrow night of the public, and these are questions that we would love to hear from the commissioners even today if you have an answer to some of these questions that you think you'd like to throw out, because again, we're still in information collection. Any of your answers still can influence the direction in which the design is heading, but these are some examples of the types of questions we're asking.
So after the task force meeting, we sent the task force members home with homework to answer some of these questions relating to the common ground recommendations, and they've sent that information in, and it's been collated, and we'll be feeding it back to them, and so
That's
we
right.
just will keep talking about it.
That's right.
Can I ask, what is thermal delight? Is that like warm and fuzzy?
Hot chocolate.
It's a shame Paul's not here because he explains it far better than I will. But thermal delight is this idea that there isn't one right temperature for everybody.
Warm and fuzzy.
I mean, I think this community, in some ways, your outdoors embodies thermal delight, right? And the fact that it could be 40 or 50 degrees and you're sitting in the sun and you could be in a t-shirt or something and feel really comfortable in that moment. And maybe it's because you've just been skiing. It's like what your body is doing, your age, your activity, your position, all of that, your environment all surrounds your thermal comfort. And rather than just providing one monotone temperature and saying everyone needs to be comfortable here, can we create places that are going to be able to really meet?
It's a great term. I'm going to have to find other ways to use it.
So yeah, so we want to make sure that the Pitkin County experience at the airport is unlike any other. So these are the sorts of things that we're aspiring to ensure this airport embodies. Any commissioner want to throw out an additional item there? You're welcome to do so.
Sure, but no, there's so many there. But this is great. It's great to see it going through this. You know, for me, there's such a refreshing. It's like coming on a retreat when you land at our airport. It's a refreshing escape from the real world to come here, and I think it is that way for a lot of people. So there's an elegance about it. There's a sanctuary. Of course, it's comfortable and it's inspiring and insightful as an introduction to the community. You know, this is the portal that people will come through to it's the entrance to Aspen. You know, one of many we've got.
We're not voting on it
important
27 times, though.
And you know, it's such an important thing. You know, and to tee up an experience here. I've said everything I would say, but there's an aesthetic about it. Hopefully, that belies our. You know, we think we're unique here, and it's not just the hypoxia that we're all experiencing. We really have, you know, it's a remarkable place, and I'm sure already I know it's going to reflect that. But those are the words that come up.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done finally.
I think there's one word that's conspicuous in his absence, and maybe purposefully, and that would be beautiful.
Plain and simple.
It
Sure,
seems like
throw that in there.
beautiful should be there, but maybe that's a given. I'm not quite sure.
Well, it's a first impression, but it's also a last impression.
Right.
And one of my things was when we had long discussions about jetways was I like the open air one because of things my children had said when we would get home and they would step out of the plane and go down the steps, was, you know, their first impression of being home, it smells like home, you know, and that was always important. So I think that's the capturing of when people arrive here or people come home here and when people leave their home to go away or they leave a place that they've just had an amazing experience, and that's the first and last.
I think that's a really good point. You know, walking out to the airplane and then getting off the airplane and being outside is really different than walking down a jetway and ending up in airports like every other airport. You have no idea where
Fancy
you are.
loves those busy
You have
airports.
no sense of place when you deplane in other cities.
Got one here, if I can, Jeffrey. Discreet but powerful. I was trying to think there's a balance. Understated elegance versus, you know, Aspen does have a reputation in the upper part of the valley anyway, and the glamour and the glitz for being obnoxiously overstated and overconsumption, and that certainly isn't what I want to project with the airport. So I'm drawn to understated, but discreet but powerful might be enough right there. I think you know, how do you get that balance right? We are a remarkable place. You know, we have the highest quality musicians and artists in the world come here and build stone walls and play concerts and do all that sort of thing. And so we want to be part of that vernacular of quality and, you know, an aesthetic and all that without being obnoxious. Good luck.
Unobnoxious, I'm not putting that word on there.
Unobnoxious.
Non-obnoxious.
Let's call it the unobnoxious airport.
Okay, just looking at the time, we have about 15 minutes
Go ahead.
left, so I'm going to move a little faster here. Some other questions we're asking, how we want to make sure that we're providing a
Bridges
safe
are there.
environment both for the passengers and for the crew. I mean, we're really wanting to engage carefully with Diane and her entire team to make sure that what you're getting in this airport is something that works very well for the employees as well. So we've been taking a look and making lots of observations about opportunities. We want to make sure that we're taking full advantage of something that's really unique that this airport is doing, which is rethinking your runway and the terminal and the entire site all at once That's something that most airports don't get to do. And so let's think big picture, let's zoom out, let's make sure we're considering all good options right now. At this concept level, there's no reason we shouldn't be thinking really big picture.
And you're including mobility in that as well.
Absolutely.
Where does signage come in? We have so many people complain about signage at the airport.
We do
I
have
don't
room
need
for
that.
improvement.
Yeah.
It's, and then they complain there's too many signs and there's not enough signs, that the signs are going the wrong way, and
Yeah.
okay.
So,
The more intuitive it is, the less signage you need to.
Yeah.
so we've been looking at your site. Speaking of signage, it starts on the roadway system, and where are you going and which modality are you using to get to where? And so we're learning a lot about some of the things your site actually does pretty well, and some of the things there's opportunities for improvement, I'll say. And I'm going to keep moving because we're running out of time. We also want to make sure that we're not making the highway worse. And so we're going to look at all 3 intersections. We're going to make sure that whatever things we're doing inside the airport property are not making matters worse on the highway. And if there are any items that can improve traffic to the highway, that we're considering them. And that for the future modalities that might find their way to Aspen along the corridor, that we're anticipating those and we're making room for them as we're considering the terminal.
That includes the possibility, or the not the possibility, but the reality of the lumberyard and another stop
Absolutely.
signal.
Yeah.
How to
How to avert that?
dance around that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Good luck.
Yep. And then, again, it wasn't a design, but we even took that that phase study that just assumed some things about roadways, and we used that as a test to just learn some things about what could or could not be tested there for what we could learn for the roadways and what we might want to avoid doing. So this is some observations we were able to make from that study. And then we're asking some questions about the modes of transportation we should be planning for, whether it's day 1, opening day, December of 29, or it's some future modality that we just want to hold space for. And then how, with whatever modality we're talking about, how do we make sure that that it's a convenient and welcoming modality, especially the ones we want to encourage? And then how do we incentivize the sorts of behavior for the community that we really want to encourage, that support the sustainability goals, that support your traffic problems, that support the values of the community? And
Can you go back just 1 second, Tony? To
Yeah.
the one about that one. Okay, great, thanks.
Yep. Rena, do you want to talk a little bit about placemaking
Sure.
priorities?
Yeah, we touched a little bit on this earlier, so I won't go too long here, but here's kind of that key consideration of who is it for, and if anyone wants to add more to that conversation, I think it'd be good to talk about it. But I think there's been a lot of good conversation about this. And then as we're thinking about place, working with CCA and Design Workshop on the next slide, just how can this experience be really engaged with nature, rooted in the place, emphasize views, so always coming back to that common ground, and nature seems to be a through point in all of the vision and values on some level. And again, the incredible views and opportunity we have with these designs.
Yeah, and really quickly too, when we talk about success for this airport, obviously it needs to be buildable, it needs to be affordable, an extraordinary place for passengers and staff. But one of the things we also heard from you in the Common Ground report is that it needs to be sustainable. And we're targeting the most sustainable airport in the world. So here's some ideas for what that might mean in terms of reducing energy, zero carbon emissions, passive solar, which has a long history and potential in this valley. Also looking at certifications. But one of the things we've heard from folks, including you all, is we don't want to pursue certification for certification's sake. We really want to pursue something that is really bespoke to this community and meets this community's highest sustainability aspirations.
Question.
Yeah.
Which airport is the most sustainable in the world now?
It's a good question, and we showed you a survey before. I think my take on it personally is that the number of airports are doing a number of different things well. There's a couple I'll talk to that are talking about zero carbon certification. But it's a great question. And what does it take to be the most sustainable airport? Well, one way we're looking at this is really looking towards nature, right? And this idea, and this is embodied in a living building in terms of a grove of aspen trees, a living creature in nature is taking all of the water, all of the energy that just falls on the site and using that to sustain itself. And so, at some level, that's the highest level of aspiration. And we see, as Rena talked about, this idea of really connecting to nature and valuing it, and really is infused in this community, and it's really inspiring. It's something we're holding that close to heart.
Well, a quick search
Sorry?
shows that the Galapagos Ecological Airport is the most sustainable, but AI says there's not one most sustainable, but Galapagos, because it's 80% recycled materials. The second is in Amsterdam because it runs on wind. And the third is Denver, because it's extensive solar.
Interesting. Yeah, and I think all of those were on our list actually too. We could talk a little bit more after the meeting, Francie, about Galapagos and what kind of lessons. Obviously, a very different climate than here.
Right.
Yeah.
When I was in Portland, I looked up the most beautiful, and PDX was definitely listed.
Nice. And I would say on the material side too, I think it deserves to be on the
Right.
top of the list in terms of a number of the things that we were talking to earlier. So here's an example too in this airport carbon accreditation, right? Looking at different levels of managing carbon emissions, both within the terminal and starting to engage the airlines. And this program has a number of levels associated with that. We're looking to a number of airports that are achieved the highest level. ACA 5 includes Stockholm and Oslo, in terms of addressing their own emissions and also working with the airline partners. I think one of the opportunities here in a regional airport and with the new terminal facilities is this idea of scale. A lot of these other airports, there's a lot of already systems that we need to build in, but here we can on some level really think about what makes the most sense now with technology today, with all the other sort of constraints we have, but at the scale of this airport in this region, how can we approach sustainability?
It's nice that it's not an add-on like so many additions you see on airports. Yeah.
And, and also recognize when we talk about the most sustainable airport, we might talk about it in two components. The most sustainable aviation operations, right? And that's a big part of the carbon emissions associated. And we want to be able to, in the terminal and the way the airports run, is to facilitate the decarbonization of flight. But that's a long game, but there's steps that can be taken. We're concentrated and here terminal means ground transportation, all of the things within our scope. We're really focused on that element. And those two come together really to when we start thinking about what the most sustainable airport would be. And Tony already talked to this, so just quickly wanted to acknowledge that your common ground, our foundation, our starting point, all of these 10 elements speak to sustainability on some fundamental level. What we've been doing over the last few weeks and will continue to do on the next slide is start to tie these principles to these different sustainability impacts areas: carbon emissions, energy, the ecology of the place, the people, health, productivity. And we've been going through the ones that are still in gray or ones that we still have yet to talk to, but we are starting to unpack these a little bit and look at how far we can go to address the impacts and make this a truly sustainable building.
What's IAQ? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's indoor air quality. Yep. Yep.
It looks like our flight path. It looks like our airspace. Doesn't it?
Happy accident. And
Mine's
here,
a little
this
more
is
crowded than that, actually.
And here's where in the schedule in terms of unpacking this. So we've looked at energy and carbon. We've looked at the landscape, water, biophilia. We have Terrapin Bright Green on our team who worked with us on PDX and integrating that. We've had Dr. Brian Wilson, an expert here in Colorado on biofuels, to talk about sustainable aviation fuel. And we'll be on, this is really concepts that are informing how we come up with our, final concept design.
That's silly.
And
would you really quick for the public who might be watching define biophilia?
Can I hold that for two slides?
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
he's
Thank
got
you.
a slide
Yep.
on.
Yep. So we
Keep
have,
beating them to it.
one of the first things we've talked about really is energy and carbon. And we look at the building, we look at two big areas: the embodied carbon, the materiality, and how we can reduce that. Steel and concrete are intensive materials, but are the ways that we can artfully integrate materials that are sequester carbon, like wood and other materials that may reduce those carbon impacts, and operate on the operational side too. And what we've heard in our discussions with the leadership on this project is really to aspire to minimizing to zero carbon on operations, minimizing embodied carbon. Whether or not there's offsets at the end to truly claim zero carbon, we can decide that later, but we want to aspire to the highest right now. So if you look at, we unpack operational carbon, really looking at, electrifying, because Holy Cross, your local utility, is committed by 2030 to be zero carbon. And then potentially, using on-site or battery storage and working with them to really help optimize that. And then we can look at these other, we're looking at certification systems because they are industry standards that set different criteria, and they're standards that our contracting partners understand. And there's ways that we can help communicate to the public what we're doing. And again, so these are some leaders in the world of carbon. So Stockholm and Helsinki both have achieved ACA level 5, addressing in the large airports their carbon emissions. I don't think are fully decarbonized, and I think is a way that Aspen could step ahead by saying from the get-go, being all electric, renewably powered, to be zero carbon from day one. And we've benchmarked your existing airport, really starting to hone in on what the most efficient airport could be, and really looking at a starting point of holistic carbon emissions, both from operational and those embodied emissions. Right now, this is the baseline building. You can see in the orange in that pie chart, it's all natural gas. We can eliminate that by going electric. So making those smart decisions and then trying to, become more efficient as we start to dial in the design. And when we look to these international airports, what are those best practices? We know passive solar, we've used it in this valley, but this idea of snow-based cooling, this is happening in Oslo, and they're pushing the snow off the runways into these large pits and then actually storing that cool till the cooling season, and then the snow can drain back to the ecology, but capture that cooling to cool the building. So examining all these things. Do they make sense here? Can we do it? Mm-hmm. And we've put together some really high-level principles for how we might really make this a passive first in terms of insulation, thinking about the MEP integration, how we let light into the building, how we deal with snow melt, and then working with the civil team and with the runway team to really minimize overall the amount of, there's a lot of site work, but how do we balance that? And how can we leverage that to actually integrate more sustainable strategies? And this is a slide about biophilia here. So one of the areas on the human performance and health side, that's Bill Browning, who founded Terrapin Bright Green. So he's met with our team, worked on the PDX airport. They've developed a lot of guidelines. Biophilia really means the love of nature, right? And as biological beings, we have an innate connection with nature. So whether it's the leaves outside in the window that rustle in the wind and I see that movement, and we use that to inform the way we made the lattice in the Portland airport roof to make that really start to entrance people visually, but from a multisensory perspective. Someone mentioned the smell of the wood too, making that really connects people to the natural aspect. And then we're looking at water too. This is a tough issue in Colorado, but regulations have been changing. Regulation 84 and 86, which allows, in some contexts, water reuse. So how far? And we know this is a water scarce state and will continue to become so. So there's great opportunities for just making efficiency improvements to the existing airport, but looking at ways, can we start to reuse that water once before we let it go downstream, if you will, to really minimize the footprint of our airport. And so we've benchmarked existing water usage, understanding where you're using water now as a starting point to inform how the future design might use water. And so we're looking at the spectrum and all these different categories. We're not going to talk to each one of those. We have not enough time for that. But all of this really is, helping us understand how far we can go and how do we integrate these considerations.
Sound, noise, you know, that ambient, sound and atmosphere in the building, that's got to go in here somewhere, but
Absolutely.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I think that it should go in the people and the health environment, because we're thinking about air quality, we're thinking about lighting quality. We need to think about acoustic quality too,
Thank
100%.
you. Yeah, so important.
Yep.
So easily overlooked.
Yep. And this is, really just to say, where we'll be going at the end of this is how far do we think we can go on each one of these things? How far can we go to net zero to be truly sustainable? And we want to make sure that the concept vision integrates that it's to the extent possible to really kind of give you a design that this community can be proud of.
And that leads us, gosh, we're right on time here. Community engagements, tomorrow's open house. We'll
time?
go over some of that. And the last two slides are just a preview of the engagement. So we'll have these boards will be opportunities for them to, in real time, provide input on some open-ended questions. We'll have Post-its for them to write and add to the board. There'll also be QR codes for them to do virtual SurveyMonkey style, so we get that input. This is the same questions we ask the task forces. And then there's also this sliding scale of importance for priorities for these additional questions. So we're still in input mode. Give us more information. We also are going to use this as a way to track the task force and the community. Are we in alignment? Is the task force giving us input that's aligned with what the community input is? So we'll be able to, with the input from those 21 individuals, we'll be able to track it against this and show alignment.
Greg, just to answer your questions, 5 to 7 tomorrow evening at the Aspen Firehouse.
At the firehouse. And is that, do you have an ad for it up on social media?
We
or
have
anywhere?
been putting it on different
Yeah, I thought I saw it.
outlets, from the
Okay.
paper to social.
I can't hear her.
Is
What'd she say? that
Is it on
it's
the
advertised?
Pitkin County website somewhere?
Ooh,
Social media.
Ryan, I believe it is.
Maybe.
Allison
Okay,
has
we'll have
been
to look
helping
for
us
it.
Is
with
it
that.
in the paper?
Thank you. Right,
Big-
yeah.
Are you all impressed as I am? You-
It's
I
great
love
to
the
see it, yeah.
sustainability slides. You all have just really done a lot. Good job. Good job.
So can you get it all done
This is it.
by the second Tuesday of January 2027?
The design.
Yeah.
I
leave office
I have
that
confidence
day.
the design team can certainly stay on task with the design schedule. There's a lot of decisions along the way that the community and the decision makers are going to have to be able to say yes and green light. And so those are things that are outside of the design team's control.
Well, if I have my way, I leave office that day. So I'm term limited, so, yeah, because it's too much excitement, too much. I mean, it's gonna be amazing, and
There's a lot of incentive to stay on track because the runway shutdown is an opportunity to save a lot of time and money for the airport. And so any distraction that slows the process down is money lost. So there's
I'll keep you on
staying
track.
positive and keeping decisions moving and keeping the project on track is all in a real benefit for the community and for the
I
county.
can help you with it.
Yeah, I think what Tony's saying is the ball's in our court. They
Your
know
court
how
or
to
our
design
court?
an airport. They want us to make decisions and give them feedback.
And the
Thank
task
you, you
force
guys are
is
doing an amazing job. Are you having any fun yet?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dream project.
Charles, Diane, Brian, or Brad, chime in. We got a couple minutes.
You got the right team.
We're excited.
Very confident in that. Yeah, this is great. Glad you're here. Thank you.
And I agree with Francie. I would rather not see a log cabin in the woods. I think we have more opportunity to really do something amazing and great that our community will be proud of for generations to come.
I had
You see the picture I sent?
No, I haven't seen it.
Jean absolutely loved it.
One of your slides, you talked about who's it for, and it kind of showed Pitkin County, and I thought, somehow Eagle residents come over here and fly out of here. people from Paonia come over and fly out of here. People from much farther down valley. People from Grand Junction
That's pretty
fly
cool.
out of Aspen. So it's Who's It For extends even beyond what you have on that map.
Sure.
And that might be worth putting. The Eagle Valley is a huge populous valley, and they can get over and fly out of here for one reason
We
or
can go
another.
there, they can
They
come
have a
here.
pretty amazing airport, though.
Yeah,
I
but
will
yet they
ask
come
you,
over here.
if you all come to the task force, to the open house tomorrow night, the task force members will have their badges on. So go up and speak to them and thank them, and then tell them we're looking forward to them positively helping us move forward on time.
We'll do it. And Meg told us to tell them that.
What year was this? What year was this picture?
I'm not gonna come to this open house, but there'll be more, right?
1960.
There will be. We're targeting
Coolest.
Valley,
Oh, there's one
Mid-Valley.
down Valley?
Yeah.
There's a history. I'll send you the history.
Tony,
I've got
Chris,
an article
Raina,
about
thank
that
you for
place
your
also.
time. Charles, Diane, and Brian, thank you for joining us. Brad, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Great to see you. And if we haven't said it, you were marvelous hosts. Like, it was ZGF, PAE, and PDX. Incredible 2 days. Like, really, to feel us welcome, make us feel welcome. And I've never walked into a room where the first thing you marvel at is a cistern. So you've changed my thinking about living buildings. But really, just your openness and the firm and the people that we've met with. And we should also say thank you to KLNA, because I know incredible part of the team. So I will say the other takeaway from the tour was really, we don't talk about structure, which is kind of fun.
Yeah,
in
and we
that-
will.
Yeah.
It's coming in the next.
But part of PDX was really
Yeah.
sort of remove, structural elements are so in your face,
Integral,
but
yeah.
at the same time, there was just this free element to the scale of the experience that it wasn't interrupted by structure. So we're looking to hear from Greg as well and his exploits. So thank you.
I want to know how they keep all those darn trees alive in Portland.
Light
Yeah,
and water.
please.
This is the really the kickoff. Whoops. Yep. This is really a kickoff. This is starting a regular set of updates that we're going to be in front of the board and the community, updating on our progress from concept through final design. So there's going to be a lot of conversation with this body and a lot of conversation in between with the community, but we're going to move this along. And it's going to represent all the values and our current community
I
noted
discussion.
that you said we.
Where are you guys staying?
Where are we staying this time? We're at the Aspen Square. Yeah.
But he's got good taste in coffee, so he was hanging out in Shiguro Bond's building earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank
you so much.
Great to see you
Hope
guys.
the rest of your meeting
Forward
is
to
this.
see more.
Charles, will I see you next week at the Transportation Coalition? Oh, you're going up there.
So, and for grassroots, we'll take 2 minutes, we'll come back, we'll switch over to EOTC. So we're on break.
We almost did, actually. We've got 3. All we need to get, we were already here. We could have held it, staged a coup.
And then from there,
Aren't you so sad that you might not be there for all of this
So
excitement?
that guy from India keeps.
I can imagine that much.
Oh,
really
right,
hard.
yeah, no, he never
I'm just
called me.
gonna
He
sit
called me
up here
twice
with
and I
Please,
never
thank you.
got back to him,
glad.
so.
Now it gets fun.
So,
Well, first of all, he doesn't live here. Second of all, it made no sense
Maybe
to
they'll be
me.
really
He's saying,
stupid when a
we cook
party."
on 3 stone fires over there.
Yeah,
I'm
start,
going,
we gotta go.
so welcome back. It is, it's 4:37. This is the regular work session.
You'll have to
We
work
have
harder.
prep for an EOTC meeting, which is on October 23rd,
Yeah, I'm not gonna,
a week from Thursday, I'm guessing.
somebody else can.
And the other one was.
And we have Ryan Mahoney and Linda DePriest, and
Do it on Tuesday?
we're just sharing slides. Thursday, the 23rd, is the EOTC meeting.
I know, so could we do this on Tuesday? You know what I mean? Prepare for it.
And Greg is out the 21st, 2nd, and 3rd, possibly.
I'm gone then.
And France, are you available on the
I'm
EOTC?
gone all day Tuesday, but I'll be back on Wednesday for, I'll either Zoom in from the River District office or I'll fly up here.
No, we're,
Red light up.
But I'll be there for that.
yeah, I think that's what we're talking about.
I'll definitely be there for that.
Okay.
And that's,
I
transportation
have, I
policy
have
too.
Northwest Cog that day, it's budget, and Economic Development District, it's restructuring and budget. I was planning to go to the meeting, but I won't be able to do both, so I will Zoom into the Cog meeting, and then, who's hosting?
I have Transportation Coalition meeting until 3:30.
No, it's here.
It's here?
And that makes it easier, if it's snowmass, I'm gonna make it more difficult for me.
So, we're gonna
No,
go,
there was an ad in the paper that said snowmass, but according to our posting here at the county, it's here.
so,
So let's verify that, so I know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Alyssa thinks it's at Snowman.
so I'm gonna give the floor to Linda so we can get 12 minutes of EOTC prep in, please.
Alrighty, so thank you, Commissioners. Linda DuPriest, EOTC Director. I'm here just to prep us for the budget and work plan meeting coming up on the 23rd. We're also going to be revisiting the Brush Creek recommendations and next steps. Picken County is the host, so we'll see you here or in Snowmass. We'll confirm that. Here's our agenda. Just 2 major items, Brush Creek and then the budget and work plan approval. So this is the overview of our 2026 budget and 5-year plan. What's not shown on here is the total amount of the transit sales and use tax that the county generates. It's up in the 20 million range. Most of that, about 84%, just goes directly to RAFTA. And then another portion goes to the transit systems in Snowmass and the city. And then this portion comes to the EOTC every year. I'll go into detail on some of these items, but this is the overview. So our projected revenues for 2026 is 3.6 million and change. Then our expenditures are projected at 2.1 million. We have a surplus this year of 1.6 million. Most of that is coming from the amount we didn't spend on the Brush Creek Park and Ride federal project a few years ago. It's just been sort of sitting there, but that's most of that surplus. Our beginning fund balance at the beginning of 2026, 12.8 million. Our ending fund balance at the end of the year is projected to be 14,361,350. For several years now running, we have had a lockbox, if you will, for the Snowmass Transit Center of 6 million. If we add that in, our total fund balance is 20,361,350. So for our work plan and budget, we're continuing with optimizing the Brush Creek Park and Ride. We are, as I said earlier, coming back with the questions that you all had from our meeting in August
on our recommendations and next steps for the monitoring and management plan. We're coming back with that. We have a new strategy for putting restrooms out there and an estimate for some initial costs that we'll work on in 2026. And then finally, the ownership of the lot switched from CDOT over to us. That was finalized on August 28th. And we will also be assuming some of those operational details from the city of Aspen in 2026. The next three projects are centered around the airport modernization and then the modes planning grant that we're still not sure when we're going to get. The EOTC's role, meaning mine and support from our EOTC staff, which is Brian Pettit at the county, Lynn Rumbaugh, the transportation director at the city of Aspen, and then Sam Garino, who's the director up in Snowmass. We collaborate pretty closely. It's not formal now. What my role day to day will be in the airport multimodal planning process, but we plan to be plugged into it for assistance, support as needed from a local point of view. Again, not sure quite what that's going to look like, but we're excited to be involved in it. The first item is when the airport closes in 2027, there's been some initial concerning conversations from the tourism partners in Snowmass and in Aspen about how we're going to get visitors up here in those months. So we've just begun to talk about that. We're not quite sure where it's going to go, but we feel that it should be a pointed effort to look at potential shuttles from the Front Range, maybe some of the shuttles that now go from the Denver area out to Summit County. We're not really sure what that's going to look like, but we feel we should at least plan for it and possibly come back with some strategies that we would have to fund and look at for 2027.
What about from the Eagle Airport?
That would be one of them.
And Grand Junction.
Grand Junction, Eagle, Rifle. It's sort of, oh my gosh, we should be thinking about this. What are we going to do? So we want to get talking about that right away.
Well, I thought we already were, so.
Well, I did bring it up at RAFTA a couple of months ago, and it's on their agenda, you know.
There's conversations out there. I reached out to Eliza Voss at ACRA, and then the Snowmass tourism folks have been talking to Sam up in Snowmass. And at this point, we know we have to do something about it. We haven't mobilized on it yet, but we want to get started on it.
I need some clarification from Ryan and John and Linda. What we want to do and what our obligation is might be two different things. We want to accommodate people being able to get to Aspen, but it's not our responsibility to get them here. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that semantics are understood. We're not going into the transportation business, are we?
Well, the EOTC is.
Well, are they going to start EOTC-funded buses bringing people up? I don't think if that's part of the plan, does it need to be? And is this something that we have budgeted that the community thinks that we're going to be doing, or the EOTC will be doing on behalf of the tourism industry? Where does our responsibility begin and end? That's the part I'm having trouble seeing.
Yeah, Greg, it's a policy decision. There's not a mandate for us to do this. We are trying to be responsive to mitigating some of the impacts of the airport closure and having some ideas. I think there's a lot of private activity going on in that same vein right now about how to move people for events or other kinds of major attractants of folks into the community. That leaves a lot on the table in terms of visitors and that sort of thing. But ultimately, that's going to be a policy decision of this board, and to the degree that it involves the EOTC, Aspen and Snowmass also. But it's not a mandate. We're trying to be proactive and anticipating that folks definitely are going to be knocking on the door looking for what options are and what role we could play.
So with the airport, if I can make the analogy, the airport's a parking area for airplanes. We're not in charge of the airplanes, and we don't book them, or we allow them to come and land at our airport parking area so they can disgorge passengers, but that's not our business. We want to accommodate them and facilitate it, but that's different. I just want to make sure I understand.
Well,
are we actually going to try to rent a fleet of vans and start an airline or a bus company or a train?
Well, I don't think we're that far down the road. Unless there's something you got to tell me, Linda. But I think it's more about, how on a temporary basis, while we have this closure, which would be about a 3/4 closure, are we able to provide transportation options? So we're looking at options of, gosh, do we have a bus that may be able to pick up on the secure side of the Denver airport and come directly here when we have an absence of flights, just to make it that much more attractive?
Or
And can we
100 buses.
facilitate? Yeah, can we facilitate that happening? Do we anticipate, no matter what we do, that there's going to be a loss of activity and people coming to visit? Absolutely. But we're looking at what role we can play to mitigate some of that.
And it's not us creating a bus system, it's utilizing what's out there. There are private vendors out there lining up, from what I have heard, who are eager to speak with us about providing ground transportation from all of those opportunities. And there's van services, and they're gearing up. They're gearing up and they're ready to bring on extra vehicles in order to help us mitigate the impacts, as John said, to our local economy during a 9-month closure. And I think we have not a mandate, but I believe we have the responsibility to do what we can to bring in others and maybe create that website or some app that people can use to get their transportation from these other airports here for, the music festival, for the concerts, for activities, for weddings, or just to come visit.
Food and wine.
Design. I mean, the
Parking lots.
yeah. So
The new concert at Buttermilk, not to mention the jazz things.
well, and then you got the Jazz Aspen. So you got Snowmass.
So I'm
You
gonna-
have Aspen Ideas Festival.
I'm going to take us back to the meeting. Anything else from a preview standpoint that we need to focus on and should be thinking about in advance of next Thursday's meeting?
Nope. Just one final budget request for our construction on our Buttermilk crossing that's been in the works for a couple years now.
Which I have a question. Where's the bike path? It
Okay.
goes from Buttermilk to the underpass in Maroon Creek Golf Course.
So the bike path, which we've been calling the Owl Creek to Truscott path, we finished 90% design. Initially, we were waiting for it to connect up with the City of Aspen's improvements in the Truscott Tunnel. And then we ran into a challenge with we need an easement in front of the Jehovah Witness Hall, and that process started. And about the time that process became very protracted, the City of Aspen realized that this project was not a top-tier priority for them in their trail system, and that they would not, at this point in time, don't see that it would fit into their capital planning until possibly 2030.
No, that's not acceptable. It's a public safety issue to correct or prevent people from dying at the Owl Creek intersection. We've been talking about it for 20 years.
So-
I'm not going to wait another 20 years. I'm sorry, but
No,
that's
I'm not changing the
acceptable.
subject. Is there a way we could put this, is this appropriate to be on the agenda, given we have Aspen and Snowmass in the room? Is this appropriate on the agenda for Thursday night? And invite, Austin Weiss or whoever we would need,
Matt
or Matt.
Kuhn at the City of Aspen and I have been chatting quite a bit about it. He was prepared to either appear to talk about it or to give me some bullet points to relay to y'all. One of their big concerns came out of, they just got finished with that connection out to Maroon Creek Road. And that project, which was under a mile, ended up costing more than $4 million.
Oh, my God.
So because of how
ridiculously overbuilt
construction
thing.
costs have escalated since COVID, that was part of their caution.
Well, this
But-
wasn't gonna go to Truscott. It was just gonna go to the underpass at the Maroon Creek Club that already exists.
Buttermilk, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when I took over, it was conceived as going all the way to Truscott. So if there's history there, Patty, I'll certainly find out what that
That was not the
was.
first,
So-
did you
Well,
present
Dave
it? that way?
Tanner from
So,
STICO
John,
was going to pay for it. He
is
was
this-
happy with that.
Is this a future agenda item or is this EOTC?
My suggestion would be to bring it up if the city staff has offered to either be there, provide some bullet points. I do not think it's going to be resolved at this meeting, but you should invite the conversation with
If we're talking
with
about
the
safety
burner.
improvement at the intersection at Owl Creek and 82, this is a perfect time to get people from having to cross there at an at-grade crossing when there's a underpass a block away.
Yeah, so I mean that's obviously the conversation that needs to happen with
Well,
the
I would
city.
be more
yeah.
than happy to calmly
But-
have that conversation.
So, and I appreciate that.
No guarantees, but I'll try.
I know. But I think it would be appropriate to raise. I would not push for a resolution there, but ask for that follow-up discussion, maybe whether it's chair to mayor or what have you, to talk further about those priorities, because this is one we've talked about for a while.
So can we have it on the
And-
public notice and the agenda for Thursday as 15-minute update?
The notice for the meeting has already gone out, but there could be a process for changing that at
You can
this
amend
point.
an
Well,
agenda at the
don't
time
we-
and add
Amended
it to the
agenda?
conversation.
Don't we have it under our work plan already?
It should be separate.
No. Well, it's sort of an update. No.
It's part of Buttermilk Crossing construction.
It
Yes,
was
exactly, Francie.
It was put, we have back-burnered it because of that protracted schedule on their part, but the EOTC could vote to fund it ourselves
And we have
not rely
partners that
on
we
the
have
city.
been talking to.
So it sounds like this board would love 15 minutes on a week from Thursday's agenda to
Or an
discuss.
hour
So add it to the
15
agenda?
minutes would be-
I don't even think we need to amend it's part of the Buttermilk Crossing construction. I don't see why we have to
We'll
amend
tag
the
team
We
it,
would-
Jenny.
Included.
We would love Matt to join us at this meeting in
Yeah,
terms of EOTC.
I think it's appropriate to put as Buttermilk Crossing because it was one of the connectivity points that we've been talking about that makes the Buttermilk Crossing important. And so I think if we do it under Buttermilk Crossing to note that timing difference of the connectivity, then the policymakers can have a conversation
Okay.
from there.
The other question I have just quickly is under the ABC multimodal plan for bike and pedestrian transportation plan. Should that not be included in our multimodal that we're planning right across the street?
No.
Why should it be separate though?
Not to mention the lumberyard.
My understanding is that that is more internal to the ABC where there's not sidewalks and adequate crosswalks
little
and
When they
things
bring
like
up the
that.
term multimodal, we've got a multimodal plan at the lumberyard, a multimodal plan at the airport, a multimodal.
And none of them talk to each other.
Yeah.
And who's putting that plan
Trying to
together?
let
the
them talk to each
multimodal
other.
AABC plan.
So
We must
Who's
be.
working on that?
So, y'all voted on it for 2025. I came late in 2024 for an amendment. We started on it. It is funded by the EOTC, and we've been working on it. Andrew Knapp, county engineer, is the project manager on it. We hired a consultant. We've been doing public outreach out there, and it's been underway now for several months.
Well, with what the city's planning for their multimodal at the lumberyard connects, you're gonna have people riding their bikes or walking from the lumberyard to the ABC, to CMC, to the underpass. We need to be talking together rather than solving individual problems that are all the same problem.
It's exactly what I said at the last coalition meeting.
Yeah,
The lumberyard project triggered this project.
and they're doing their own thing. And I brought it up with the mayor, and she said, we've been planning this for 10 years, we're moving forward.
This will interconnect
Yes.
with what is planned at
This
the
isn't the
lumberyard, is
problem.
that
Yes.
So
right?
we're hoping it will connect.
No, it will. There's
will.
a shuttle that will
That's
come
our
into the
direction.
lumberyard.
Yeah.
And it goes up to the ABC and picks people up, comes back down, by the lumberyard.
This will create,
I think his name is, can show you that.
yeah, a better situation on that side of the highway. But I think what I'm hearing frustration about is it's not necessarily integrated with planning we're doing on the other side of the
It's not at all
highway.
integrated.
And those two projects are not aligned in their planning. This is a little bit separate, more discrete. This is a far more discrete kind of effort, I think, in terms of how do we make improvements in the
The AABC.
given kind of its lack of infrastructure right now.
And master planning, yeah.
And I've been part of parking and walking and everything at the AABC for 23 years. It's been a problem because of it.
Very long, yeah.
And we've tried different solutions and none of them have worked. But now that we've got three entities working together to solve something that are across the street from each other, it's a little frustrating for me to have everybody doing something and are they gonna connect or not? And why aren't we working together?
Greg and then Linda for a wrap up.
I second Patty's frustration because I'm just
Sorry.
worried that it'll be multiple entities not talking to each other. And I know you're doing your best, but let's talk about that at the OTC meeting, or hopefully you all will, because I won't be there. Very quickly on Brush Creek Park and Ride, I know the last time we all spoke about it, Michael Kinsley actually brought up the possibility that there could be a future wildlife crossing. It hasn't been approved and funded or any of that, but I want to make sure that if there's planning for Brush Creek to optimize all of that land all the way toward Shale Bluffs, that something gets carved out, because there could possibly end up being a wildlife crossing there someday. And I don't want to discount it and say it'll never happen, but I also don't want to start planning that it won't happen. And so I just want to bring it up and flag it that the far south end of the Brush Creek Park and Ride property, where it almost connects to Shale Bluffs, could possibly be an area where there's something happening, and it's still pretty far out there, but it's, people are putting a lot of energy toward locating the places to take care of the wildlife that are crossing the highway, and that's an optimal spot. It doesn't seem optimal for anything else, quite
I don't
honestly.
think it seems optimal for elk to come up that steep hill just to go across the road.
Well, they already do.
They at Cozy Point, not there.
So anyway, that's the concern is if we design this before we think about that, it's going to be a problem.
We could, in 2026, start thinking about, now that the county has finalized the ownership change, there's been a lot of talk out there about housing and whatnot, and the
Right,
need
sure.
for a master plan process out there. That would certainly come under that umbrella.
Just want to make sure it doesn't get tossed out
Right.
with the bathwater. Thank you. That's all
Okay,
I've got.
Can we go to future agendas? Because
Go to
Got 1 minute, John.
P and Z.
We're not doing future agenda.
Actually, there is not a P&Z meeting. I just checked.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
I thought there was too.
Oh,
Yeah.
we were rushing for nothing?
Grassroots, can we hang out for another 10 minutes? Are you okay? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sorry for the delayed night.
She would have had to be here for P&Z.
So, could I do mine real quick, John?
Do you have
Are
more,
we-
Linda?
So Linda,
Oh,
anything
just-
else you need for Thursday night?
numbers. These are just numbers we're bringing you for these projects. Oops. And a last page of more budget numbers. That's all these two slides were just the numbers assigned to
Should be an
activities.
exciting meeting, and let's plan a retreat in the first of the year.
So
I'm probably going to object to a $350,000 planning for a bathroom. Just like,
well, I
So
can
just to-
I can give you 30 seconds on that right now.
okay.
That number is to do a engineering and site prep for a new concept. The previous plan, if you remember, was going to cost us, we got one bid on it, it was $6 million. That was by the company that was operating under that federal grant. So thinking that maybe the price was inflated because it was a federal grant, this year I worked with HDR, which is an engineering firm that's on call with the county, and a team of their engineers and architects revisited those plans, And they gave us a similar number using that design, that even with it not being a federally funded project, it could cost from, they said, 3.5 up to $5 million.
For a bathroom.
For bathrooms. So this amount is to take another look at a bit of design, but more of a site prep for a prefab restroom that could end up costing us well under $1 million.
I mean, why not compostable toilets?
We could consider that.
That's part of the discussion,
But
but
we'd still have
$350,000 to plan.
We still have to do
It's a bit
some
high.
site prep, because that $6 million design is always going to be possibly 5 to 6 million. So we have to start over with
I get
something
that.
newer
I
and
get
cheaper.
that, but still, it's. I should have been a designer and planner, obviously, if I cared about money.
I don't know about that. Anyway, that is all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry we're so rushed. And
Not at all. Not at all. It's,
Weird.
it's great.
And thanks for joining us for the airport piece. I'm glad you got to sit through that as well. So thank you. Thank you both.
Thanks, guys.
So, Amy, we're going to move to future agendas and close the PowerPoint.
But, oh,
Sorry, we're going to move to open discussion. I apologize.
Thought we weren't going to do open discussion.
So we just got a hall pass that there's no P and Z, so we're going to spend the next 8 minutes on anything
Still
John
Kevin
has.
Warner's
I thought we were
retirement
gonna do
party, whether
future
there's P&Z
agendas
or
first.
not.
No, I guess we're not, whatever.
I'm sorry, Patty.
I
did
thought
you
we were
want-
doing future agendas first.
So,
Future agendas and then open discussion.
Okay.
yeah, so Francie, do you want to call in? Because you.
No,
you
I
wanna-
don't want to call in. I just want to sit here and be grumpy.
I have.
You're doing a good
I
job.
just have,
you.
the ACRA one, we'll figure it out for that date. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
But I just want to make it known that on the 21st, when we're doing the Little Red Schoolhouse presentation, there'll only be 3 commissioners. I think we need a board. It says do not move, but I think that question we're going to be asked to fund is worthy of a full board's discussion. I don't know if the board agrees with me on that, because they're asking us for a significant amount of money. And the Cloud 10 application is coming forward when there'll only be 3 commissioners,
On Wednesday,
the 22nd.
I'll come in the afternoon. I'll be there in the afternoon.
Okay.
And on the Cloud 10, I think the action on staff is to ensure the public benefit of the trail. And so right now, the trail ends up at a school.
What trail are we talking about?
We can't talk about the merit of the
No,
application.
no,
It's
we need,
publicly
one
known.
of the things to bring back is open space to articulate the merit of the trail that ends up at a public school, whether there'll actually be public parking and the public could use the trail.
And I will bring this, I'll bring these 2 items back, but just so the board can start thinking about it. We did get synced up with Cozen, Jessica, and her colleagues. They would like to find a half-day mini retreat, again, Patty, you're joking about this, with Cozen to go over federal strategy and overview of federal legislation, and they like to look towards the beginning of November, and so unlikely we're going to find that on a Tuesday this time of year. So wanted to see if there was some times, again, I'll bring that back and I'll tap each of you individually,
Well, we
because we're
tapped the
running out
first
of
week
time and
November
steam.
Because of the election, we moved
Maybe you
dates
could
around.
email us ahead of time so that we could sort of look at our
Think
calendars.
about it, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. I'm planning to leave town at some point.
Okay. Well, and I'll shoot it out and just get some feedback from you guys. And then it is looking like we're finalizing times with Bozeman and Jackson, still waiting to hear, but it's looking like beginning of February, end of January, we'll bring dates next week.
Okay.
So, okay. That's what I have for future.
It's
agendas
X
right now.
Games.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave during X Games.
And then, do you mind if I transition to open discussion and
Please.
kick you off, or are there other future?
Please.
Just wanted to handout, we did get an update on the Veterans Day program. They are open right now. It does not have any commissioners speaking, but they're happy to add in commissioner comments if anybody wants to.
I think that's interesting because we asked him last year
Yeah.
to remember to invite a commissioner because he was
I don't want to.
relatively new.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Jeffrey, you spoke last time, right?
I did. Yeah, Adam was wonderful and welcoming, and the major speaker was J.D. Black, who lost his son in
Right.
Ukraine that January.
But there's usually the chair or vice chair or member of the board who
I did
speaks.
it, I did it 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, I've done
They are
it.
happy to accommodate that if, you know,
Can
Kelly
be our rep.
or Jeffrey.
Yeah,
I think it's appropriate. I mean,
I'm happy to attend. I'm happy to follow up with Adam, and I will take the action.
we'll
of-
see if Kelly wants to speak as chair, but if she doesn't, I'd be more than happy to have you.
Where's
speak.
Kelly?
She is not feeling well.
Oh, no, really?
And then I'll just hand around, we have the 3-hole punched copies of that
Oh, thank you.
presentation
You are
for you.
so prompt.
That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy, do we think?
And so I want to catch you guys up on some stuff I heard at 2030 because we always think we're so far ahead of the curve. Well, there are some people who've gone way beyond us on the curve, and I'd love to catch you guys up next Wednesday at open discussion.
Excellent.
I was going to do it today, but
Well, can I catch a ride down Valley? Are you driving down?
yes.
I'll catch a ride down to my driveway or to my turnoff,
Okay.
and you can tell me about it.
So, anything else, or we adjourned? Any other final comments? Patty, Greg, or Francie?
Thank you.
Excellent. Amy, we are adjourned. Thank you so much for staying late. Appreciate it.
Good job herding cats today, Jeffrey.
Yeah, really. Yeah, you had your hands full.
Well, I really like the design team, so it was fun.
Yeah,
God,
I
aren't
do
they
too.
awesome?
Yeah, it was just- I'm not going to talk.